Never stop, I'll get it if I want it. Gotta make to myself a promise. I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top.
Yo, no, I ain't the type to give up. If I do something, man, I do it till I get what I want. I turn a business out of nothing into something I love. I got a poker face, but honestly, I'm not one to bluff. I flip a switch, never miss, man, I always stay up. Don't let them see you, bitch, always have a plan to stay tough. This life ahead of you ain't easy, it was built to be rough. But that's what makes a personality, is tragedy, bruh. So keep your head on your shoulders. Now we ain't out here moving rocks, we out here moving boulders. Now we ain't getting posterized, we out here making posters. And we ain't got nothing to hide, we move forward like soldiers. You better wake up for the pay stub, or you'll pay up. Don't make love to the game, bruh, fuck the game up. Change up, rearrange stuff to your greatness. Famous for the way up, play the game, bruh.
Never stop, I'll get it if I want it. Gotta make to myself a promise. I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top, yeah.
You know I'm always honest, there ain't no way I'll never stop it.
I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top.
I'm always flirting with pain, she like to hurt me and maim. I'm always working to change, but she's still lurking the same. I keep on building a dynasty while the haters be trying me. But they hate from inside, you see, hate themselves in society. So I let them speak quietly while my actions speak wider. See, they be hiding in privacy with the screen. Oh, the irony to hate someone who's trying to be whatever they would like to be. We all feel the anxiety, we make our own rivalries. Yo, so where is all the positivity? I feel like we all just hate on everything, it's killing me. Thoughts build quick, causing different possibilities. Negative thoughts will cause different disabilities. So do better, work hard under pressure. If you got no time, work smarter than ever. Don't ever let them tell you that you can't ever say never. And turn your mind into the truest of go-getters.
Never stop, I'll get it if I want it. Gotta make to myself a promise. I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top, yeah. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding. From the words I spit, so sharp, so freezing. So cold, behold, frostbite they feeling. I could tear you apart or I could go heal them. Don't believe in fate, don't believe in ceilings. I just need a taste and my mind starts feeling. I don't pace myself, I grind on kneeling. Got lust for change, I just love the feeling. I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. And I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. Cause I'ma live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time, and I'll soon be winning. I live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time, and I'll soon be winning. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing.
don't know. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know. Buy these bags. Counting this cash. Buy these bags. Counting this cash. Mr. Squidward. Mr. Krabs. Buy these bags. Counting this cash. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know. Paula looking clean. Crash they grow the team. Bad bitches on me. I was bumping LPG. He taught me all I need. Now I'm marching with my sleeve. I don't fuck with squares and I don't fuck with no stars. Better not down from 12, heard you out here stealing bars. I don't care about this work and definitely don't care about who you are. Wait, watch out Mr. Squidward, yeah you better be working hard. Mr. Krabs, please give me my check. You'll get it soon, but I won't promise that. Gotta get back to the bag, straight to the moolah, yeah, straight to the cash. I probably been popping them tags, he gotta go double up all of his racks. Double up all my rookies, I promise I'll never go broke. No, used to be broke back before. Me and Plankton, yeah, we slept on the floor. Then I found me a little formula, then I had to open the doors. But he cannot open the door for Brown, cause Plankton, he switched on the bro. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know. Buy these bags. Counting this cash. Buy these bags. Counting this cash. Mr. Squidward and Mr. Krabs. Buy these bags. Counting this cash. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know. Yeah, nigga, what you know about this shit, nigga? This Patrick motherfucking star in this bitch. You know what I'm saying? I'm out here with SpongeBob.
What's good, everybody? What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? What's going on, family? How is everybody doing? Sorry, I was doing some last minute setup, messing around, running a little bit behind. But here I am. We got a new So Rage Nation was first in the house tonight. So shout out to Rage, man. He's right. This is going to be a good one. Natasha's here, so the show can officially start. That's what I was waiting on. Obviously, the show don't start till Natasha shows up. So we'll do that. And then Natasha's in the house. Shout out Mrs. Rage Nation. Shout outs to her as well. She visited with us last week. It was a great conversation last week. We're carrying it on because stuff keeps happening and I just can't not talk about it. Couple of things. Those of you who've been contributing, you'll notice got a better camera angle. Actually, probably mess with that a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Got a different camera angle, crispier video, new desk. Microphone is appropriately distanced from the mouth so that I don't have to lean forward into the computer, which is pretty nice. I get to use my long arms to type now. Actually, I'm just going to I'm scooting the computer forward closer to me. This is nice. This is real nice, actually. I'm kind of liking it. I feel like I'm in my own little command center now. Pretty soon I'm going to have some more stuff up on these walls. I started a project that was a little bit bigger than what my poor little busy body could handle. And so I've been coming home from work, which has been busy, and getting home, doing some work to kind of set up this little corner I'm in. We're going to be growing out of this corner. The next place is going to be bigger. It will have a whole full studio room. But for right now, I'm in my little corner, and I'm going to make this little corner awesome. Because this is the corner that the tribe, the dog pack, made. So again, thank everybody. Natasha Vincent, killing it on the thumbs as always, has supported me. Oof. I like this one. Easy solution for those that don't know the market well, but commodities. Start moving small amounts of money into metals. You know, with the way things are going right now, that's actually not that bad of an idea. So we're gonna jump in. I'm gonna blow this up full screen, and I'm gonna read some of these tweets to you because obviously actually, before we even get to this part, I'm going back in. I'm going back in. Hold on, we're gonna make that small. So I'm coming at this entire conversation from my crypto financial anarchist standpoint because for the past decade that I've been in crypto, I've been ranting up the walls about the way that our system is set up. It is unjustly set up. It is not set up for the average person to win. It is not even set up for the average person to really compete. So my stake on that has been let this whole thing burn. And I've been saying for a decade now, since I went all in on crypto, this was going to happen. And here we are. It is happening. And I am here for it. I am front row. I've got my popcorn out. I've got my Monster. Monster, send me a sponsorship, bro. Like, I'll change my name to Kyle if y'all sponsor me, bro. I got that Beast Unleashed. You know what I'm saying? That's the good stuff. I got my Beast Unleashed. I got my nerd-coated gummy nerds. I'm ready to do work. I got my comfy chair. I got my mic that I can just continue to extend closer to me so that you guys can hear me. I'm Angry Snowman right now, eating the microphone. Because I can do that now, because the microphone comes to me and I don't have to lean up there. I can stay back here and enjoy the fire that is ensuing in the U.S. financial markets. And the thing that I find interesting is how few people are understanding the severity of what's going on. And my reference point for this is what's happening right now is actually worse than what happened in 2008. That's right. It's just people aren't losing their houses yet. Actually, I would say that the yet is because the Fed has literally come on TV and said that enough of you guys aren't out of your jobs. They still want you guys not working. And unfortunately, you guys just aren't quitting. The government, the Fed, actually, it's not even the government. The Fed needs y'all to sit down, stop buying stuff, and, be broke. That's what they said they wanted, and they haven't gotten it yet. So they're going to continue pushing until you guys sit down. So if about, a million of y'all, and I don't really care who it is, if a million of y'all could quit y'all jobs and just stay at home, it'd probably help out the rest of us, but I don't know who's going to take that seat because I sure ain't. I'm trying to find other people's jobs. I want you to quit your job so I can come take it. You know what I'm saying? I want all the money. I want your job and I want your job. And you over there, I want your job too. So if y'all go ahead and quit and just let me know where you quit from so I can go get them bags, right? Because we bag chasing over here in every sense of the word. But Natasha hit him with a Biden go sit down somewhere. Bruh, it's there's so many banks on this list. So Moody's downgraded 11 banks. And after the downgrade, they were like, yeah, we're gonna, like, those banks are still collapsing. And like, this is nice because I can still work while I'm talking and working. This is so wonderful. This is a whole new experience. This is reinvigorating me about this show. But no, that's not it. That's not what I need. I need you. But these banks keep going under. People are taking money out. And so the difference between now and 2008 was people were not in 2008 taking money out of the bank. They weren't doing that. That wasn't an issue. It was just people were losing their houses because they made bad housing loans. Right now, we do not have bad housing loans. What you have is people literally running on the bank because they're actively seeing their bank stock drop 25% overnight banks are moving more volatilely than altcoins and crypto, and then they're running out of money. The other thing that's happening that people aren't talking about either is there's a commercial banking crisis because we've all been at home for a year and a half, 2 years. And with that, you got a lot of unused office space. You got a lot of leases not being renewed. You've got a lot of brick and mortar businesses that are going out of business because we order everything from Amazon. And me personally, I'm not going to stop ordering everything from Amazon because I don't want to see you motherfuckers. Like, I'm not going to lie. I don't want to see people. I like it. I like not seeing people as much as possible unless I choose to see people. And if I do see people, I want them twerking in the club and scantily clad. So I'm not trying to see y'all at the store. So I'm not going anymore. Actually, that's a lie. I go to Walmart at least once a week. So Walmart still get my money. I still go get a couple of things from there. I go to Ross once a week too because they got the discount good bottled water, and I added good bottled water to my diet, and it's wonderful. You should hydrate yourself. Matter of fact, if you haven't hydrated yourself, this is your reminder from me to you because I care about you guys to drink some water, or you will die. Now back to the matter at hand. Oh, 100%. See, Rage Nation is right there with me, bro, because I was getting ready to say this. So the FDIC insurance, which is going to cover Rage's comment, and Rage's comment was, remember, $9 trillion won't be covered by FDIC. Wonder how those individuals will handle that, which is going to be one of my other points. Everybody thinks that they're safe with their money in the bank. Now, if it's just one bank and the FDIC has to buy it, sure, you'll be covered up to your $250,000. But, fun fact, the FDIC doesn't have enough money to cover all or most of the banks. Like, that's not how the insurance works. So if the financial system collapses, they're not going to cover it. Now, for those of you who remember days of old, one of my gripes and one of my arguments for reparations is how they did the black banking infrastructure. Now, it's a fun fact. They had all these people champion the black banks back in the day because black people used to not be able to bank at the same bank as white people. And before we get started, this is not a Victim Olympics tour. This is just a hypothetical, this has happened before statement. Now, black people used to not be able to bank at the same banks as white people, so we had to have separate banks. Totally fine. They did a lot of work to get black people to believe in the system. They had the pillars of the community at the time. All of our black leadership champion these banks and get people to utilize the banking system. And what happened? There was a banking collapse. And so these banks were supposed to be insured. They were supposed to be entrenched in the communities, even though the black banks couldn't invest in the black communities like the white banks could invest in the white communities. The black banks had to also contribute and invest in the white communities. So, obviously basically they're on multi-levels pilfering the black community and the people who decided to use these banks. Now, fractional reserve banking has been a thing for apparently forever, and they didn't have to keep all the money in the bank, obviously. FDIC were supposed to be federally insured banks. Well, when the collapse happened, the feds coincidentally, even though they had made assurances to these banks that they were going to be secured as well, they picked and choose which banks survived. And lo and behold, none of the black banks got saved. And they got bought by the white banks that didn't want the black people banking there after they established and gotten the money in there. But then even then, those people didn't necessarily get their money back. So in the advent that all the banks collapse and we have a monetary run on the dollar and a run on all the banks, the FDIC already doesn't have enough money to cover all that money. And we will be put back in a scenario where the FDIC will be picking and choosing who gets their money back and when. Not a system that I'm a fan of or believe in the slightest. So that's the reason I don't keep money in the bank. I stay cash poor. The video that I released this morning, Future Financial Strategies, 5 ways that I stay cash poor. If you haven't watched it, go check it out. I give some places where I store money where I don't have to keep it in the bank because I don't like keeping money in the bank. And at this point, I will be keeping even less money in the bank because I'm not trying to have those problems. I'm not trying to be a part of that scenario because what we're living in is a land of smoke and mirrors. Like we always talk trash about China's financial system and how they have a shadow system. The American shadow system is with its citizens. They give us the illusion of security, and nothing's secure. None of this is secure. None of it. It's wild. Like none of this is secure. None of this is anything that it's supposed to be. And it's our money is being used to fund everybody else's stuff. And that is not what I want my money used for. I want my money used to fund my stuff. So we're gonna that's the reason I'm not an advocate of participating in that system and any more than you have to. Like obviously, even being in crypto, like they still haven't figured out a way for us to pay bills out of that, nor would I actually want to pay bills in crypto. I enjoy paying bills with dollars that are worthless. I give them their dollars that are worthless that they want because it is more advantageous to pay everyone in their money. Obviously, give Caesar what's his than it is to pay with crypto because crypto goes up in value and dollars go down in value. So I want to pay everyone in dollars. So if you want dollars, invoice me for some dollars because I'll give them up. I'll give up the ghost on some dollars. I don't need them. But outside of what's needed, or if obviously I'm still making my move with Citibank, which obviously was it actually good foresight on my part because they're probably going to be one of the 5 banks that are left after this is over. So at least I'll have another place to put my money. But unless you're in a private banking relationship with a bank, like they're really useless. They're just there to bill you. They're just there to extract value. They don't add value. The only value the banks add is bill pay. That's the only convenient thing about any bank aside from a place for my paycheck to hit so that I can go get my money and do what I need to do with it. Like, what other value do they add? I mean, they're inconvenient, they're clunky, they bill you for everything. They'll let your account run over. They don't actually protect you. Everything has a fee attached to it. They give you crap for interest. Like, they don't help you make money unless you have money and are getting into a private banking relationship, which most people aren't. Most people don't even know about private banking. So another issue, they give us half truths. They want us to just sit there and just be extracted from. And now the government's running them out of Dodge left and right. And it's just not the best scenario for them to be in. So I don't know. I mean, that's basically all I've got to say about it. I got a couple other talking points here on my monologue, and then we can get to some of the fun stuff. But like, yeah, I'm here for it. Everything that's happening in the banking system right now, they earned it. They're getting exactly what they earned, and that's all I've got to say about this. A couple of other points, because like I've been deep diving, and while I'm coming from a financial crypto perspective on this, which is we want to see the world burn. I believe that Bitcoin is the actual revolution, is non-participation in these systems and letting them rot. Because the only thing that these people understand is money, and so I'm just gonna, me personally, I'm gonna just silently quit the financial system. That's what I'm doing. like I'm done with it. Like I outside of how it can benefit me, if it's not a beneficial for me relationship, I ain't interested. Like I ain't having it. I ain't gonna be a part. I'm not playing. If they're not gonna add you value, I don't see the point in pretending to play this game, because then they also want you to bend the knee and thank them, and I'm not gonna do that either. But a couple of interesting things, and it's obviously the half truths that they give. Raising interest rates is not tightening money. They'll keep telling us that they're tightening the money and the Fed's raising interest rates. Raising interest rates is not tightening money. This is actually good for the markets because they can still get loans. Now, when I say that, people might be a little bit confused because they're like, oh, well, they're raising interest rates. Well, like the companies and these corporations do not care about the interest rate. The interest rate isn't what stops them from taking the loans. It's when they restrict the ability to get the loan that money becomes tightened. Now, that said, we are coming into a space of tight money right now because of these regional banking collapses. That reason being is banks are scared. So they're not loaning money because there's high probability that they're going to be in the bullseye for another collapse because that's what's happening to all these other banks. They loaned out money. They can't call those loans in. The companies don't have them. Everybody's been getting easy money. And now that tide's going out and we're finding out who was swimming with their pants down. Obviously, we've already touched on this being bigger than the 08 crash. But I still want to reiterate that. Like the stuff that's going on, this is actually worse. And we've, as a society, been desensitized to what these crashes are actually about. We're not even registering what's going on as a populace. Like in 08, it was because you could look out and you could see vacant houses. You could look and see your neighbor losing his house. You worked with people who were losing their houses because they were involved in those predatory loans that they kept selling off as junk, and then the loans got called. They didn't have the money, and here we are. And you got to see those people actively losing something. This crash, we're just seeing banks collapse. But like during 08, one bank collapsed. A couple of banks got bought. Right now, it's like a bank every week. Bank or two every week. Which brings me back to the slide that we were looking at. I'm gonna pull that up. I'm gonna make me small down in the corner for those of you who wanna see what's going on. Hold on, let me catch a couple of these because it's early and I don't want to rush through this. I want to make sure we're interacting with my people in here that are dropping some knowledge. Oof. Rage Nation, it's all about networking, bro. If people have nothing to offer or make you money, what good are they? 100% right, brother. 100% right. I mean, I've been on that time for a minute. It's just like, if you're not building, then what are you doing? Like, you see people around here, and I was talking about this today because I've dialed back a lot because like I'm dialed into obviously I was working on this corner all week, but the stuff that is talked about right now while all this stuff is going on is wild to me. We're in a bank's collapsing every week almost, and dudes are still on here talking about modern women, and that's the whole content. Like, I understand that people want to be distracted, but I'm like, bro, like Rome is burning, and you're talking about submission. like you're actively submitting, guy. Like I don't know. It's like people want to have these unimportant and in all honesty, unless you're having problems with women, they're uninteresting conversations. They're very low level. And I get it. People get online to be entertained and to deal in the drama, the fuckery, what have you. But I just can't. I don't know. I'm too about that bag. I'm like, if I'm not getting paid or I'm not on a panel where we're having a good conversation about women, like I can't be out here while the banks are burning to the ground. I mean, you know, I've been waiting for this for years, and like they're over here talking about modern women, and they're not even capitalizing on any of this chaos because there's going to be a lot of opportunity, and that's my angle on this. Hold up. Natasha asked a good question. What about when your bank operates as a brokerage? I'm still buying stocks, ETFs, and such. brokerages aren't failing. Like I'm with you on that. That's one of the ways that I stay cash poor. Like my concern is the bank. Like if you own stock and your intangibles, the tangibles aren't collapsing. If the dollar went away tomorrow, there's still going to be Apple. The S&P 500 is still going to exist. They're going to value it differently. That'll change, but outside of that, they're not going to. I mean, as long as it's not in dollars, that's my thing. I'm like, I want the dollar, that whole ecosystem, not a fan. I'm not a fan of the stock market the way that it is currently either, but those are at least tangibles. You're owning something. So I own stocks. I mean, that's one system that I don't like that I have to participate in because like I'm going to own as much stuff as I can. And it's a tangible. So when snaps. So when I'm looking at those types of things, I don't have an issue with keeping my money in a brokerage account that's tied to the bank, because if the bank fails, you still own those stocks. They got to give you your stocks. You're not getting insurance to cover your tangible assets that they're holding for you. They're a middle person, and those stocks got to go somewhere. Like you still have legal claim to them. So I don't worry about that. I would rather have stocks than dollars at this point. As the Wall Street Trapper says, the market is my savings account. I like that. It's a really good saying that he has, and it stuck with me. And you know what? I'm gonna keep that alive, and I'll credit him every time I say it. Rage Nation said, absolute truth. It's like believing there's actual tangible gold in the Federal Reserve. Facts, bro. Facts. You know what, though? There's more tangible gold in there now than there used to be, because all these central banks are adding gold reserves at this point because they know that it's about to be bad. Rage Nation tagged in on the statement about the banks. The only use for banks is building liquid, build debt to build equity, and make more money. Use the banks, don't let them use you. Solid, man. See, that's I love this tribe, man. Y'all are great. And Rage gets it. He totally gets it. Natasha gets it. You know, and so we're gonna go one of my Twitter accounts that I like to follow. It's Arthur Hayes. And this dude's been on the bank's necks since they started putting. Oh, he actually got the list. Okay, this is actually better than I thought. So he had a post, and this was from the 2nd. So this was 2 days ago. Said a few of these banks won't be around next Monday unless the Fed cuts rates and signals more cuts. Or hashtag bank term funding program eligible collateral is expanded to any loan on a U.S. federally chartered bank's balance sheet. It's gobbling down. Now, let's take a look here. This is a list of 18 regional banks that are currently tanking. Now, if you look on here, some of these larger ones, which PacWest, they're actively crashing now. like this was actually one of my bullet points. And like now I'm looking at his list from 2 days ago. I was like, man, you look on here, you got PacWest, you got which is PACW, you have PPBI. That one might not make it till Monday. You look on here, oh geez, all these, I would say this whole chunk that's in the 8% and up range, them dudes might not be around come Monday, because PacWest is actively failing right now. They're looking for money right now. Like I was listening to that on the way home. And yeah, they don't know what they're going to do. They're trying to see if Chase wants to buy them out too. This is getting wild, but like this is the type of stuff. And then what's funny is a lot of these banking institutions all had fun stuff to say a decade ago about crypto. And the banks are collapsing. Like they're going away. And you know what? The crypto market's not looking that bad. Hold up. Let me pull this up and see what we got going on here. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go ahead and share this tab. Let's look at what CoinGecko got to say about crypto, man. Hold up. What's that? Bitcoin? Over 7 days, we down 1.9%. Okay, bro. Like, okay. I mean, I'm just saying, it's been 10 years. These banks ain't here no more. Like, these banks are going away. They're getting bought out. They're all going to be Chase Morgan banks pretty soon at the rate that this is going. They're all going to be City banks at the rate this is going. And we're oh, you know that US, oh my God, Natasha, you know that US Bank was one of the ones that got downgraded on Moody's, right? I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but yeah, and that was one of the things that got me actually looking like, oh, this is actually really terrible, and started like pricking my ears perked up, because we have US Bank here in Kansas City. And so, like, I see those banks all the time. Like, I see them regularly. Like, I grew up knowing what US Bank was. And that was honestly the first one that the first bank that has been on one of this bank's failing list that I knew what bank it was, which is concerning to me, because I'm like, hey, I know that bank, you know? So when I saw that, I was like, oh geez, this is wild. Oh, Casey Mo's still in the house. No, I'm gonna drop the link here in a second. But yeah, US Bank is on the list of Moody's downgraded banks. I don't know what they're currently doing as far as like if they're having the liquidity drop or running into any more issues, but I know that they got their rating downgraded, and they were specifically named. Like, that's gonna be wild. I tell you what. The other thing that I was going to say about these commercial loans is they're tight. Those funds are severely tight. Like, they're not doing commercial loans for real. Like, banks are scared to do that right now. And I mean, unless you're doing a development for like housing, like if you're trying to build a place for a store, you're probably not getting it. An Amazon fulfillment center, they would definitely probably fund you for that, because everybody uses Amazon. But I'm just like, it's bad. And a lot of these commercial loans are coming to maturity, and the property is actually worth less than the loan. So if whoever took out the loan defaults on the loan, now the bank's actually upside down because the property didn't appreciate in value, and like it's just not good. The commercial space right now is ugly. It is ugly. And so, yeah, here we are. We got PacWest, who was on the list 2 days ago for the banks that weren't going to make it till next week. And PacWest, we're not even to Friday yet, and they're about ready to call it. Like, they might not make it through the weekend. Then we might have a word from PacWest getting bought out or completely collapsing tomorrow. But crypto's dangerous, guys. Like, you gotta watch yourself on that crypto there, so we don't know what we're doing over here in the crypto space, where we're not capitulating and going completely away. Own a spot swung through. What is up, Own a spot? We're talking about that. We on Bag Talk tonight. We ain't talking about modern women. We ain't talking about dating, because women ain't gonna be able to be modern when we can't buy nothing. Men aren't gonna be dating when we can't buy nothing. Like, nobody's gonna be doing anything when we can't buy nothing. And like, we're having an issue with the money right now. Rage Nation's, oh God, he's on some let it burn. Take your money out of all of these banks. You are safer with small local banks, better relationships, opportunity, and easier to obtain funds for new ventures. If if you have, I'm going to abbreviate this for you. If you yeah, that's exactly. Okay. That makes sense. If you have your shit together, 100%. I mean, I'm fine with a smaller bank. You're going to have more along the lines of a private banking relationship with that bank than you would a larger bank anyway, in my opinion. Like the only reason, like I'm going with Citi because now I know they're going to be one of the 5 banks left. So like as they're attacking and running these regional banks out of business via policy, I'm not worried about Citibank going out of business and my money being stuck in Citibank because like they're going to be buying banks. The same with like JP Morgan Chase, both of which have private banking sides, which if you're going to deal with a bank, make sure they're working for you. Bro, Mike, you ain't right. I'm gonna read it though. Modern women won't want you if you ain't got a pot to piss in. And they're coming for the pots right now. This is it. It's just what's happening. And I think this is going to be an overarching issue because this is literally going to put that whole dynamic on steroids because now the women who are having to compete for resources are going to be in a hyper stress situation, which means they're going to act even more modern. They're going to have even more demands. They're going to be functioning even more under scarcity. And this goes back to you can't just be average dude. But like if you're trying to be an average dude, this ain't going to work out well for you because that's going to be the hardest area hit. Like if you just wanted to go and put in your 35 to 40 hours and call it, like, I mean, you can do that and still get on Halo and still have Cheeto crumbs in your belly button, but you're probably going to be in the don't have a pot to piss in category because they're coming for the money. And that's basically the gist of it. So I'm gonna drop the link. Casey, if you're ready to roll back through, bro, you can come put yourself square in the middle of the screen as you were when I showed up late. I'll make you the center. I'll be the small square, bro. You can just come take over my show. But it's gonna be a problem. I think there's gonna be some massive opportunities. I think there's gonna be some big opportunities in crypto. I think after we hit this because I believe that we've been in the recession for a little while. I've never not believed that we were in a recession. When they said that we peaked at 10%, I understood that food cost 20 to 50% more. That's a terrible state to be in. Stuff is expensive. Oh, snap. He doing dinner with his lady. Got the phone out still. You rude as hell, bro. You better pay attention to your woman, Casey. Like, I see you, bro. But I've known, as far as I'm concerned in my mentality, we've been in a recession for a hot second. And they're going to get to a point to where they're going to have to say that we're in a recession. And I don't know how many banks have to collapse. Like, I mean, how many banks have to go out of business before like everybody collectively acknowledges like, hey, there's something wrong here? That's my question. Because as we're sitting here and as we're sitting here talking about this, it's like, are we actually in the retrospect of believing the government at this point? Like when they say that like, oh no, everything's just freaking wonderful. I'm not seeing it. I don't understand where the wonderfulness is coming from. They like it's not just wonderful. Like it's just not. It doesn't make any sense. We're sitting here and acting like this is just fine, and banks are collapsing every week. And it's like another bank every week, and everybody just pretends like it's not that big a deal. What's going on? World Class is in the building. We're talking money tonight, man. You gonna come up and rap or what? I was like, I'm not bagging on poor people, so don't be on my neck, World Class. And I was like that's it. See, that's it. You know, I always respect it. World Class rolls through. That dude literally be dunking on all my friends. And I'm like, oh, you the homie too, bro. Like, I love it. I love the way I navigate these YouTube streets. Like, I'm literally Sweden up in here. Like, that's the way that I roll. Like, but so there's gonna be a lot of opportunities. Like, I was talking with a real estate investor that I made friends with that keeps trying to buy my place that I won't sell to. But like, we talk every time he calls. So he calls like probably once every quarter or two to see if I want to sell my house yet. Or actually at this point, he's calling to see when I'm ready to start looking. And I informed him that I was ready to start looking. So he's going to start sending me some of the deals that he might have. It is a gift, bro. No, I don't even think it's a gift. I think it's just navigating these YouTube streets with the same respect that I navigate the regular streets. I'm not a fun person to not like. Like, it's not worth it. Like, you're gonna insult me, and then I'll just be petty for like a couple of weeks, and then we'll make up, and then I'm not gonna care. Like, I don't know. Actually, the only person who's ever done that is Fatty. And it was collateral damage. That's the word that he put, because I was just there. So, like, we cooled out. I'm always over. Like, I show support for everybody. If they're having a good conversation or it's something interesting, I'm gonna tap in. I'll leave my 2 cents and keep it moving. I just this end of the world, dark of night beef. I ain't really about it. I'm not trying to play Game of Thrones online. And I tend. I don't have to lie about my existence because I have a very small channel. So, as we growing out, like, it's cool. We'll make it bigger, but I'm not out here just like lying to kick it. It is what it is. And, apparently some of these people are out here not telling the truth about stuff, and then it gets exposed, and then they're embarrassed or whatever. I don't know. I'm more concerned about how we all going to navigate what this government's got coming for us. Which, back to the topic, as we're going here, my personal thoughts on this, and this is old Reckless Ray De Niro's tinfoil hat moment. This is my call on what we're doing and what I see the government doing. And this is also the reason. Hold up, let me go ahead and bust open my monster energy here. I'm gonna have to have a sip. I am parched. So my call on this is, I think that what we're going to end up having is, this is the government. Oh, hey, Mike came up. What's up, Mike?
What's up, man?
How you doing?
Bro, you're talking my game here when it comes to financial.
I love it. So originally this is so when this show was over on the other channel before it got just given to me, this was what they actually had me own a spot said, don't drink the monster. Like, bro, I'm about to tear all these walls up. If you see the trucker cap go on, it's about to be over and turn the screen off. No, so originally, so this was what I got brought over to do this show for. And then because I like to have, you got to wrap the medicine and the entertainment. And I just like talking about stuff. Like, I don't get to talk to enough real people. And so this way I get to talk to people from all over the place. And, it's fun for me. But what you'll notice is I try to have these conversations about some stuff important for like the first hour and a half, 2 hours. And then we can talk about whatever the chat wants to talk about. But with a topic like today's topic, I think it's important because a lot of people want to get distracted. And I'm like, this all boils back to the money. And like, all the other stuff is actually the distraction. Because if we were in a state to where everybody could just compete, you wouldn't have modern women, because people would be able to go out there, they'd get to the bag, men would be in the position they're supposed to be in, women would be able to rest in their femininity, and then, nature would run its...
You call it a distraction, I call it deflection. I call it deflection on many different levels. But listen, like I said before, modern woman ain't gonna want you if you ain't got a pot to piss in. Because once CBD, once CBD hits CBDC. Sorry, I'm losing my mind.
Yep.
Once it hits, your drug hustle and your side hustle's gone. So then what you got?
Yep. Yeah.
So,
I mean, there's not going to be any fast money at that point.
No, not at all. You're not going to have any side hustle.
Well, so that was getting me to my play. Like, I think this is what they're doing. Because, like, as you were saying, and like you kind of put this beat in my head, because there was the time that we were talking, and you said that it's illegal for the federal government to print the money and be the bank at this point, at this juncture. And so, like, I started thinking about it, and I was like, well, wait a minute. Once I started seeing like all these banks, and then Moody's downgrading more regional banks, and then out of those downgraded banks, more banks are starting to collapse off that list. I'm looking at it and I'm going, okay, so the federal bank is allowing Chase, they're working out deals so that the private banks, the larger ones, can buy out the smaller ones. And we're going to, like, the way that I see this working out, we're going to end up with about 5 banks. That's what's going to happen, because all the big banks are going to buy all the little banks, and they're going to keep ratcheting this policy that'll knock out the little banks, right? The next phase of that is they'll use policy to start ratcheting out the big banks. Now, once the big banks collapse, then they're going to come back in with the age-old line that we're supposed to not ever want to hear. We're the government, and we're here to help. But then they'll have the ability to go, hey, we tried to let the banking system fix itself. We did. We gave it a good effort. We let the big banks buy the little banks, and like they were supposed to be safe, and then they didn't work. So now we'll go ahead and just let the Fed do this, and then everyone use the CBDCs, and then we have control of you. Like, that's the way that I think this plays out.
Well, let's face it. JP Morgan's never going anywhere. I mean, as simple as that. I mean, I'll take you back to the story of the Titanic if people want, but JP Morgan ain't going nowhere. Okay? I'm just being honest. Most people don't know. Most people saw the movie and think it's a love story, but actually the story is that JP Morgan sunk that ship on purpose, and hence why the Federal Reserve was open the next year. I mean, call it conspiracy, but it's the God's honest truth, and JP Morgan ain't going nowhere.
So we might just have JP Morgan giving us the money.
well, the fact of the matter is JP Morgan is the Federal Reserve. You think there's not tunnels underneath from JP Morgan to the Federal Reserve in the city? Like, you got to be out of your mind. Like, there's actual tunnels, structured tunnels that go from the bank to the Federal Reserve. I mean, it's a prime example when Germany wanted to go see their gold. Right, in 2018. It took them 3 years to see their gold, and they were funneling the gold back from JP Morgan to the Federal Reserve because there's nothing there.
Dang. That is why it took them 3 years to see their gold. God.
Yeah, what's funny is I laugh because most people are oblivious to what we're talking about right now. They really are. And I always bring up the Titanic, and I laugh because people don't understand the story. JP Morgan built the Titanic. He literally built the Titanic, okay? Every single person who was in opposition of the Federal Reserve was on that ship when it sunk. It's not coincidence. It's not conspiracy. I mean, why wasn't JP Morgan on his own ship for its first sailing? I mean, let's just think about that.
Wow. That's, I never thought about that, but I've also never heard that story. Well, that is interesting.
You want to know what's funny? A year before, an author wrote a book called The Titan, which is the exact story of the Titanic. It just so happens he was murdered right after he wrote
it. Wow.
Well, I can get into conspiracy all day long, but I mean, listen. Conspiracy is just a story that holds truth. I'm sorry to say it does. There's some sort of truth within conspiracy. But if you put all the pieces together, it's the truth. I'm sorry to say JP Morgan was built on murder, capitalism, and the Federal Reserve. He created the Federal Reserve exactly the year to date after the Titanic sunk.
Wow. And then all the opposition just so happened to be on his ship.
You want to know what's funny? All the opposition, they did not want Federal Reserve. Look into it, bro. It's facts. Yeah. Like, people can research it themselves. I mean, it's all facts. It's right in front of your face. People just don't want to see it. And that's why I was telling you earlier and telling the people, like, stay with small local banks. Build that relationship, and you will get more out of it than you will with these big banks who, I mean, I could tell you a story about Bank of America. Me and Bank of America had a huge thing. One time when I was young in business, I was literally, I had $10,000 in 1 year. In 1 year, in bull crap friggin', what do you want to call them, fines, whatever they are. They literally, what happened is I had money constantly moving in and out. So if my money went negative for only an hour, there's money that they were taking from me. Like, and I wouldn't know it. You know, you put money in, you take money out, you put money. In 1 year, over 10 grand.
Oh, Jesus.
And I had to fight.
So they were hitting you with every single one of those overdrafts.
Bro, everything you can possibly think of, I was getting hit with. But here's the thing. When you're in business and you're making a lot of money, you don't notice. See it. You're not going to notice $40 missing or $20 missing until at the end of the year, you look at Bank of America's little pie chart and they tattled on themselves and told me how much they took in fees.
Wow. They're like, oh, yeah, by the way, thanks for donating.
Well, it's a true story because I've been, in 2008, I lost almost $250,000. So I understand more than anybody. And remember, who am I? I'm a nobody. Imagine what these bigger guys and these bigger companies were losing.
Yeah. And I like the whole $10,000 in fees. Like that is wild. Like really wild.
Well, who's going to know when you have constant money moving in and out, especially in construction? Like I'm in construction. I own a farm, but I'm in construction. Construction is my main thing. That's why I tell people, build a relationship with your bank. If you got good credit or if you don't got good credit, get good credit. Show that income, get good credit, make the bank work for you. Like a prime example, we just bought a house. I paid $120,000 on 2.5 acres, right?
Nice.
Two-story house. It was built in 2001. It was never finished. So it's a total rehab. I got to rebuild the whole inside. Here's the thing. I'll get more than 2.5 times the equity in an 8-week period. Who can do that? That's what you need to be doing. You need to buy up properties that you can rehab. And people don't want to believe real estate's where it's at, but I'm telling you right now, it is.
100%. Well, I mean, it's a tangible. They're not making more of it. And like when they go through these phases where they jack up the ecosystem, it just drives up the prices on houses. I mean, I'm 100% with you. Like when I bought the place I'm at now, they call me every year and a half to talk about the equity of my house because it's been consistently going up. And it's like, okay, like that and for me, it's crypto and real estate. Like those are my two things. Like those are the things
I'm in crypto, but I tell people commodities and people don't want to believe it. But here's the thing. People have to understand, and this is where there's a misconception, is that you don't have to buy a bar of gold, an ounce of gold. Okay, you don't have to. You can buy into gold, whether you got $20, $40, $100. You can buy into silver. Build your silver. Watch the market because it constantly goes up and down. When you have enough and silver drops, sell it. Buy gold. It's that easy. Do the same thing and work your way up to platinum, palladium. I own metal all over the place. And then the best part is you can receive tangible. So if you're not comfortable with the market, you can have that metal sent to your house intangible.
Nice. There you go. That's a whole gem.
Well, I tell you, listen, I have stuff over there. Dude, Mrs. Rage will take money. I don't even know what she's taking half the time. And next thing I know, I got bars of gold showing up in my door.
Oh, wow.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, literally, bars of gold in a friggin' flat rate box. You never know what's in it. Like, literally, that's how they send it to you. And whatever it is, awesome. Gold back dollars. But you're smart, Ray. Awesome. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. No, that makes sense. They hold on. Casey Mo said people need to know that banks are a business, and they exist to make money make them money, not you. And then What's up, Ona Spot?
That's
Welcome to the
true.
show. She came up to tell me to drink some water. She's sick of seeing me drink Monster Energy drinks.
No, okay, Casey Joe is absolutely right. But if someone's going to make money off you, it's called it's networking. You need to make money in return. So let me. It's just like, all right. So if you buy a piece of property, right, and you're able to raise that equity in 8 to 10 week period, even in a 6-month period, be realistic. Okay, if you have to hire contractors and stuff like that, just because you're paying that small percentage to the bank. In return, you're going to be making a hell of a lot more. You just have to be smart about it.
Right. Oh,
money makes the world go round. That's it. That's what it is. Listen, Ray, if your show does good, I'll start investing in you.
Hey, there we go. Well, I mean, the thing is, like, I kind of do this to facilitate like a network where, even though, because like obviously, like high level topics, you're not necessarily gonna immediately get the viewership of that. And so most of the stuff that I'm doing, it's like documenting my journey, documenting like me on the climb up, and then building spaces to where we can come have people like yourself, like myself, give different insights, because like we're all on the same trajectory, but it's like there's no right answer when it comes to money or finance, in my opinion. There's so many different ways to do it. Like we could get 100 guys in a room that are at a certain level and be like, how'd you get here? And you wouldn't get the same answer.
Because I can tell you.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no.
I can tell you a crazy story. Like I can tell you a crazy story about my farm that most people wouldn't believe that happened at the beginning of COVID. And I can tell you that you can make money off of anything. If you wanted to make money off of selling dog shit, you can.
Yeah. Yeah. And
go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, I don't subscribe to the ideology that there's like one way to do things. Like I always tell people, I'm like, this is the way that I'm choosing to do it, because like basically anything that you do, you should be able to explain the why behind it from a business perspective, in a sense where it's not super, super complicated. Like I'm in crypto. I consider myself a financial anarchist, and I don't like middlemen. That simple. Like, why are you here? No middlemen. And it's my way of saying F you to the traditional system, because like, I don't believe that it's built for people. You can make it work for you if you're perspicacious, but like in jest, it wasn't built for us to win. And they've shown that multiple times. There's like, you're not supposed to be able to work your way up for real.
Listen, all you need is drive. That's what it comes down to. Like I'll tell you the story real quick. I'll try to cut it down. But I'll tell you how I really start. I mean, I've always made money. I've always owned businesses. But I'll tell you, at the height of COVID, I knew construction was going to tank, right? There's nothing I could do. I knew construction was going to tank. So me and my wife said, what are we going to do for money? And we looked around, and we like to garden. I know it sounds gay. I'm not, but we like to garden. We like
everyone likes food. Shut your
So we looked at our super hot peppers that are growing, and we said, that's what we're going to make a business out of. I swear to God, this is a true story. We're in our backyard. I said, that's what we're going to make a business out of. I looked at the trajectory rate. It had a 7.3% trajectory rate till 2028. I said, that's what we're doing. Let me tell you something. Within 3 years, I built a $500,000 company and just reinvested and reinvested. I never took one paycheck. I made it work for me, and I reinvested. And look where we are now today with the farm. We have world's hottest pepper. We have 38 different products. We're all over the place. We're all over the world, not even the United States. That's how I did it. Literally from nothing. You want to know what I did? I sold guns and ammo to invest in a business. I swear to God.
I love that. That is awesome.
Anybody can do it. Listen, even if you're a product of your environment, you're stuck in the hood. Did you hear what I said? I sold guns and ammo to fund my business. Anybody can do it. Anybody.
Well,
and then you work off of that.
Well, I think that the interesting part of that was you leveraged something that you had, right? So like you leveraged a way to get into the business. And a lot of people don't think that way. And I think that way. So like whenever I do something, I'm like, cool, I reinvest in those lines. So like when I just redid the studio here. That was off everything that I made from this, because I'm like, if I get money coming in from a separate stream, I'm like, cool, that's seed money for that line. And if I'm doing well, then it grows. And it kind of lets you know.
I don't even use my studio.
Right.
I swear to God, I got $1,800 mixer right in front of me. I barely even use.
Bro, I'm about to move within 20 miles of where you live and just come over to your house.
Bro, I got a 4K camera. I got mics out the wazoo. I got everything over here. I don't use it for nothing.
Yeah. I mean, but when people do stuff, like, it's a lot of people stop at like, oh, I'm going to get this amount of income. Cause like I talk to people all the time where it's like, they're like, oh, well, I'm in this type of trading. And I'm like, that's cool. Do you have a plan for the profits? Oh, well, I'm making this. And I'm like, that's cool. But like, are you keeping it? Like how much of that are you keeping? And it's like, people focus on getting the income in and they're not actually building anything. They're just racking up income.
Yeah, but they're focusing on material. That's the problem. People are materialistic, and your focus on material. Listen, you don't need a nice car. You can be piss poor with ripped shirt and drive a Prius, but if you got money, you can have the modern woman. Doesn't matter what you look like. Doesn't matter if you're ugly like me. You can have the modern. You don't need material. You don't. And that's the problem. It's all about reinvesting, taking that profit and building bigger. And people need to understand that. The problem is people who never had money get money and they use it senselessly. Yep. They waste it. They blow it. Let's go to the club and blow $5,000 in a night on strippers and drinks that cost me a fortune I could buy in a liquor store for $12. I mean, come on.
Yeah. No, you're 100% right. And it's that it's that poverty mindset. Like, a lot of this boils down to mindset. And it's like there's certain people that just aren't built. You have to have the mindset for when the money comes in, or you're not going to keep it. Oh no, absolutely. Like I said, we always try to support everybody around here. Like, our tribe is our tribe.
If you look at my channel, I have my channel to come on your channels. I swear to God, I don't build it, and I should repost and I should do things. I'm busy, so it's hard for me.
I totally understand. I'm just saying, like, if you've got a lot of insight, so if for some odd reason you ever throw something up there, I want to make sure that people know you exist, so that way they can catch it.
Yeah, I could talk on any subject you want to bring on. I mean, you want to talk about a woman capitalizing off of farts in a jar, we could talk about that.
Oh, dude, they do, because there's
proof. That's
I
proof.
know.
You can sell anything.
So anything, literally. Oh man. But yeah, but I remember when we had that conversation about the CBDCs, and I'm like, man, once that hits, man, it's because, like, you're talking about, like, the side hustle and the undercurrent of society, like, you ain't gonna be able to sell drugs, but, like, you think about the fact that, like, if you're on any type of assistance, you caught out now, because those dollars are going to be programmable. If you're on if you collecting child support, oh boy, that's going to be a whole different world.
Bingo,
like,
bro.
Like, I was like, the way that I function, I'm like, I want to see that chaos, bro. Like, they're going to be a bunch of upset women.
People are going to be like, oh, the government won't take it that far. Yeah? Did you live through COVID? The government won't take it that far? I mean, come on.
100%. 100%.
It's programmable, and the fines are going to be programmable too. Yep. So, you know what I'm saying? If you're jaywalking across the street, which I don't even think they give tickets for that anymore, there's going to be a computer generated fine right to your bank account that automatically takes it out. And you're going to be like, well, where'd my $5 go?
They'll be like, you were jaywalking, bro. I mean, that's the reason I was like, I always tell people, I'm like, they'll also be able to close off the ways for people to get into assets, because technically speaking, if the government goes, hey, we don't want people involved in commodities or gold, we don't want you involved in precious metals, they can just turn that off. Like, you can't buy them with dollars anymore.
They already control it. Prime example. Now, I know many of yous aren't with the war in Ukraine and Russia. Mm-hmm. Well, when Russia was getting sanctioned, I wanted to invest in rubles. That was my main thing. I knew he was going to pull something out of his hat and he was going to go gold back. Do you know our own government would not let me invest in rubles, not even through a financial system? I could not buy them.
What?
Yeah. So I wanted to buy as much Russian currency as I can because I knew what was going to happen. It ain't hard to see. I knew it. I was not able to buy rubles.
Wow.
Yep. And I was denied without CBDC. So that should tell you something.
Man. Yeah. Well, was it because of the sanctions? Is that why? Because they were just like, we don't want you buying.
Regardless of what it was, because I mean, we have Russians in the United States that are here on visas or whatever. I should have been able to obtain rubles, no problem. But unfortunately, the government denied me.
Yeah, that's Big Brother gets to tell us what we get to do with our money. That's awesome.
Well, now I'm screwed because the ruble value went up.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
There's no point now.
Man, so what are your thoughts on BRICS? Did you see that it's 24 countries now that have decided that it's just not worth it dealing with dollars anymore?
Listen, and I know Mayo's not on here, but here's my thought on BRICS, okay? BRICS is the new NATO. And I know you can't put a defense system against a financial system, but if you look at the reality, BRICS is the new defense system. It's not just a financial system. It's going to be a combined system. And people do not understand that. They are going to take over.
Oh, I agree. I 100% agree with that. Like when I was looking, I was like, oh, so it's all like when I looked at the list, I was like, okay, so it's all the countries that like when we screwed up our financial system, they went into hyperinflation and didn't like it. Okay. It's like,
listen, the United States reign has lasted for far too long. Okay. 100%. And it was only a matter of time. Listen, there's always someone bigger and better, even in our industry, everything. No matter how good you are, there's always someone who's going to come along with a better idea or something like that. And unfortunately, listen, I was talking to my friend is Canadian, and we talk politics a lot about how similar it is in Canada to the United States. And we were talking about this last night. Like he asked me, he goes, Mike, how do you feel to be the most hated country in the world? That's exactly what he asked me. Think about that.
Yeah.
I mean, think about that.
Well, our financial policy has been the barrel of a gun. Of course.
Well, and that's the absolute truth. The last how many wars? 14? Yep. I mean, it's all been for what?
Yep. Just to keep us where we're at. And it's only a matter of time before people get fed up, they get sick. And realistically, when you transition out of the world currency, usually it's because of stuff similar to this, because like if you can't keep your policy and your currency consistent, it screws everyone else up in the system. So like when we're experiencing inflation, we're going, geez, stuff's like up 50%. There were literally places during that time period at the peak of our inflation that stuff was going up thousands of percent an hour. Like if you went and sat down and had a coffee, the next coffee you bought was like $8 more than the coffee that you sat down and had within that hour, because we were affecting the ripple effect from what we get inconvenienced. Everyone else gets wiped out.
Well, prime example, and I'll say this, everybody knows I'm in construction. Prime example, I used to be able, in 2007, 2009, whatever, be able to get a sheet of plywood for $15 to $30 variable. During COVID, it hit $99 for one sheet of plywood. A 2x4 that cost $2.40 now raised to $7.80. And at one point during the height of COVID was at $14 a 2x4. That's outrageous.
Right. And that's like noticeable, like very noticeable.
For a contractor, yes. And the worst part is I only can have 10-day bids now. I can't say this bid is good for 6 months. It's a 10-day bid because that's how drastically it changes within that course of time.
Oh, we saw remodel jobs. One of the remodeling companies that we did some contract work with to do the automation part of their remodels, so they were doing whole home remodels, and she said she had to break it down into sections of the home because by the end of the job, the prices had fluctuated so much that like people were getting sticker shocked and upset because like she would start the project and they'd be like you were saying, the 2x4s doubling in price. Now, when we're framing off the last part of when she was framing off the last part of the house, they're just like, well, this last room is $5,000 more, and like you're out of your budget, so we need $5,000. And people were not happy, or we need $10,000 or whatever it was, because the stuff that they had picked, the selections they'd made, they hadn't paid for that phase yet, and they wanted to withhold funds. And now it's like, well, now that's not the price for this room anymore.
Well, dude, you know what? I just had to do an entire breakdown for the house that we just bought. So, I mean, an entire breakdown. Now, I do everything. So, I'm full scale. I do electrical, plumbing, HVAC, everything.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah. So, I do projects from start to finish in every phase. So, long story short, I bought this house. Now, me, as a contractor, I have to spend my time for free, even though it's my project. But I still have to spend my time to break everything down. And I'm talking about, I'm the contractor who just doesn't add 10%. I will literally add up every single fixture, every single line, every valve, every screw. That's how I am. I swear to God. So when I do my
he said every valve.
Listen, I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's a plastic tab. It gets added in there, and I literally count everything. And it will change dramatically. Like I just told the bank, okay, this is my projection. I said, but if things change in the market, obviously it's going to be higher if material or lower, depending on which way the market goes. Yeah. You know, and the banks do understand, you know, but I also max out everything. Like all my material costs, and I hate to say this as a contractor, but when I do a bid, I max out everything at the highest dollar.
Yeah. You have
regardless if I'm saving money.
Right, right. I mean, you have to. Like otherwise it gets really, I mean, I don't see how it could be, how you can do it any other way, to be honest. Cause like in our company, like our stuff, like we're waiting for parts and prices are changing. Cause like we're a technology company. So stuff's not getting built because of microchips still. Like everything's open, but apparently nothing's still getting built. Like it's
well, see, for me, dude, I explain this. Number one, I always say I'm the biggest Italian Jew there is, because I'm the cheapest person you're ever going to meet in the world. So let's just get that straight. I am cheap. But I can, it's all about becoming self-sufficient, especially for everybody watching. Listen, it's all about becoming self-sufficient, whether you want to believe it or not. With the value of things, stupid crap like raising chickens can save you so much money. And it's about self-sufficient. And not only that, I believe in high efficiency. So your houses, whatever you're doing, high efficiency is where it is, because you need to save money in every area you can.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
So it's
I 100% agree with that.
Dude, the new house I just did, I upped the value just by putting in 23 SEER mini splits that can work off of friggin' solar. This way the house don't have to use electric for heating and air.
Oh, that's freaking awesome. That is awesome. So your house has solar too?
Just for certain aspects. I'm doing a lot of different things. Like I even put a well on the property, even though I have city water. Why? Because I always have a means. I have a wood burning. Yeah, I have a wood burning stove. Besides everything, as an alternate source of heat. Like I'm always.
So you're completely covered with redundancy. Like if the whole grid shut down, like you're still capable of functioning.
Well, not only that, you kind of know what I used to do back in the day. I can survive in the middle of nowhere. Like when I tell you I can survive in the middle of nowhere, sleep 2 hours a night on a rock, it wouldn't matter. I mean, I could survive anywhere.
That's awesome. That is, that's commendable. That's probably a goal that everybody should strive for. I mean, that's a man, in my opinion. I'm like, you should be versatile. You should be capable. You should be useful.
Well, the problem is in today's society, they don't teach that.
100%. Well,
You know, when I was in school, that like stuff like what we do was
Yeah.
mandatory. I mean, it was mandatory wood shop and electrical, and we, you know, it was mandatory. You didn't just have to go to vocational to receive it; you had to do it.
Yeah.
You know, and they don't teach it anymore,
Well,
unfortunately.
God, I remember. So, like, I always remember when I was growing up, my stepdad that I had, huge dickhead. But he used to always tell me, like, he used to make me go with him because, like, he did HVAC work, and he used to like make me just go sit there, and like it was like the worst thing ever. It was super boring because like I was sitting there and like I wasn't involved in it. And so he used to he had this projection of like how I was based on those experiences as a child. And he was just like, you know, like you're just not good at like manual labor, blah, 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 blah. And just kind of like wrote me off on that. And then like fast forward now, like I'm one of the best fabricators at my company. I do something that's both technical and manual labor. I'm just like,
you know what it was he had you sitting there. So
yeah,
the best thing he could have did was give you the tools and let you fail.
right.
And people don't understand that failure is a huge process in learning and being successful. You know what I'm saying? And like me, I still own an HVAC company in New Jersey, even though I live out in Oklahoma. HVAC has been a part of my life for a long time because construction was just too much overhead. Way too much overhead. Unfortunately, where I live now, construction is booming, so I have no choice. But HVAC is just what I'm actually about to fly to Florida in a month and a half, and I got a contract out there right by Sanibel Island. So I got to do 70 units in 10 days.
Nice, dude.
And
that's freaking awesome.
Well, I'm one of the only individuals that can actually do 70 units in 10 days. So I got a call. Well, really, because the crews out there they're all worried. They can't handle the work.
Yeah.
You know, so when it comes to installing, I used to make a lot of money. We call it piecework, where I got paid per job. So I was killing it out in Florida. So they called me back to do this contract. And it's like a $1.2 million contract. I'm like, I'll be in and out 10 days. It's all just give me 10 days.
You're like, give me my money.
When it's money, man, listen, when it comes to money, money should be the motivator. I don't understand how people sit on their ass and watch TV or pick up. Like, money is the motivator. It motivates life. I don't care. Anybody who says that money doesn't mean everything, never had money. I'm just going to say that.
Facts. I'm right there with you. I mean, I have enough time normally to watch an episode of something. Like, I'll allot myself that right before bed as like kind of like my transition to go to sleep. But like as far as like, yeah, I'm like outside of that, like if I'm like during my week, like what I consider my work week, like if I'm the only other time that I dial out is like the time that I spend with my chick, because like she's relegated to a certain amount of time. And so I'm like, well, I'll be focused for this time. But like if she picks up her computer, I'm like, cool, I'm working on something. Like I'm like, did you just touch an electronic? Bet. Like we're gonna
I'm fortunate enough. My wife works with me with every business. Yeah. So my wife actually used to see. I've been in construction 27 years, and she's been in probably about 19. And my wife is, I mean, little bitty. I mean, she's only 103 pounds to 5. I mean, she'll literally pick up a spackle bucket, spackle knife, and she'll start taping. I mean, she don't care. She'll do every phase of construction with me.
That's freaking awesome. I mean, you know, that's kind of a goal. That would be a goal, is to like have your wife work with you on something, you know, like you guys build together, because
you know it. Listen, the hardest part in a relationship, and I will say this, and this is advice for everyone, is especially like in my household, my wife is an alpha female and I'm an alpha male. You need to pick and choose your battles and learn where each other thrives. And that's how you make it work. Otherwise, it's going to be nothing but arguments and failures. And you have to admit that your wife can do something better. Now, that's a lot of things that men can't do because they don't want to put their pride aside.
Right. Well, I mean, that's one of those things where it's like, you should, if it's about winning, it shouldn't matter like how we're looking at that.
How you guys
like there. If you're trying to win, you should just be trying to win. Like, it's not about like, I have to do everything so that we can win. Like, I don't like that mentality. Like, that mindset is it's not productive unless you are actually good at everything.
Well, if you believe like me and you do in networking, I mean, it's the same concept. It's just in your marriage or in your relationship.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. No, that makes total sense.
I make everybody work for me. I swear to God, I try to make even my own. Listen, I rented 2 houses here, and that's how I started construction out here. It was with my landlord, and dude, they send me so much work now that I never ever have to advertise or anything.
Oh yeah, because you know who else is in that boat? Freaking Casey Mo over here. This dude won't raise his rates so that he can have a day off because like he's always busy. Like, are you painting right now?
Yeah, but even raising your rates, you give someone that I don't want to do it price, and that's the job that comes through. So either way, you're screwed.
Right.
That's true. That's true. But at the same time, there's a lot of people who have what I would consider unsavory business practices. And there's a lot of people out here. So I only paint houses. But there's a lot of people out here who think they are painters that don't do a good job. So I like to give the absolute best product imaginable at a rate that I can live with, that I know that they're happy with. That's really how it boils down. If I can still handle...
You know the pushback, though. Bro, you start working at like 5 in the morning and you don't get off till like 1 in the morning. Like, that's the only pushback that I have for you is like you're working at a rate to where like you're giving such a good deal that everybody's biting on those job offers. Like, I mean,
but
that's the reason I'm saying you should raise your rates so that you could have a day off.
Listen, I used to be like that. I'm going to tell you what, I used to be like that. But now I'm the guy that the price is the price. And there's a reason why. Because I've given high prices before and customers have turned me down and went with someone else, even though they were my regulars. And that person screwed up the job so bad that they were calling me to come back and fix it, which I don't like fixing other people's work. I charge even more. So, I mean, no, it's the God's honest truth. If you hire someone else to do the job I was supposed to do and I bid on, if you hire someone else and they screw it up, I'm charging you more if I got to come and fix all their fuck ups. Like, it's just the way it is.
Double. Yeah. I charge double.
Yeah. Well, there you go. So your rates aren't so low.
Right. Well, and they're not. It's not like I'm nowhere near the lowest. There's no way. I used to be the very highest. It's just that time has caught up with me. Yeah. But at the same time,
you gotta be competitive.
What's that?
You gotta always try to be the guy right away.
Second highest bid.
Always.
Well, I know that's not where I'm at right now, but at the same time, like I said, I'm happy with where I'm at, and these customers already know that they want me to do the job before I even give them a bid anyway. I'm not out doing random bids.
Oh yeah, Natasha, we're all contractors.
but we're gonna chase it though, because it's about word of mouth. So that's where, and that's like where I'm at. Like, I already got the job before I go there and bid on it. You know what I'm saying? But for what I do, honestly, besides my investment, I just do rent readies and sale readies. That's all I do. I go in, I rehab the whole entire thing for the cheapest price possible, right, for renters, or I rehab it within a seller's budget, and that's it. I tell them straight out, what is your budget? Because listen, I got all phases of construction. Here's the thing: I can give you a cheap end, I can give you a high end. You tell me where you want to be at. I know my profit margin. I know what I'm going to make off the job, regardless of what budget they pick. So, I mean, that's all I do. Sell readies, rent readies. It's that easy. I go in and do the same crap. I'm in and out in a week, like literally whole house, full scale, and it's about sellability out here. Like, don't get me wrong. Kitchens and bathrooms and all that make a house and they make the price of the house, but it's all about sellability. And that's what I give the house. I go in and I make it sellable. So people walk in, it's move-in ready, and that's that.
Yep. Yep.
You know,
It's a good business model.
Yeah. That's what,
well,
that's what I was
I
about
mean,
to say.
you think about it, like you paint to customer specification. I don't. When I do these sale ready houses and all that stuff, I swear on you, every single house I have a certain gray I use, and all the molding gets semi-gloss white, gloss white. All the floors are new, and everything matches perfect. And it's literally when people walk in, it's move-in ready. People are going to change things. It's inevitable. People who buy houses always want to change things. So you want to add the sellability. And believe it or not, you'll still raise the value sometimes up to $50,000 with just sellability.
Yep.
You know,
And it sounds like you've got a brand basically with how yours look.
well, yeah, you know what? People see all the pictures I do and everything like that, and plus, I'm highly recommended. It's just like I get the jobs, no problem. Because my landlord, like I said, who's also my real estate agent and also gets me a ton of jobs. She's like everything to me. She literally will tell them, listen, this is what Mike does. This was the price of this house. This is what it sold at. This was the price of this house. This is what it sold out after he did the work. And she'll tell them, you spend $20,000, you'll make 30 off that 20. She's good at that. So,
Nice.
Oh man, that's freaking awesome. Hold up. We done drug Razik out of the darkness. Like, what is up, man? It's been a minute since Razik's been on the show.
Man, hey, look.
What happened? Did you smell the money?
Yeah, look, hey, look. I'm gonna show you, man. I don't know if I can turn my camera around. Damn, I don't even know if I can turn my camera around.
Just turn the phone around. You can just turn the whole thing around.
But yeah, this is what I'm looking at.
So Mike, this is my buddy Roz. He does options trading.
oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
sir.
and he's a
What's
truck
going
driver.
on,
Like
Mike?
obviously, dude's on the road right now.
Hey, Mike, like yo, like I trade options while I drive.
Listen, you always got to have a side hustle, bro. You always
Hey,
got to be
man.
making money while you're making money.
Hey man, you have to. You know what I'm saying? You know, as they say, you got to find multiple ways to work, man. You have to. You know what I'm saying? So just and I'm sure you know what I'm saying. Ray has probably already spoken on it numerous times, man. But to be able to multiply one grind into 2 and 3 and 4 and 5, you know what I'm saying? And then when you can make a substantial amount of money throughout the day, when you're not, you know what I'm saying, having to have that urge to be like, oh shit, well, I need to make some money to pay this bill or this mortgage and this car, or somebody in your family is asking you for $1,500, and you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like I didn't, been through that like type of qualm to where, you know what I'm saying? To where it's like you're not trying to say no, but you almost know like I can't keep giving you a handout. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, so many people be like, okay, well yeah, how did you do this? And I'm like, yo, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you put in the same amount of effort, you know what I'm saying, that it takes to do bullshit, and then if you go in and then you go in to put that same amount of effort to then, you know what I'm saying, to do something that's going to be, a product or a brand, and being able to, compound that. Like, it's so funny. I had told Ray this a while back. I was like, Warren Buffett, you know what I'm saying, said, like compound interest, you know what I'm saying, is the eighth wonder of the world. I think that was coined by Albert Einstein. But when he had said it, compound interest goes far above and beyond than just money. You know what I'm saying? Like compound interest also applies. Yo, you hear me? Am I good?
Oh yeah. We
Oh,
hear you,
okay.
bro.
I just wanted to make sure. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? Compound interest goes, you know what I'm saying, far and above and beyond just, you know what I'm saying, money. You know what I mean? Compound interest applies with, friends, relationships, business, you know what I'm saying, your attitude, you know what I mean? Everything. So, as Jim Rome once said, the way you do one thing is the way you do everything. You know what I'm saying? So But yeah, I didn't mean to derail. I don't even know what the show is even about, so my
Man,
fault, man.
we talk about money. And literally, you came in right on topic, bro. Like I
Oh
was about to
wow,
say, I was like, Mike was
It's all right.
I got
Mike was
you. I got
just we were just talking about just that. So
I
like
got you.
basically,
Yeah, I mean,
um,
listen,
Let me
I'm
ask y'all a
the same
question.
way.
oh
Go ahead.
hold up. Casey got a question. Let's see it.
Yeah,
Let's hear it.
let me ask y'all a question because as it pertains to crypto, when you all say crypto, the only thing I really think of is Bitcoin because that's the only one I trust. How do you feel about the rest of the market?
I think it depends on what you're educated on. Me personally, I would never recommend anyone invest in anything that they don't understand, which is why I've gotten out of, because like when you first get into something, you're a zealot about it, and I've gotten out of telling people how they need to make their money as long as they are making their money and retaining it. That's all I care about. Like I don't care how much you made. I care about how much your net worth is growing and if it's actually growing. Like that's what's important. Now, when it comes to crypto, me personally, I've been doing it for 10 years. So there are multiple protocols that I am versed in and familiar with and use. But I actually use
It's all about that long term and that short term, and you gotta, some things you gotta trade every day, like and then there's those long term. If you got to do the research about the company. And listen, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna be honest with you. I was an idiot when it came to crypto, but I said these kids are onto something. I'm gonna have to learn it. I got to sit down. And dude, I'll tell you what, I researched for months on end and tried to learn everything I could about crypto just to make it. And I'll tell you what, I make money, not much in crypto, but I make money. I make more money in commodities and metal and things like that. But crypto is still, I'm still strong at it because I know graphs, I know how to read things, and I know the stock market. So
Mike, you're going to need to tap in, bro. Like, so I don't trade at all. Like ever. Like I haven't traded in probably 8 years. All I do is most of my stuff is yield farming. And you do like my first year when I got into and learned how to yield farm efficiently, I was pulling down like $8,000 a month. Like, but I knew that it wasn't sustainable, so I just didn't quit my job. I was like, I'm going to leverage this into the partnership and the company. Because I was like, well, I don't have to be here at this point. And they were like, well, you're really good at what you do. And I'm like, yeah, I know. Like, can we sweeten this pot a little bit?
But you got to be willing to take that loss and not cry about it.
100%.
Because there's a lot. People have to understand. You have to fail. If you've never failed, you'll never. Like failure creates success. And if you're always successful and you don't know failure, when failure happens, you're going to wind up hanging yourself in your closet. I hate to be blunt like that. But you have to learn how to. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm sorry to say it, but you got to learn how to take it on the chin sometimes because it's going to happen.
Yep. No, it's the thing. I always tell people it's like taking your L's is like death. It's coming for everybody. Like it's happening. It's an inevitability. Like anyone who tells you that they've only won, don't do business with that person.
Stop watching these short clips on TikTok about these people and how they got freaking rich because they ain't telling you shit. You ever notice how everyone tells you, oh, I got here. They never tell you how they got there, how they got started. They'll never ever give you those secrets. You're never going to get them unless you learn them on your own.
Facts. No, like it's not even that. It's like they'll give you these half truths, or they make their whole platform and their whole online presence about telling you that there's only one way to do whatever. And I'm just like, have you ever met rich people? Like I've never met them and been like, oh, I just did what the last guy did. That's how I got rich. Like that's never the story you hear. It would be like,
well, getting rich nowadays is a lot harder than it used to be. So it's a lot harder, and there's a lot more risk assessment. Yeah, listen, there's a lot more. But listen, but here's the thing: what's rich to you? You really think $1 million is rich? That's not rich.
Okay, I'll give you
it's
that.
Above average, but it's not rich. How far does $1 million go nowadays? It doesn't go very far at all.
That's true.
And I tell people that it's like being a millionaire is no longer desired because a million isn't worth shit anymore. And when CBDC hits, a million really ain't going to be worth shit. So it's always about residual income. It's always about making everything work for you, and the income has to keep coming in. You have to create debt and create wealth, and people need to understand that.
Well, and as we're moving into inflation, as inflation increases, you have to also have something that's literally tied to this currency, as well as other things that are giving you a passive income and gaining, gaining worth, I guess you could say, like tangible assets, real estate, physical gold, physical silver, all of these things. But you also have to have something that is tied to the fake money.
Well, the thing is the only way you're going to benefit and you're going to come ahead, and this is why I say real estate. I know people say don't go into real estate, but the only way you're going to be able to hide certain things is within real estate. Because with CBDC, everything's going to be recorded, right? Facts. It's going to be digitally recorded. So you're going to be able to hide. You're going to be able to hide funds in certain areas. So even though it's recorded, it'll still come in as a write-off instead of a profit or things like that. People are going to work the system no matter what they do. But you have to be smart about it. You got to be able to figure out how to work that system. It's going to be a learning curve for everybody.
Oh, yeah. I mean, one thing that I will say is where there's a will, there's a way. So, I mean, even if they got to bring out that Fed mackerel tray, like we're gonna have some mackerel tubes to hand back and forth once the CBDCs hit. Like they'll figure out something. Like people are very ingenuitous. It's just the way that we're moving forward. It's like we have a bunch of very what is it? I would say pleasant men that aren't going to be unreasonable enough to be like, hey, we don't want to do this.
It's the resistance. And I'll be honest with you, my side, what I've been involved in my whole life. Yep. My side is going to be the resistance. I hate to say it. Everybody knows, I mean, everybody knows that I'm a constitutionalist, so I'm for everybody. But am I extreme conservative? Yes. My side's going to be the resistance. And this is where you're going to have to worry, because the people who do resist and don't try to come up with the times and learn everything about it, the world's going to become a scary freaking place. And then it also goes for the people who are desperate and a product of their environment in lower class areas. They're not going to know how to work the system. So it's going to get dangerous, and the crime rates are going to raise. And the only thing I can say is buy guns and ammo and protect yourself.
100%.
All right. Well, now that we're the four of us are here collected, and we've got a few people watching too. So now that we're here, let's talk about what steps we're going to take personally to end the Fed.
Well, you don't want me to get into that because I'd offered to lead this war once.
I actually do. I'm going to tell you something. Out of every conversation I have with literally everybody, that's almost the first thing I bring up, because it's such an important thing. Ron Paul was the closest person that even started to just get at that. He was talking about auditing the Fed as a step to ending the Fed, but I want to end the Fed. I want to end the occupation of the Federal Reserve.
You see this right here?
I can.
This document was created.
Of Restoration.
This document me and my wife created, right? To end everything. We actually handed this in. We were in the White House. We were in the Capitol. This was the only document that was overshadowed by a sham impeachment and corrupt politicians that still has to be heard in court today. And it's the only thing that could have saved us from what the hell is going on today. To be honest with you, it never pertained more now. I mean, I think we were a year too early when we did this, but that's the first redress agreement since 1983 when some rednecks tried to submit one that was ever received by federal government by the citizens. It's the first one. Wow. And we could have ended it. And the problem is like I said, I've been involved in this a long time. I could have ended the Fed. I'm the guy that the Feds knock on the door. I'm the guy that DHS knocks on the door when I speak most of the time. Not like tonight. Tonight's financial, so it's different. But when I do my other platforms, that's who they come after. I offered to lead this war once. I literally went to D.C. I did all this, you know, and the problem is the Fed is so corrupt because they're the new mob rule. Mm-hmm. And not the street justice mob rule. They're the new mob rule. They're so freaking corrupt. It's going to be tough. Unless people rise up because of some crazy thing that happens in the United States, whether it be CBDC or war with Russia, unless the American citizens come together as one, they're always going to be ahead of us. They're always going to control. Mm-hmm. I mean, with CBDC, we're now going from a limited constitution, which we know we have, whether people want to believe it or not, to a controlled constitution, meaning you have no constitutional rights. You're a free roaming slave that thinks he has rights.
That's been us since 1913.
What was that? I'm sorry.
That's what we have been since 1913.
Well, it's the truth, but CBDC puts it over that edge.
Yeah. I mean, like,
because that's controlled. So you want to buy firearms now, they're giving you permission to use their fiat currency. If they want to deny you, they'll deny you. So now it's a totally different ballgame. They're going above and beyond to the communistic state.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. And we already had a soft version of that anyway. As my entire lifetime, I've always known that I was free to do whatever I wanted as long as it was within the options given.
Mm-hmm.
Within the law. Yeah.
Not within the law, within the options given, because the law, what's legal and what's lawful are two very different things.
Yeah, agreed.
Absolute truth.
Agreed.
So I won't say a whole lot because that I already know that Ray understands all of this, and it sounds like, Mike, you're like right on with what I think about basically everything. So
well, listen, they don't call me Mike fucking Rage for no reason. I mean, I've been this guy forever. There's more articles out on Google about me than you can imagine. So I don't worry. I speak loud and proud about what I do. I don't hide. I mean, listen, I was convicted of friggin' planning January 6th, and I wasn't even there. So that'll let you know where I stand on a lot of different things. For me, it's just about being a constitutionalist and standing for all people. Everybody. I don't pick a side. I'm not right, left, indifferent. I believe in what I believe in. I believe in the Constitution. I believe in the people. And I believe in defending the people. I'm willing to die tomorrow if I have to defend the United States and its citizens. It's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, did you ever serve in the Army?
No. I did private contracting on our own soil.
Okay.
I've served with some of the finest, but I never served. I thank every military man who served and gave up their lives and their sanity.
Hold on, quick.
I had to ask because you had the lingo and the mindset of somebody who has served, so that's why I asked.
I mean, technically speaking, what Mike did was a thankless service for all people, though. I mean, when you get convicted for something that you weren't even at because you spoke out, I mean, to me, like that's almost a next level of service, in my opinion, because he got nobody thanked him. People still don't understand. They try to paint him in a bunch of different ways, and he's literally out here going like, I'm fighting for everyone, but the way that they tried to frame him as this villain is ridiculous because
it was from all sides, even my own side, just to let you know.
Yeah.
Jealous people do desperate things, but like I said, I've been on our border. I've fought cartels. I've fought human trafficking, drugs, you name it. I've done everything. I've fought more bills in the United States than most people can imagine, and I look like typical white trash, don't I? I've been in our own White House. I've been in the Capitol. I've been everywhere because I've stood up for, the American citizens for a long, long time, and my wife as well. My wife actually did. She was more of a public speaker. I did things behind the scenes, and like I said, we got 43 rallies under our belt across the United States. We've been to every freaking capital you can imagine. We've fought bills across the nation. that could have been really detrimental to society. We've done a lot of things, and people don't understand it. People are like, you're crazy, you know, blah, blah. And everybody I grew up with thought I was nuts until I was right.
Yeah. That's normally how that works. Okay, so back to Casey's point. So my way of fighting this has been the same way that I've already spoken on this multiple times. Everybody knows my stance on this. Don't participate in the system. Like, let it burn. Like I said at the beginning of this, I'm here for these bank collapses, man. Like, my way of fighting back for this is to make sure that I am steeled against what's coming and able to continue to navigate, which basically for me is moving into Bitcoin, like a currency that's going to be accepted pretty much anywhere that you go. I can navigate based on that. As long as I can get a hold of a computer somewhere, I'm good. Like, it's being ungovernable. And realistically, the only freedom that you can have moving forward with the way that this is going in a digital age is to not be tied to one government. You need to have citizenship in at least 5 or 6 places and decentralize the control. So that way, if one place wants to control you a certain way that's not good, you pop your passport, you go to a place that is more amicable. The only true freedom that you can have at this point, because these systems are already set, is to be a part of as many as possible. Because then you become ungovernable. Because you have the ability to just leave.
Yeah, but the problem is just like COVID. What if they stop your?
Well, no. But you know what they were doing with COVID for people with multiple passports, right? You could just flip through them until you found one they accept, and they let you in. So those people were not governable.
I'm just saying in certain aspects, like EMP, like everybody knows, an EMP is almost inevitable. If there's going to be a war with any other country, I think an EMP is going to be the first thing before any nuclear fallout or anything like that.
100%.
And these things are the variables we got to think of. How are we going to stay ahead? That's why I tell people self-sustainability. You got to be able to self-sustain.
I'm 100% there with you. Like, yeah, you got to be able to self-sustain, but like also, I mean, right now, the way that this is looking, I'm not thinking that they're going to deploy an EMP on us. I think that what's happening with the American, specifically to the system that we're in, is this country is fighting 2 battles. There's one that this country is fighting. We are in a monetary cold war with our own government as citizens. Like, if you were here. Also, shout out to Murda 100. Happy to see you, brother. I was worried you weren't going to show up. Square Roots. What's going on, brother? Happy you're here as well. But with the way that we're sitting right now, we are in the midst of a cold war financially with our own system. The people at the top of this system are currently, and this happens at the crash of every monetary system, the people closest to the money printer steal all the money so that they can navigate as they need to keep their position. Everybody else festers and dies, and nobody cares. This system, the way that it's set up right now, we are going through some serious wealth change. The people that are closest to that printer, we're watching them in real time in front of our faces take our money. So that's the first thing. Then they're fighting a financial war outside of this country. They are also on the verge of fighting a real war outside of this country. Like, this system can't sustain that type of internal and external battle. Like, it's not going to work. So us as people, it's like we can't necessarily control the macro, but like positioning yourself financially and understanding the system that you're in, realizing it for what it is, taking that financial red pill and understanding that no one's coming to save you, that a lot of these things are happening by design, and that you as the individual involved in this are collateral damage at best. You have to position, we got to position ourselves to win. That's our responsibility. Because at this point, we know this system's not working for us.
Hey, look,
go ahead.
The way I see it, and I kind of going to give you a little bit of pushback, right?
Okay.
I do agree, but The only thing I don't agree with is, like when you use the terms like saying like us, right? And I understand what you are saying
Hmm.
when you say, what I'm saying, us. But to provide better context for the word us, right?
Hmm.
Is the way I see it, specifically meaning that those who know, or as they say, if you know, you know,
Yeah.
and if you don't, you die. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? So in my, like, the way I see it, I actually like it because and I'm gonna tell you this, right? You know what I'm saying? So me personally, by me coming from a standpoint, of growing up poor and destitute, you know what I'm saying, single parent household, blah blah blah, whatever, being locked up and incarcerated and everything, right?
Hmm.
Based off the things that I've learned and have read of how the economy works, you
Hmm.
know what I'm saying, the history of it, you know
Hmm.
what I'm saying, the laws that are put in place, like I like the fact that everybody can't fucking win.
Well, yeah.
I allow, and I know a lot of people ain't gonna like it, and and as I always tell you, Ray, like I don't give a fuck, and the reason why I don't is because the burden of proof is to show and prove. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like that is the burden of proof. So if you're not
Survival of the fittest.
right, you know what I'm
No,
saying.
and,
So if you're
I'm
not
with you,
willing,
but the issue is this. I agree with you 100%, but what I don't agree with is hindering people from being able to compete.
you
That's
can't.
the only
Nah,
issue that I
you
have.
can't.
I'm like, if we're
You
all out,
can't.
because like,
You
if a
can't.
lion's
You
chasing
can't
down a
say that,
gazelle,
bro. You can't say that, bro. You know why? Because animals have free will. I mean, well,
mhm,
excuse me, not animals. Animals don't have free will. We do. So I understand the analogy that you just getting ready to drop, but that
mhm,
does not apply. You know what I'm saying here? Because
it,
we are all suffering under, or I ain't gonna say all, but for every human being that has a brain, two arms, two legs, you know what I'm saying, the ability to make their own choices, they are held and you are held or confined to the choices that you ultimately make. No one
right,
is
right.
putting a gun in your head saying, well, yo, you need to go smoke crack. No one is putting a gun in your head saying, well, hey, shorty, you need to go out here and sell your body and be on OnlyFans and become a single mom and have kids out of wedlock. No one's forcing nobody to
No,
do
no,
this.
no. It's not
No,
that
no,
though.
no, no,
It,
no.
what
No,
I'm
no.
saying is, you can't
Here,
go open a Ford dealership right now. Period. Like, you can't go do that. If you wanted to, if you had the money for it, you couldn't go do it. There can only be so many Ford dealerships.
I mean,
You
oh,
can't
okay,
you can't go and join. You can't go and participate in an IPO.
but think
You
about the
can't do
things
that.
that you can do though.
100%. And
And, and, and
I'm
look,
with
and look,
you.
and hold on. Even to you mentioned the IPO thing, that's not entirely true because there's, you know what I mean? Because the
After you hit a
higher,
certain income level,
hold
sure,
on,
once
right?
you're
Hold on.
already rich.
No, right? It ain't, bro. It goes beyond that because it's like it's like the barrier to entry. The
Hmm.
higher you ever, you know what I'm saying, try to achieve something, it's supposed to get harder. It's supposed to get
But,
harder.
but
You hold on.
but with
Nah,
zero
bro,
barrier to
bro.
entry, you can go
Stop,
lose
man.
your house at the casino.
Stop, bro.
There's no barrier to
It's
entry
a
there.
choice. It's a choice to do that. But
But you can't make the
look,
choice to go be in an IPO. That's all I'm saying.
you can. You
How?
can.
How
Well,
if your
well,
network,
well,
if you don't qualify
well,
and you're not
well,
accredited?
Well, hold on. See, you're putting your own foot in your mouth because it's like, well, the barrier to entry is this. Well, you have to, you know what I'm saying, do this. You have to have enough money to do this. You have to become an angel investor of this. You have to have so much time in the market. You're going to have to do a certain amount of trying to, network with a certain group of people who can put you in your door. Like, there's steps to this, bro. Like LeBron James, as an example,
Hmm.
didn't just happen to become the all-time NBA leading scorer. It was a step to this. He had to start. He probably didn't even have the vision to even want to have that even accomplished. It
Hmm.
started from or an idea. Like for example, right?
Hmm.
You remember the movie with what's the movie with Leonardo DiCap where they was like
Wolf of Wall
uh
Street.
Oh, Wolf of Wall Street.
not that the joint where they was like implementing ideas and dreams. And
Oh, Inception. Gotcha.
yeah. Now, if you remember the context of that film, right? He said something very, very important. He was like, and he was talking about the growth of an idea, the birth of an idea. If you implant an idea in somebody else, it will then manifest and take a life form of its own. Now, that's not the same idea that's going to manifest from what you had at first, but when you transform that idea to somebody else, they're going to take your original idea and transform that into something bigger, possibly way even better than what you originally had. So what I'm saying, like going back to the IPO thing, and I'm just using that as an example. Like we're just all talking, right? But I'm just saying, and that's just one example, you know what I'm saying, with a complex and a multitude of other things that you can put in place of that. You know what I'm saying? So when you use or you say things like, okay, well, you can't do this, but actually you can, but you're missing out the context that everything takes steps and there's a barrier to entry to everything.
So,
like, you know what I'm saying?
Well, one of the things this is all I'm going to say.
All right.
Here and about, I'd say if we're lucky, y'all got 10 years to get into crypto. Now, when they put that barrier up and you have to be accredited to be in crypto, and I'm going to be accredited at that point because I've already been here for X amount of time. Right. That is not good. There was no barrier to entry when I got in. I just got to do it, and then they're going to put the barrier up. Like, this isn't me. This is what's going to happen when it gets regulated. Because when it gets regulated, those of us who have been in it for as long as I have, if you have a whole Bitcoin, you are basically going to hit accredited investor status at that point. They're going to shut that door off for everyday people who are just like me right now with no barrier of entry going, hey, there's somebody who's standing in between me and telling me what I can do with my money. But right now, they're not. What they are doing, though, and what you're seeing systematically happen is they're IP blocking the United States so that they don't have to even deal with this region because we don't have clarification. That clarification is going to come with a cutoff line, and there's going to be a moat drawn to where those of us who are in the market are going to be in the market. And then they're going to have a playpen for everyone else who's not in, where you guys will not have the opportunities that I was afforded to be able to say, I want to spend my money on this. I do not, because like you said, it's choices. It should be choices for everyone. If you can choose to take out hundreds of thousands of dollars and they'll give you hundreds of thousands of dollars to go get a worthless degree, to go make $40,000 a year and never pay it back and never be able to get out of it. If you can go and choose to go to the casino and be a degenerate and lose all your money in your house and maybe one of your kids, and you can choose. You can. These are all choices, but you can't choose to go invest because they've put a barrier there. And eventually, you're going to not be able to choose to make the crypto plays that I'm able to make of my own volition as a sovereign citizen.
But there's already barriers put in place for crypto.
That's not a negative. Like for example,
it's a negative for the people who aren't here now. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying. But the thing is this.
Okay.
I'm not worried about competing with anyone because I do feel that I'm good at what I do. I'm good at getting this bag.
I agree.
I don't like somebody coming in and being like, hey, you know that thing that Ray did? Like, you can't do that now because even though Ray could do whatever he wanted with his money, you can't do whatever you want with your money because you're stupid and poor. What I'm saying is the options are more limited. I can't go start an oil company. Like, I can't go do a bunch of things where it's like, I can't go build a car. You can't just go build a car.
Okay,
the reason we've only the only new car company that we've had that's been built in America was Tesla, and Elon Musk had to go through hell to be able to build a car.
Agree.
So,
but look, but the only caveat to that, and I kind of understand what you're saying. You know what I mean? And, you know, but the only thing right. But the only thing I not to to take away anything that you said, but my only point is this: is that in the event, you know what I'm saying, I mean, I don't know, man. I guess it's like like a level of saying, well, it ain't fair or
Well,
whatever.
no, well, the
But
thing is, what's fair is that people would still lose. They would just be allowed to compete. That's what I'm getting at. I don't think
right.
everybody should be able to win. I think you should be able to lose to me as an option.
Right.
Because not everybody's going to win, because that's how trading works. Like, if you're doing your job right, somebody's on the losing end of your trades. But everyone is still allowed to trade options. You see what I'm saying? Like, people are allowed to come in there and lose their money to you.
But there's already limits now on cryptocurrency. I mean, now you'll see that banks won't let you transfer money into cryptocurrency. They're starting to stop it. Now you have to go to a cryptocurrency ATM to be able to transfer any money in. And they're making it harder and harder and harder. They're putting limitations on everything.
Mike, use your Cash App, my guy.
Well,
you can go in through Cash App. You can get into the market. It's a good on-off ramp.
But I hate you, dude. I am the type of guy, like, maybe I'm old school. I hate using all these new apps and all this crazy fucking shit.
I know.
I hate putting my money, like, in certain places. Like, I told you, I'm an Italian Jew, man. Listen, I don't want to lose money. As much as it happens, I don't want to lose it.
Facts. I mean, that's all I'm saying. I don't think everybody should get to win, but I think that, like, if we can allow all the stupidity and malarkey that people can blow their money on, I think that they should be able to blow their money on things that give them the potential to actually improve their lives, versus sitting here watching these people make all this life-changing money on things that, for people that are already rich. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all I'm saying. I'm like, if you're going to be able to risk money, I should be able to lose my ass in an IPO as I see fit, the same way I can lose my ass at the casino as I see fit. Because no one says anything about the casino. That's not regulated.
But look,
no, because they're stealing everybody.
My fault, Mike. Go ahead, bro. My fault.
No. I was just making a comment. Go ahead, man.
No, I just wanted to add on, like, but the interesting thing about it, right? Like, ever since I started learning about the stock market and trying to invest, last year, and I've learned a lot, bro. One thing I always tell people when I try to promote, like options or trading, even now, because it's a real viable means to add on to income, right? But the funny thing about it is that when I tell people, I say, you're literally tapping into the world's largest ATM machine. When you are trading options, that's exactly what you're doing. And they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, okay, well, when you go to US debt clock, .org, right? And then those numbers never stop, to move. Those numbers are always, going to evolve 24 hours a day, every second, every minute, every month. So I tell people, I'm like, look, when you look at the US, debt, which is, approaching 33, trillion.
31 trillion.
Excuse me. So, and I think it's a little bit over 32, but whatever, right? But the beauty of it is that when you go back 30 years, the stock market was literally blocked off to like certain people who couldn't get in because they had to have brokers, and you had to go through like different firms and set up accounts and whatever, right? But the beauty of it now is that anybody who has a phone can literally hop in and they can trade an IPO. Or a stock or whatever. Now, the beauty of it is that people who have been getting money for the last 30, 40, 60, 80 years, whatever, they realize for the retail trader that pot is only going to exponentially grow because you have a large amount of people who think that they can triple and double their wealth by supposedly gambling because they don't understand how the system works, which ultimately is going to make the people who have capitalized or cornered the market for so long, now they're like, hey, jump on in. Those your hundreds of dollars or your thousands of dollars in, multiply that by a few million people, and the pot is going to grow. And then, look, Ray, me and you had this conversation like a month and a half ago. We was talking about think about the time that is going to come when Apple is no longer trading at 165, a share, when it's going to be 400 a share, or Amazon is going to be around, 1,200 a share, or Walmart is going to be 800 a share. Like then that barrier of entry is going to be so high that the people who have not even learned or read a book or understand, okay, well, what is a stock, bro? In 2023, it's so amazing to me that even now in the age of information, you still have people asking, what is a stock? What is a call? What is a put? Just on the basic level, they don't even understand what is that. They're still asking these, questions that you can easily go on your phone and type up, what is a call? And they won't do that. They want to go on World Star Hip Hop and Shade Room and all these other fucking, entertainment, but the beauty of it, the way I see it anyway, is that the US, and this is why, I always say, even though I'm black, right, and I don't care, I got white friends, Asian friends. I mean, like straight up, like we're gonna have a conversation, like let's be real, right? Like, and I tell people, like, I don't give a fuck about race. I don't care. That shit means nothing to me. I care about, are you trying to improve and then better your circumstance by not doing something legal, but actually trying to substantiate your life and your brand and your family. You know what I'm saying? So we can all help, like, prosper in the greatest, place on earth, honestly. Right. But I also look at it like that's the beauty of a capitalistic society, because capitalism does not succeed unless you have a poor working class.
Facts.
That's how capitalism, because capitalists capitalize off the people who don't know you better. You know what I'm saying? A prime example of this was the game, what's the little board game with the little beard?
Monopoly.
Monopoly.
Yeah. Like that's a prime example of this. You know what I'm saying? That's a prime example of this. You go around once, you collect 200 bucks. So that's like symbolic of you paying, a tax every year. And every time when go around, the goal is to buy what? Assets. You know what I'm saying? So when somebody lands on your shit, they gotta pay you. You know what I mean? That was like, the best example of this. You know what I mean? And whoever ends up with all the money wins. Right?
You know what's crazy is in the game, since we're talking about Monopoly, in the game, the idea is to use the money to get the assets. The problem is at the end of the game, it's not really about who's got the most assets. It goes back to who has the most money. And that money really ain't worth shit compared to the assets.
Agreed.
And that's really the difference between that game and real life. Because in real life, those assets are money, real money.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I mean, I don't know. Murda had asked, what's the difference between a debit card? Yeah, debit card and a credit card compared to cryptocurrency. Aren't we already using digital currencies? Those are not your debit cards / credit cards. Those are not digital currencies. That is you are using it digitally, but it is you digitally using the actual currency. So, and
I'm gonna push back on that. I mean, it's basically the same thing, except for the assets that you're spending on a debit card or credit card are still the worthless dollars that are fiat currency.
Right. It's trading
cryptocurrency. But the reality of it is, when they make that shift, it won't be noticeable. The only thing that's different is like there just won't be any more cash. You'll be using a card or your phone, and there won't be any more cash. So exactly what we're doing right now is what we're going to continue to do. There just won't be an option to have cash.
But the utility, that's the problem is that the utility is the same, so it feels like it's the same. But that's the concern, because this is not the same.
But the other thing is, you wouldn't want. I don't recommend anybody buy anything with cryptocurrency. Like, I think it's ludicrously insane. Like, that'd be like going to a store and shaving off a gold bar. Like, I would rather just use the dollars. Like, why would you? Like, You know, like the way that I look at cryptocurrency for real is like when I go get brunch, I don't sell a piece of my house to go get brunch.
Yeah.
I would
But
take
why do you think
I would take a
everything is in
loan
Bitcoin?
against the house to get some dollars to go get brunch, and then pay the loan back and keep my house.
Why do you think some companies, like when you're buying online, only accept cryptocurrency as
100%.
far as Bitcoin and things like that? Because you're giving away a piece of your investment to them, and you're helping them build their portfolio and make money. You get what I'm saying? So you may spend $50 in Bitcoin on something, but in actual reality, how much is that company going to make down the line?
Facts. Well, I'll do you one even better. We have a holiday within crypto called Bitcoin Pizza Day. When Bitcoin first started out and it wasn't worth much, a guy spent, and I quote, 10,000 Bitcoin to get someone on a forum to bring him a pizza. That's the reason you don't spend Bitcoin on things, my friends. like he spent 10,000 Bitcoin to get a pizza.
But no one knew what its potential was going to be.
Exactly.
You have that one. You heard of that one kid? I think he's like technically in cryptocurrency. He's a billionaire. He's been collecting Bitcoin and mining it since the beginning, and never knew what he had, and saved it all, never used it. And look where he is now. He's technically in the digital world a billionaire.
Facts. Hold on. Murda hit us with a comment. He said, by any means necessary, acquiring 5,000 to 10,000 will build major momentum in your hustle, causing your financial situation to change for the better within 1 to 2 months. 100%. Actually, 10,000 is my opportunity fund goal. I'm always saving up $10,000. And then as soon as I hit 10, oh, it's cool. As soon as I hit the 10,000, I deploy it in an investment of some sort. So you're 100%.
Oh, is he just talking about bank account, or is he talking about crypto?
Yeah, don't put it in a bank account.
Yeah,
no, I'm just saying, because $10,000. I mean, I move $10,000 every other freaking day. I mean, $10,000 is really not a lot of money at all, unless you're investing it.
You're exactly. That's what I was about to say. I was like, you're 100% right. But like, I mean, you got to think like, depending on where people are starting at, like when I started out on my financial journey, like I was used to looking at a bank account that was zero. So like saving up $100 was a chore. And then it was like saving up $1,000 was a chore. And then like saving up $10,000 I thought was going to be impossible till I did it. And then, you know, like it's kind of like you gamify stuff, but the concept of how much money you can see in an account is a really trippy thing that most people don't think about. Like psychologically, you have set points in your head where like if you're used to glancing at your bank account and it's always zero, it makes it really hard for you to gear yourself to save up any amount of money, because if you look at those accounts and you're like, well, this should be zero, I need to go spend this, and you'll figure out ways to spend the money, and like you'll always regress to the mean. So like as you're bringing money in, and this is the reason I'm not a huge fan of people, like you have to make more money, but like if all you're doing is making money and you haven't fixed, you know, for instance, being able to look at your bank account and see a few $1,000s in there, you're going to have problems because you're not going to save any of the money you're making. Like you're just going to continually regress back down to that zero. So
I want to bring up a point here. I'd like to bring up a point. Listen, for all you guys who smoke out here, I'm going to do a prime example. So for everyone who smokes right now, cigarettes are through the roof, right? So anywhere, depending on where you live, unless you live in Missouri, you're not paying $5. You're paying $9 back to cigarettes. If you took $9, say you doubled that, right? I smoke 4 packs a day. I'm just saying this. So I spend a lot of money in cigarettes. Now,
hold on.
If you buy a pack a day, if you buy a pack a day, let's just say instead you smoke 2 packs a day, but instead of buying that second pack, you took that $9 and you invested it into commodities like metal, whether it be silver or gold. Think about how much money you would potentially make in your investments later on down the road. People don't think of it like that. You're spending that money every day and it gives you nothing except for death. It takes years off your life. That's all it's giving you. Take that money and put it into something that matters and invest it over time.
Okay,
That's
hold on. The
Casey
reason
has some questions.
the reason I had to hold on a second is because I've never actually met or heard of anybody who smokes more than I do. Because I smoke 3 packs a day.
I used to
Damn.
smoke 4.5
God
packs.
damn.
I used to smoke 4.5 packs. I cut down to like 2.5 packs, and now I'm back up to 4 packs.
Man,
And
I've
I
been.
feel fucking great, by the way.
So do I. So do I.
And I've been
tell
doing this shit since I was 9 years old, so I feel fucking great.
Gosh,
I've been 3
almighty.
packs a day for 30 years. Menthol.
Wow.
Hardcore.
Well, you
Wow.
can't go to space now. Hope you're
Well, you know what? There's that extra pack, that fucking menthol. Don't worry about it.
right.
Wow.
Jesus.
I mean,
No, okay,
I
so-
smoke, but goddamn,
Bro, y'all are
I
wild,
don't
man.
smoke. I don't smoke nowhere near that. Like, look, like probably about 3 or 4 Black and Milds, and I'm good, bro. Like,
Listen, I live off of coffee and cigarettes. That's my drive. You want me to make money? You just put coffee and cigarettes in front of my face. I don't need anything else. I don't need drugs. I don't need shit. Coffee, cigarettes. I don't even need food. You want me to make you money? Coffee and cigarettes in my face, and I'll make you as much money as I can.
God damn.
That's
So
how
I
I
do-
function.
I do
Liquid
everything
gold.
to excess. So
Oh my God.
if I'm drinking coffee, I've got to have like a gallon of coffee a day.
Oh, I
Ugh.
drink a shit ton more than that, bro.
Wow.
Yeah.
My
Oh,
pipe
wow.
don't
This is
stop all day
insane.
long.
It's why-
I'm sending everybody bottles of water. I'm
You gotta
Yeah,
understand,
please.
most of your
Hey,
days,
Ray,
like,
please, Jesus Christ,
but
man. What
most of your
the?
days start at what? 6, 7 in the morning, sometimes 5 in the morning. My day starts at 3:30 in the morning. So,
geez. Okay, you can have all the coffee and cigarettes you want, bro.
so when I wake up in the morning, first thing I do is I make a pot because I know my wife's getting up in about 15 minutes and she wants coffee too. So boom, coffee's on. We sit down, we smoke some cigarettes, drink our coffee, plan our day, get our game plan going, boom, hit it hard. That's the way it is every single day.
Well, you know, and my deal is this. I mean, I'm almost 44. You heard how much I smoke, but you know what? I can still hold my breath underwater for almost 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't get tired. You know, I don't know. I still got the voice of an angel. There's no reason. There's no reason for me to.
You could do a perfect impersonation of Be Bold and Think. Or
Are
Be
you
Brave.
sure? Are you sure that ain't weed you over there smoking? Are you sure that ain't weed you over there smoking?
No, he
No, so
smokes
that's just
menthols.
it.
I've seen him. I'll be watching him.
So I can't mess with drugs. I learned this about myself very early because of how addictive my personality is, and because I have to do everything 1000%. You know, I checked out all the drugs when I was about 16, 17, and I mean all of them. You name it, I tried it. But once I had any kind of responsibilities, I had to make a choice, and I knew that I can't do nothing. I mean, nothing. I don't even drink alcohol. I don't do anything like that because if I do, I have to do all of it.
Oh
Right.
wow.
Oh, no. I have a drink one drink every night. I haven't been drunk since I was 27, but I still have a drink every night.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was about to say, I was like, I can have one. I won't have one if I'm alone, unless I'm doing this show, obviously, and I got to drink my Monster to punch the wall. But like outside of that, like if I'm not with somebody, like I won't drink. Like I can have, like I've had stuff just sitting around, and they're like, "Dude, how do you have all this alcohol?" And I'm like, "Well, I'll have people over, I'll drink, and then the people leave." And they're like, "And you just don't drink it?" I'm like, "No."
See, look, I'm the same way. Like I have never been drunk ever in my life, ever. Like
Oh.
I have not. I have never drunk. You know what I'm saying? You know anything, and then woke up the next day and be like, "Yo, man, my head hurt," or "I have a hangover." I don't even know what that's like. I've never had that much alcohol ever in
You're
my life.
supposed to. You sleep through those. Like I don't wake up hungover either. I just die and then I
Nah,
wake up.
but-
It's like
nah,
Lazarus
but
every time.
Nah, but you know what I'm saying? Like I've never even consumed enough alcohol. You know what I'm
Oh.
saying? You know, like
I've
in one
consumed enough
setting.
alcohol to kill a cow.
Wow, for real?
Oh, so have I
Holy
back in the day.
Oh yeah.
But you have to understand, like for me, my wife has been sick for 15 years. So at a moment's notice, at any time, I could have to rush her to the
I got you.
hospital.
So you got
Yeah,
like
so-
an obligation.
Yeah, I don't drink or I do. I don't even smoke weed. I grow weed. You know that because I'm in the business. I'm in the business along with a lot of other stuff I do. But I mean, I don't even smoke it because I cannot be fucked up. And not only that, it's not even just with my wife, it's with life itself. At a moment's notice, if I have to do something, I can't have my mind not sharp. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I have to be sharp at every given moment.
Well, I mean, after all the shit you guys have been doing, I could totally understand that because, like, not only that, like, I mean, I hate to say it, but like, technically speaking, like, if you was running around getting fucked up, like, you could get got, and then, like, you know, just like BS like that because you're in a situation where,
don't get me wrong. Yeah, don't get me wrong. We used to, I mean, after a good event, you know, everybody always rounded up in my fucking hotel room for some fucking reason. And I hate people all the same. But everybody used to want to party in my hotel room. And I'd hang out and shit, but like, I just can't be I don't know. I can't, my equilibrium can't be off. I don't know if it's my old age or what, but I just can't have my equilibrium off. I got to be sharp. And I always, like, for me, I don't know how it is for a lot of you guys, but my mind is always business. Or even as we're talking right now, I mean, for me, this is kind of like networking and information. Yeah. Listen, we all learn from each other. No one knows anything, everything. You know, so it's like that's how I take this information. But for me, I'm always business all day long, all night long. Doesn't matter. The only time I don't think about business is when I freaking sleep. Other than that, it's all business every day.
Dang. I know. I respect that. I like it. Hold on.
But that's the life we chose. You know?
Fact.
Listen, I'm a loner. Like, me and my wife, we live out in bumfuck Oklahoma. We ain't got, I mean, we barely have friends. I mean, we know people. They're acquaintances, but they're not friends. Like, everything for us is
Tornado Alley. You out there in Tornado Alley. You out there in Tornado Alley.
Yeah, but listen, that Tornado Alley ain't nothing, man. Dude, if I see a tornado, I'll go outside and sit on my porch and watch it. I mean, my house.
Are you serious?
No, sir.
Yeah, my house is still standing, bro. I ain't worried about tornadoes.
Bro, hey, look. Let me tell you something. Nah, bro. Let me tell you something. As much as I drove out there in the Midwest, nighttime, whenever it's like a storm, yo, I am shitting bricks, bro. I'm telling you. I'm like, yo, I sure hope it don't be a fucking Kansas. You're not in Toto no more. Come across the highway and just toss my shit like 15 miles away. Like, hell no.
I was in Florida when Irma hit, and I got hit with Category 4. And I sat on my porch the entire time while the whole state was evacuated and just chilled all fucking day. I was barbecuing out there and everything, wind and all. Didn't fucking matter. I swear to God.
Look. Hold on. No, Mike. A hurricane. I'm not scared of hurricanes. Tornadoes, I am.
Category 4, same thing as a fucking tornado.
Nah, no, the fuck it ain't.
It's a water tornado.
It's a big tornado. It's a big water tornado.
Nah, bro. You can't even compare the two. No, sir. Look. I'm from bro. I'm on the East Coast, man. Like, when Hurricane Irene and all that shit that came through, like, you know what I mean, you know, Virginia, the outer banks of North Carolina and Nags Head, like, you know, like, I was never scared of like water. I was like, all right, well, this is cool. Like, you know, we out here in like boats and going down the street, and you know what I mean. I like, you know, it was just, you know, like, okay, you know what I mean, whatever, water, right? But man, a tornado, bro, like, no, no, sir.
Maybe I'm just crazy, bro. I'm the guy I like watching the storms. I like when there's tornadoes around, man. Like, we just had one, I don't know, like last month. It was coming right at us, and then it turned like a mile away. But dude, that shit don't faze me. I go outside and I look for that shit.
So, right. That's a Kansas City thing too. But like, my safety distance is like 5 or 10 blocks away. Like, I like to see it from a distance.
I've sat out there eating breakfast with bullets whizzing past my head, like literally here, right there. A tornado don't faze me.
No. Like,
I'm just saying, like, it just don't faze me. Like, I've been in some crazy ass situations with the shit I used to do. I ain't scared of shit except for sharks. I'm be honest with you.
I don't fuck with sharks either. But my thing with hurricanes is it's not the water. It's just I don't want to drown in dookie water. It's kind of my thing. It's an irrational fear. Like, when I'm serious.
Yeah, when I got hit by what was it? Hurricane. I forget what hurricane it was when it hit Jersey. Shit. I forget. Anyway, I was hit with that hurricane that hit Jersey, and we were in the worst hit area. It destroyed everything. I mean, like literally a 43-foot surge came off the bay, and there was missing developments, like just foundations, and that shit didn't even faze me.
No, I got an irrational fear of Dookie water, man. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Because this is the thing. I'm imagining that me drowning, and it's like your last gulp for breath, and you suck in a piece of shit, and then you die. Like I'm not accepting it.
It ain't even that. Listen, so with what I used to do a lot of disaster relief and shit like that. So I had disaster relief teams. And I'll tell you what, a lot of my guys, when Harvey hit Texas, they were all in Texas. My wife actually rebuilt a little village in Little Cambodia in Texas. And, dude, some of those motherfuckers came back. They came back sick as hell from wading in that Dookie water. So, I mean, I have a concern, you know. They all got MRSA and shit like that.
If you ain't getting a superpower, I'm not interested, bro. Like, I'm not trying to do it. I'm just like, leave me here. Just leave it. Like, I don't know. Like it just doesn't seem safe. But I want to answer Murder's question about Bitcoin. Should we be worried about Bitcoin considering the fact? Okay, so first of all, there's not just one founder. It's going to be a conglomerate of people. If it was just one person, they would have been yeeted up off this planet already. They ain't gonna let nobody. Yeah, it's not a person. It's a group of people, probably a lot at best. Secondly, that initial wallet hasn't moved. Like, we shouldn't have to worry about it because the original reason that they made it was to level the playing field and give everyone a shot. Bitcoin actually wasn't made for rich people. It was made for everybody else. It's just y'all didn't get the assignment. So it was created as an opportunity, though the founding wallets, that Genesis wallet, was never intended. Those coins were never intended to do anything but secure the network initially. Like, they didn't make it to make a bunch of money. They made it to give people who didn't have access to the financial structure of a first world country the opportunity to transact. They made it to give people who are barred out, who are being told what they can do with their money, the opportunity to have a different system to be a part of, where it's romper room, basically. You have the ability to make all the decisions you want, and you can be accountable. They removed the third party. If that was one person, they would definitely have been assassinated because of the implications. PayPal tried to do the same thing before Bitcoin. PayPal was going to release their own currency for people to transact in to help people who were underbanked or unbanked be able to be a part of a system to where they could transact, and the government shut them down, which was why they pivoted to a financial services company.
Now, I got a question. So you remember when El Salvador made Bitcoin its main currency?
Yes, they made it accepted nationally. Yeah.
Well, and then now, what was it? Damn it! It was a the Central African Republic also did it in April 2022.
There's that. Russia has approved it for international transactions as a mean to transact. Like, everybody's moving out of the dollar.
I don't mean just accepting it. I mean making it their legal tender for their country.
Dude, every country in Africa should make it their currency because all the African currencies suck. Like, there's not a good one over there. There's not one good one. There literally isn't. Like, none of because their systems are corrupt. You're talking about countries that have caste systems,
right?
And the thing is, Africa is the highest utilizer of Bitcoin.
Right. Well, so my question is, what happened with El Salvador? Where are they at now?
They're still stacking.
Are they?
They're building a Bitcoin district. Like, I mean, hold on. Let's look at the latest El Salvador Bitcoin news. Hold on a second.
I asked this because when they did that was right when we were at what, like 64,000 or almost 70 on Bitcoin.
Oh yeah. Do you think the country's dead?
Well, I don't know. That's what I want to know.
So hold on. 14 hours ago, I'll share this tab. We'll bring it up. 14 hours ago, Bitcoin crowdfunding is lightning. El Salvador school program hits 1 BTC in donations, so they're still getting Bitcoin. El Salvador estimates all taxes on technology, innovations, AI programming, taxes, Bitcoin news. El Salvador's Bitcoin City has not been shelved. So they're not done, but it hasn't been shelved. El Salvador president removes taxation on tech innovations. Like, it sounds like El Salvador is trying to like be a first world country. That's what it sounds like to me. They're welcoming crypto. They're not taxing tech. Meanwhile, America refuses to give clear specificity on Bitcoin, right, on cryptocurrency regulation, period. And the SEC is suing all of the companies that are in crypto here. They're collapsing the banks that they're using on purpose. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if in 20 years El Salvador and the United States have switched places if the U.S. keeps this up. Because I'm thinking about moving down there. I mean, I don't see why you wouldn't. Like, if you're a tech company or you're into crypto, like, why not? Like, why wouldn't you go somewhere where you're appreciated? I think that's what was that thing that the Save Yourself Black Man? What do they say? Go where you're appreciated, not where you're tolerated.
Right,
That shit's about to happen to America.
Hey yo, guys. Hey yo, hey look. This is an awesome talk. I know y'all gonna be up about 8 hours. I
Not 8
cannot
hours.
do it.
I got like 2 more hours, bro, and I'm about to get.
I cannot do it. I gotta drive, man. I'm out here in
I know.
Minneapolis. So, hey, Mike, what's the other you know what I'm saying, dude? Nice to meet y'all, man. Great, you know what I'm saying, convo.
Oh yeah.
bro.
As always, man. Hey
Good
Ray,
talk.
yeah, man. Hey Ray, you know I don't do this often. So
No, I was about to say, I was like, you're gonna have to start at least tapping in to see what the topic is, because like we've been going pretty hard these past couple of weeks.
oh, I'm sure whenever a conversation with you is very intense. So you know what I mean? Like, but I definitely appreciate you, man. You know what I mean? But as much as I would love to stay up, man, it's past my daytime. So
Facts.
I'm
Hey,
gonna have
drive safe.
yes, sir, indeed. Always.
You good, bro.
All right,
Be
man.
safe, man.
I sure will, man. Y'all
Dude, be
too.
safe. Yeah, you have a good day. I'll hit you up tomorrow.
All right, 10-4. All right,
All right,
later.
late. But yeah, man, I tell you what, this is, I mean, Natasha Vincent was hit us with the Ray Dalio predicted a lot of this. It's the changing world order. I which is understandable, but it's like I never thought that America would be this not even it's not that America's ungrateful. I never thought that they would pivot so hard to try to save a status that they would completely isolate themselves from the rest of the world. Because what we're about to see is that we're going to see some scorned X reactions from this whole BRICS thing. I'm telling you, like they're
You know what it is remember too, our government and our media has been lying to us and indoctrinating us for as long as mankind's been around. Our government's been around. I mean, they've been lying to us, and the fact of the matter is like I watch a lot of overseas news and everything like that, and it's incredible to see the way other countries talk about us. And listen, they're spitting truth. They're not sitting here saying America did it and lying about it to their own people. Like, they're telling their people the actual truth. So you gotta listen to what. I'm sorry, I got a rooster who just learned how to crow. That's what you hear. He's a little baby. But the thing is watch overseas news and watch what other countries are saying about us. I mean, our reign can only last for so long. We're at that 250-year mark. You know what I'm saying? An empire will fall after 250 years.
No, you're 100% right on that. And like we're literally falling victim to everything that we did to be great, though. You know what I'm saying? Like the moves that America's making with their policies and how they're navigating with the cryptocurrency companies and how they're navigating with with basically everything. They're just like, oh, well, we'll burn this whole thing up and we're just going to isolate ourselves.
Yeah, but they're losing control. And the problem with cryptocurrency is they can't control it because it's worldwide. So they're losing control. So, and listen, money was the only thing that ever kept America great. I'm sorry to say it. It really was.
Yeah.
Financially, I mean, we were always at the top of our game. And now there's something out there that's better and it can't be controlled. And don't get me wrong, there's a lot of corruption within cryptocurrency. You know that. You just have to know how to play the game.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, but
well, I mean, I don't think there's corruption. I think it's manipulation because there's no regulation.
Well, there's a lot of bump and run.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of bump and run, but it gives the average everyday individual a chance to succeed and raise above the bar that he would, normally not be able to achieve in the United States here.
Right. That's not the only manipulation, though, either. There's the outside manipulation. With them realizing that they're losing control, they did find out that they could control. And I go back to Bitcoin. When you guys say crypto, I think Bitcoin. Because again, that's the only one that I really understand. I guess that's the best way to say it. So, but they figured out that if they, ridiculously inflate the dollar, that if it goes too fast, too hard, Bitcoin's going to skyrocket. So they artificially prop up the dollar, and they did it. They kind of tripled it up and made it to where Bitcoin fell. Now, it didn't fall all the way, but it fell hard enough to scare the shit out of a lot of people.
Yeah, but I mean, if you go back and this, like, if you go back, this isn't the first time this has happened. In 2013, they were doing the same shit, and it wasn't the government. A lot of the stuff that's going on is cyclical, and it's literally Bitcoin's a zero-sum game. It's 100% a zero-sum game, which means that, like, there was. Hold on, I'm gonna look this up because I want it to be accurate, so I'm gonna Google search it. Hold on, we're gonna look how many Bitcoin. Hold on. Whoa, I spelled that wrong. Bitcoin per person. Here we go. So, Bitcoin. No. Per every person. Boom.
While you're looking for that, the reason I like Bitcoin and the idea of it is that it's so damn close to constitutional money. Like, it's so close.
Yeah.
Because you know what I mean? I honestly, I think different than you do, right? Because I know that you're just like, let the whole thing crumble, everything, the republic itself, right? And I completely disagree.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think it's salvageable if we just went back to what it was supposed to be. We don't have anything like a representative republic anymore. We don't have anything like a free market anymore. Like supply side economics. That's not what we're dealing with. We're dealing with crony capitalism, and it's very different than just free market capitalism.
No, 100%. And I 100% agree with you.
The problem is that, it's going to crumble before it can be rebuilt again. I mean, that's just the way it is. In every society, everything falls and everything rises. And unfortunately, we got to a place where I'm going to call it what it is. It's communism. It's, we're in a communistic state right now, and it has to fall before the republic can rise and go back to what it once was. Whatever means it may be, whether if it's revolution, civil war, or revolution, then civil war, something's going to happen here. People don't understand. I give it 2025, 2028, like with everything happening with CBDC and what our government's doing and control constitutional rights, our country will fall. Whether people want to believe it or not, it's going to happen. It's inevitable.
Okay. All right. Okay. So hold on. I found the information I was looking for. So how many Bitcoin per every person? Bitcoin, there's only ever going to be 21 million of them, which we are currently actively mining. Taking the current world population of, and this is when this was written up, was at 7.8 billion. This means that each person could have 0.0027 Bitcoin per person if this was equally distributed to every person on the planet.
So
Okay?
that's not even $100.
Right. Well, the issue is, though, if Bitcoin goes to, say, hypothetically $1 million, then like you can do the math on that and like that. But what I'm saying is it's a scarce resource. So me having one, I have a whole one. And then there's people with hundreds of them. And then there's like MicroStrategies is always buying them. So when they do these shakeouts, the reason I say this is a zero-sum game is because you can see through the blockchain that like people like myself, like when I buy Bitcoin and it's not being used to transact, that Bitcoin never moves again. So I'm buying and keeping unless it's to convert into another cryptocurrency to get it in the market. And none of my money that goes into crypto ever comes out of crypto. So when people are getting shooken out, people like myself and people with way more money than I do are buying and holding. People who have a lot of Bitcoin are instituting dips where they'll go into the market, they'll sell off 500 Bitcoin, start a panic sell, and then buy back in like 3,000 Bitcoin on the back end after the price dips.
Yeah, but see, for me, I use it like an ATM.
Yeah.
I mean, this is crypto card right here. I mean, I use it like an ATM because I make money all the time in crypto.
Yeah.
And I'm a dummy when it comes to crypto, so everybody can do it.
But yeah, no, I mean, so when I look at like the crypto market, like specifically to Bitcoin, because I tell everybody all this stuff, like I go over my portfolio every week on Wednesday, it drops on my channel. And I break down my portfolio, what moves I've made, where my head's at, a couple of things that I'm thinking about the market, and like whatever the current news is. But I tell everybody all the time, and I talk to people about this all the time in the Discords and the back channels, but like actually it's just when I'm in the Back Chasers Discord, because that's the only time this comes up, because my back channel, all those guys are on the same page because they've all been in this space for 10 years or more. So all of our altcoin positions, which altcoins are anything that aren't Bitcoin or Ethereum, basically, are the entire purpose of those positions and whatever we make off of them is to accumulate as much Bitcoin and Ethereum as possible. Nothing else matters until the narrative changes. And the reason I say that is because all of your institutional money and which is the big money, and 90% of the transactions are on those two chains. Period.
Isn't Ethereum connected with the banks though?
I mean, there's a lot of institutional money on it, but I mean it's the platform that everything's built on. So I mean at that point I don't care. It's decentralized. The banks don't own it. They have built their own private chains on top of Ethereum, which sets the value of it, but like there's no central entity that you have to go through to use or build upon Ethereum.
Okay.
I do the same thing you do, Ray.
What?
Like my Bitcoin, I'll invest in everything else and transfer it. Always transfer it back to Bitcoin. Always to build my Bitcoin. It's kind of like gold. I do the same thing. I build my silver until I can buy an ounce of gold.
So hold on. Murda asked a couple of questions. They're really good. And Square Roots, I got you too. Hold on, let's go. Square Roots got to go check to see how much Bitcoin he don't have. That's terrible, bro. So hold on. So Murda asked me if I would sell Bitcoin if it hits the triggered price. No, I wouldn't. So, and then he asked the second question. He asked, "What's your desired price for Bitcoin to hit before you would consider selling?" I don't have one, and the reason I say that is because anytime I need to get money out of the crypto market, what I personally do is I take out a loan. I can issue myself 0% loans. So, anytime I need to get money out of the market, I just borrow against it, and then I get cash. and then I go buy whatever I want with the cheap cash, and I use my yield farming to pay the 0% loan back at my leisure.
That kind of goes along with what I was actually trying to say earlier, is that people need to understand the difference between that fiat currency and the actual value of the shit that you're getting with it.
Like 100%. Like, I mean, that would be like asking me if I would give up my house and go rent. I would probably not give up the property because I could park someone in here, rent it, and then borrow whatever I needed out of the equity and then keep the house. Like the issue, Murda, is our people don't understand how money works, and it makes it so that these systems become predatory and that they work against them. The thought process of having to give up an asset to have a bunch of dollars that are going down in value just to have them is crazy to me. Like it doesn't make sense. The math doesn't shake out on that. So there's no point that I would give up Bitcoin unless I was going, hey, I'm going to shift this over to another asset. And my reference point for that was the last time that I actually physically sold any of my Bitcoin was when I bought the house that I'm currently in. That's the last time I sold a Bitcoin. And I turned that into a piece of property. And then when Bitcoin dipped, the property value went up. So they're inversely correlated. At least that's the way that it looks. Even though I view them the same, I'm trying not to sell my house. Like I don't ever want to sell this property if I don't have to.
Especially because you can borrow
against it.
Basically, what you need against it.
Yeah.
In order to survive. And
then you just pay that back because the thing is dollars are always going down in value. Always. In perpetuity. It's just that's the way a fiat system works. So there's at no point that a dollar is going to be worth more than a tangible asset unless that asset's no longer valued. So the only way that I would ever come out of Bitcoin was if I felt that the narrative was changing and we were going into something else, and then I would let the Bitcoin go to that thing. But it would have to become another asset. I would never sell it to just have cash to just go buy Gucci belts. Like I wouldn't do that.
Right. And there are certain things that have never been worth zero.
But hold on. The other thing, because Murda said it's all a flip. Murda, the thing that you got to understand though is like when you're doing those flips, there's a tax implication. There's no tax implication on loans, even loans that are 0%. Just something for you to marinate on. You're right; it is all a flip, but this is where leveraging comes in. Because technically speaking, something that I could do, this is a super simple play if you're long Bitcoin. So since I know I can issue myself 0% loans for about 40% of the value of my Bitcoin, if I'm long Bitcoin, I could take out a 0% loan to myself. Get that cash, take that cash and go buy more Bitcoin. Now I've extended the amount of Bitcoin that I have, and I can slowly pay back that 0% at my leisure. But I've expanded how much Bitcoin I own. And then after I pay back that amount, now I have the Bitcoin that I purchased on top of the Bitcoin that I already owned, and I can continue to rinse and repeat that in perpetuity if I just wanted to use that money to buy Bitcoin. Like,
and people don't understand real estate the same exact way.
Well, it's they don't understand money multiplication. I'm like, that's how rich people make money. Like, you got to be able to make those plays. Like the video that I did, Murda, you need to check my video. I did a portfolio update that was literally my Cash App play, because I take my loans out on Cash App because they're 6%. When I borrow money from myself, I pay myself back 10%. So I take the money from Cash App and I use that to buy Bitcoin too. And then I pay it back with a 10% VIG on it. That 10% goes into my Bitcoin pool also.
See, you use Bitcoin the same way that I use real estate. And like I said, people don't understand. If you got good credit, right, and you don't even need to make a lot of money. You literally can get a house with nothing out of pocket. Nothing. No money down, nothing out of pocket. You just have to know how to do it. Right. The best way is to find a rehab house where you can get a construction loan, rehab the house, and then turn it into a conventional mortgage. And it's nothing out of pocket. Everything is paid for through the loans.
Yeah, no, and that's the thing. It's like you're like people just don't. There's so many options, and like people have these ideas about how things work, and then they become confidently ignorant, and like they don't try stuff. And when you're in that space, it's just like, okay, well, like if you're just saving up and like using all your money to do stuff, like you're fighting an uphill battle, you know?
Well, let's face it, though. We were naive in that situation at one point in time, too. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah,
At
100%.
one point in our life, we thought, oh, I don't have the money to put down on a house. I can't do this right now. Or I don't have money to put down on a car. I can't do this right now. There's ways around that if people would just take the time to learn.
Yeah, I mean, it's you're 100% right. It's just that mindset shift, though. And so, like, that's the reason I like it, because Murdo will come over and he'll ask all the good questions. And, like, those are questions that'll help people, though, because you're, like, on the right track. You just haven't unlocked that next level yet. You know what I'm saying? To, like, where you're looking and going, okay, if this is just math and this loan costs 6% and I can pay it back in chunks over 5 payments, and then the way that I do my personal finances, any money that I borrow for those types of purposes, I pay myself back 10%. So I'm walking with the 4%, and I can use that to build up the pool of the 0% loan. You know,
Mm-hmm.
and like it's like your money that's sitting stagnant does not make money. Money makes money when it moves.
Exactly.
And so, like, the name of the game is to figure out how to keep the money moving. Like, how are you gonna? Okay, like what's this next thing? Because if the money's just sitting there, it's not doing anything. And money that's not doing anything is it's just gonna, act. Hey, Square Roots, good night, brother. How you have a good one, man. I'm happy you stopped through. I appreciate you. But yeah, if the money's not moving, it's not gonna work. It's
I
not
totally agree.
Yeah, it's stagnant money is not good.
We learned that in our industry too. I think,
Yeah.
and that's what's crazy. Like all these blue collared workers who sit out there and think they can't. They're like, man, I bust my ass for nothing. They don't realize that all the knowledge is right there from all the work they do. If they just put it to use in a different aspect and put it into money, they would understand more.
100%. You're so right. You are so right. Because like you're the issue is like blue collar work. It requires so much acuity and attention to detail that it's just like you just need to shift this over to your bank account. Just like I don't know how to explain this, but like if you do exactly what you're doing when you're doing your trade or your craft, and you did it with your bank account, you would be in a different league and a whole different space. Like,
dude, it took me. I'm 43. Took me a long time to learn that.
Yeah. I mean, it's the interesting. So my question, okay, I got a question for you, Mike. At what point did that switch flip for you, and like what triggered it?
Well, in construction, and everybody knows any aspect of construction, in our industry, everything's always cash.
Yeah.
No one gave a crap about credit. You always had the cash. You bought it cash. You didn't buy it if you didn't have the money. Right. So that starts you off in the right direction because you're not buying things you can't afford. But I learned later on in life, like, well, my first lesson was this. I bought a car, right? I paid the car off 3 years early. My credit shot to over 800, right? Mm-hmm. I'm an all-cash guy. I'm in construction. I go to buy something years later, and all of a sudden my credit's down to the 500s because I never used it.
Yeah. Yep.
So that was my first lesson. And then years ago, long story short, I told you I had cancer and everything like that, and I went through this whole ordeal, and I needed surgery and I needed this, but insurance wasn't covering certain things, so I had to pay out of pocket. And that's when I learned how to make my money work for me to fix me, and then use that, in the rest of my life. And then when I met my wife, I fixed her credit. And then boom, now she's like a credit Nazi, and that's how we're able to do everything with business and with credit and moving money around and investments. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But it's a life lesson. I mean, like I said, you got to fail before you succeed. You got to learn the hard way sometimes, and people just don't. They just People, you know what I think it is? I think people give up before their drive takes over. So it's like they'll get to a certain point and then they don't do something anymore because they feel like they're not succeeding. And you got to break those barriers and push past that failure to reach that success.
I like that. That actually makes a whole lot of sense. So hold on, I'm going to answer Murda's question. Do we think a lack of focus is the big reason why people can't master a specific game? I don't think it's that. I think that the society that we live in, it's so easy to get demotivated. And like, I think that people start with like this very wide-eyed view because everybody can look at the entire board and it's hard to make that first decision, right? So like if you're like when I was broke, for instance, my whole excuse was, and I've been reading financial books. Like I remember I got into Rich Dad Poor Dad when I was 16, right? That was like one of my first like books, I would say, like an adult book. And, you know, I was on that, and the environment that I was in, everybody who was around me that was black was like, that's white people shit. Why are you reading that? Why are you doing that? That's stupid. Like, why are you trying? And so like you have a negative reinforcement there, but like that wasn't my excuse. Like that wasn't the reason that I did. And I was just like, screw y'all. I'm going to continue reading these books. Like I actually found it interesting because when I was in school, I thought I had a learning disability because I can't read fiction books. I can read comic books because there's pictures, but like the way that my brain works, fiction books, I can't retain the information. So like I spent a bunch of time just thinking I was stupid and like couldn't read well or something. And then I got Rich Dad Poor Dad, and it was the first book that I read, and like I voraciously read that book. Like I was sitting in there. My wife was, I'm married. My wife would lose her mind. Why? Oh. Murda said he gonna get in trouble. He can't come up. It's fine.
Listen, people got to look at it this way. How much useless crap do you do in your week? Let me guess. You watch friggin' sports, which is waste of friggin' time. I'm sorry to say it is. People who don't give a shit about you. You watch sports. You watch stupid shows. Also, people who don't give a shit about you. You probably jerk off to porn on the internet. Also, people who don't give a shit about you. What other things? You play video games and fight with people online. Also, people who don't give a shit about you. If you put all that useless time into your finances and into your actual life and into your drive, you'd actually succeed.
Facts. I mean, I would go so far as to say, like, you should go down a rabbit hole of financial literacy. Like, if you piece that together, and for me at least, understanding and kind of getting the concept of how money worked put me in a lot of positions to where like I was willing to do a few key things in my life that everybody couldn't understand. You know, like I'd say one of the main ones was every 3 years I would completely switch careers to go learn something new because I would get bored and I'd be like, cool, like 3 years, I'm going to go learn something new. And, that put me in a position to where I could, when I got offered the position in this company, like I did consult my mom about it. I was like, hey, like, what are your thoughts on this? And fortunately, by that point, she was kind of understood what I was trying to do. And she was like, hey, like, are you going to learn a skill? And I was like, well, yeah, but like I have reservations because like I haven't done anything that's even remotely close to manual labor. Really, I was working in the mental health field in an office job. And I was like, you know, like I have like some reservations. Like, what if I suck? What if I lose my job? Like, blah, blah, blah. Cause like my thought process at that point was like, I always made redundancies. So like I never normally had one job until I got in the mental health field. I would always have two jobs. Cause that way I was like, well, if I lose one, I can lean into the other one to like leverage that. And then I can get back on my feet, figure out where I want to be, but I always kept something on the back burner. And she was like, well, you're going to learn a skill. So she was like, even if you lose the job, you're going to know how to do something at this point. And she was like, the only thing they can do is tell you can't show up there. but they can't take the skill back.
Smart woman though.
Yeah. And so I was like, okay, and like, you know, the rest is kind of history. But there was that, and then there was the decision when I started getting my finances together, and that was when I started making the choice of like the jobs that I took. I was looking at more than just a paycheck. I was like, what can I get out of this place? Am I going to be positioned to where I'm getting something extra above the job? Like, am I going to have enough time to be off to do a side hustle? When the second 3 years that I was in mental health, I was with a company, and like the company that I was with, I helped them get bought out. And then when they got bought out, the CEO of the company that bought us, we got bought into a nonprofit, was like, hey, I just want to make sure you're not quitting. I'm going to offer to mentor you on top of you keeping exactly what you were making and doing an order of magnitude less work. And I was like, okay, cool. Like, and you know, like he helped me kind of get my bearings going. And then like when I got this opportunity, I was like, okay, cool. Pros of taking this job: we only work with rich people. I was like, I can get something out of this outside of what you're paying me. Like, I'm going to learn something. And you know, like the network that I have now, I got because I'm in the industry that I'm in. But people look at that and they're like, oh, well, like your salary isn't. And I'm like, that's like, I've gotten way more than the salary multiple times over with the game that I've been given from having access to the clients. Like, I've gotten to meet senators here. Like, I've gotten to go to like special engagement things where I'm for darn sure the brokest person there. And they're like, how are you getting so much one-on-one time with this guy? And I'm like, I know the dude who threw this. like, and they, you know, like being able to have the conversations that we have, like it's the same thing. It's just like, if you're in a room with politicians and they're not expecting that from you, they're like, hold up, wait a second. I want to hear what this guy's got to say. Like, I want to have a talk with you. Like, how did you come to this conclusion? And then being able to articulate and explain yourself and be like, cool, like I agree with you on this, this, and this. Let me add the context here. Here's something. Oh, oops. Here's something you might think about. My cat is going wild over here. This is ridiculous. But you know, like it's afforded me a bunch of opportunities just looking at things from a completely different perspective, as opposed to just chasing the check and thinking that that's all you're going to get. You know, like I feel like a lot of people sell themselves short when they enter into jobs. Like, we have one of our clients that owns an insurance firm, and like everybody at this firm, when we went in there, was it's like a younger group of guys, but they're all like insurance guys. So it's like, hey, we've got the really nice suit. Like, we drive these really nice cars, a lot of posturing, a lot of forward facing stuff. And so when we were doing the project, they're like, I've had multiple times of one-on-one time with this guy and his wife who helps him run the company. So I'm like asking questions, picking their brains whenever I'm working at his house. Like, he's just like, hey, like, let me explain to you how this works. Like, if I have questions, he'll be like, cool, let me break that down for you. And these dudes are like when we're working on his office, these dudes are like looking down their nose at me. And I'm like, you work with this guy every day and you've gotten zero game out of him. And all you have is that stupid expensive suit that you probably have on credit. And like, you haven't extracted like one iota. And you see this dude every day. And they just want to sit in there and like, they're just talking about like surface level, like I'm trying to work my way up to get to partner. And I'm like, bro, you should be getting game out of this dude. You'd get to partner way faster.
Well, the problem is it's a job to them. It's exactly what it is. It's just a job to them. And that's where people's biggest mistakes are. You're right. You got to look at the opportunities behind everything. And for some people, it's just a job, and that's all they're ever going to see it as. It's just a paycheck.
Yeah. Right. Well, because they're used to trading time for money.
Right.
And that's really an employee mentality.
Yeah.
You know, that's why you got so many people wasting time on the clock, watching the clock and everything else. Anybody I hire, the very first thing I make sure that they understand, which don't get me wrong, they still don't, and I have to fire them almost immediately. But the one thing that I try to help them understand is I'm not paying for your time. I couldn't give a fuck less about your time. I care about productivity. So if I've got you working on a house and you're going to paint doors for me, I'm going to pay you $100 per door, right? So if it takes you 10 hours to take care of all the doors, you're going to make the same thing as if you got them done in 2.
Right.
So, and I can show you how to do it in 2, but I can't make you actually want to do it. I can't tell you how many people have been sitting on a job knowing that, number one, that they're going to get paid the same thing no matter how long or short it takes, but also that they won't get paid until it's done. And they'll just sit there and waste time and waste time. And it's like, it's so annoying to me. But it's I think most people have an employee mentality and not an employer mentality.
Yeah.
Well, that's why employees don't offer incentives like they used to. Like with my guys, I used to pay my guys a set rate no matter how long they worked. They always got a set rate, no matter how long they worked. And those guys would bust their ass. And I didn't care. Listen, I don't care if they did that job in an hour or if they did it in 8 hours. They got paid the same, so it didn't matter to me. But it was incentive for them because they were looking to move on to the next job and make more money. Move on to the next job, make more money. You know what I'm saying? Yep. So for me, he's right. It's about productivity. You know what I'm saying? It's just like when I, with HVAC in Florida, with piecework, I got paid per job. Didn't matter how long it took me. If I install 3 units in a day and I'm done by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, who's better than me? It's $1,500 and I only work from 7 in the morning till 2.
Yep.
Right.
So it's about productivity, but there has to be incentive. And a lot of companies don't think of it that way. It's all employee mentality now. And that's what this world is stuck into.
Well, I think and the thing is, like, this goes back to what Razik was saying was, not everybody's going to win. Like we're going to have employees. Like there's always going to be a peasant class. People just don't want to put in the extra. The only issue that I have with that is I don't ever see anyone sitting there complaining about people who just want to be average. And like people always say that like I have a hard line on that because I'm like, it's not the system that we're currently in doesn't afford that privilege. They're taking it away. That's not me complaining about poor people. I don't sit there and drive by a homeless person and be like, God, that guy just makes me so mad. He gets to sit down all day. He lives outside. I'm not complaining about that. But what you see is people who want to be average, want to go to work for 40 hours, and they think they deserve what Mike has. They think they deserve what I have, and they think they deserve what you have, Jeremy. And then they're mad about it. They're like visibly mad as though we cheated by just working more hours than them.
It isn't even about work. It's like there's so many things to it. Here's a prime example because, I told you I have a farm and stuff like that. Prime example. Yeah. Anybody out there right now, literally, if you had, say, $1,500 to invest, you're just going to waste that money and blow it on useless shit. If you had $1,500 to invest, you can go to a packing company and get a private label hot sauce, right? Get 80 cases, go out and hustle and sell it to freaking stores and make money in your pocket. And you can sell it for whatever you want. Because I'm going to be honest with you, there's hot sauces out there going for $20, $30 for a 5-ounce bottle. So that's just the point that I'm trying to make is even with product, it's all about investment. If you have extra $1,500 and you're creative, you can always make money in anything. I mean, literally, there's so many things you can make money on. You just have to open your mind and come out of your comfort zone. Stop sticking to your job and the knowledge that there's so many other opportunities out there that may be easier and quicker cash coming in.
Right. 100%. Yeah. Hold up. Let me get Murda's question. He's asking about the rent moratorium. So me personally, that has not affected me yet, but like I don't have traditional renters. I am a house hacker. That's kind of my jam. And it's because of how I grew up. I've always just lived around people. Like my grandmother, we called it taking in strays, but like we had one of her friends that she came up with, which I'm pretty sure was from her older days when she was gangbanging or whatever. And he was a crackhead, and he used to stay with us every spring and summer when he dried out. So, I didn't know that, but like he used to come over and cut our hair and do work around the house, and he'd give me haircuts and watch movies with me. Like my family just left me with like a recovering addict. Like it's, and you wonder why I'm so personable. Like I've navigated some shit unconsciously, but I've always been used to like people being like semi-transient. And like my grandmother, one of the lasting impressions that she had on me was she always took care of everyone. She was like the hub of the family. So like if somebody was on hard times, you could always go stay at grandma's. Like and she would like always have people around. So my upbringing, like even though I'm an only child, I was always around people. Like there was just always people there. So for me, house hacking is pretty easy. Like I don't like one of my roommates currently is like in California, and the other one we have polar opposite schedules, so we don't really see each other. So like there's just people around. Like there's always somebody here, but it's like I'm used to just being around people, so like that works for me. And like we were living together, we were in a situation where our building got bought out, and what happened in Kansas City at the beginning of the pandemic was they bought like corporations and outside entities came in and bought up all the real estate, the investment real estate that was owned by people here. And they buy it. Well, yeah, but I mean, like, it was just like, here is my reference point because, like, I saw it happen. And so the guy who owned our building lived down the street, and like me and him used to go grab drinks. Like, I had free run of that place. Like, he was offering to like let me rent as many of the units as I wanted because like I paid on time and early. And he sold the building, and I came to realize I was the only person who didn't get like quarantined because trade work. We were still building houses. Rich people wasn't not having their houses during the pandemic. So I didn't stop working. And he sold the building. Well, when he sold the building, they had the company that took it over was just very disrespectful. And me knowing that I'm the only person paying for stuff in that building at that point, because everyone else is out of work, I'm like, dude, like, I'm not dealing with this. Like, I need you to like respect me as though I'm the only person working here, because I'm the only person working here. Everyone else is at home at all hours of the day. So I know I'm the only person paying rent. And it just became like a contentious thing. Like they towed my second car. Like they were just on some real petty shit without like informing me. I was like, could you guys like give me like a 24-hour notice or something? Like move this thing? Like, no, like cool. So when they did that, we were in a situation where like they started doing some like major rehab on the other units, and what they did with all the other buildings was like they jacked the rent up. And I was like, I'm not about to pay for this, like to be here. I was like, I can afford to like get a place. So like I got a place, and we all moved to this place. Also, that building was horribly insulated, and we were paying like our utility bill during the winter to keep that place at like 55 degrees and freezing was like $600. Like on top of the rent. Like it was ridiculous. Like it was just a bad deal. And then after we moved, they were on the news because like the whole ass power went out during the rehab. They like messed up the electrical and then tried to freeze everybody to death. So no, it was a bad deal. And this made it so that we were in a situation where it was more controlled. And like we didn't have to worry about hundreds of dollar rent spikes. So no, I mean we haven't had that issue because everything's covered. So it's not like, like it's like I front run all this stuff, and then it's just like cool, I catch it on the back end.
Nice. So I'm about to light up one more cigarette.
Uh-oh.
And then I'm about to get out of here for the night.
Yeah, same here.
Sweet.
I've got to make more magic happen. Did anything happen in either of your days today that's a little out of the norm?
Out of the norm. What's going on, Lady Naveau? Welcome to the channel. Oh, that's awesome. I appreciate you, lady. So out of the norm, I mean, I don't know. This whole week I've been tired no matter what I do until tonight.
Me too.
I've been exhausted this week, and it's just been like 100% running on discipline. But like, no matter what time I go to bed, like I wake up and I'm just like, I'm tired. This sucks.
Right.
But
Dude, I felt like shit today and took 2 old man naps, I swear.
See, I haven't needed to take the naps, but it's just like I've been getting the appropriate amount of sleep. It's just no matter what's going on, I'm tired. Like I'll wake up and I'm just like, I don't want to do these push-ups. I am exhausted. And then like I'll get through it, but then it's like I'm in like zombie mode until about like halfway through the day. And I'm like, I haven't even stayed up late. Like I don't understand where this is coming from, but I don't like it. Like I was about to check to see if Mercury was in retrograde or whatever the hell the chicks say when they're upset. I don't.
Dude, you want to know what I think it is? Honestly, I think it's the food. People don't believe me, but I'm a type of person where I don't eat out. I literally cook everything, and I just been doing a lot of research, man. It's all the garbage that's in our food, no matter what it is. Even the meat now, I'm running at about 60%, no lie, of what I usually do. I run at about 60% a day now of what I usually do. And it's crazy. I've been feeling like crap myself. Well, mind you, it was a crappy day and it was raining all day, but
yeah.
So Mike, I didn't realize, when you hit 40, because I was born in 79, right? So when you hit 40, did you feel it? Because I used to hear older people talk about like it's gonna really hit you, and I always thought it was bullshit, but it's not bullshit. Like it hit.
Dude, I don't think it's the age, bro. You know what's funny is I didn't get run down. Now, mind you, I'm a type of person who sleeps 2 to 4 hours a night, works nonstop. I didn't feel it until the first time I got COVID. Swear to God.
Dude.
Never got that.
Same. Like, not even a joke. When I got it, I laid around, felt like I was dying. Then I kind of was just like, I don't care, take me. And then I didn't. But when I went back, that first month, I was super jacked up. Like the first couple of days, because I'd slept so much that I was no longer tired. Like I'd actually like caught up on all the sleep that I was missing. And so like the first day I felt great. And then it was like halfway through the day, it was like the energy just jumped off a cliff. And then after that, it was like every day, like I had to like just force myself to keep working at the capacity that I know I could do. But I was exhausted for a month.
But I don't know if it's 40. I don't know if it's 40. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like I'm the type of person where I never thought I'd get tired. I mean, my dad's still 70 and lives like he's 20. I mean, he don't stop. For me, I've been the same way my whole life, just always going 18-hour days nonstop. I mean, dude, any kind of, not pandemic, but any kind of disaster situation or whatever, I wouldn't sleep for 3 days. I'd go work nonstop. I mean, I've just been like that my whole life. And then I don't think it's 40. I'm telling you, it's with COVID and it's with all the way our foods and processed foods are changing and the new preservatives and things they're putting in these foods. I mean, I got a friggin' gluten allergy somehow. Fucking, I never had it in my life. I'm Italian. I ate pasta my whole entire freaking life. How do I get a gluten allergy? You know, it's just stupid things like that. I think we're run down because we're being poisoned slowly. And I know it sounds conspiracy, but it's the truth, man. I never felt like this in my life.
Sounds real to me.
I don't think you're wrong. I don't. I've been having people tell me, oh, you're going to slow down like every decade from 25 forward. When you hit 30, it's going to hit you. When you hit 35, it's going to hit you. And it's like when you hit 40, and I'm like, most days I feel fine. And then like the days that I don't feel fine, I can force myself to do the output that I need, that I can do. It's just I'm tired.
But that's like, discipline. That's discipline.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I'm like, it's the deal is, the way that I always looked at it is like, we know what the deal is, but there's so many factors, and like that's the reason, like my vitamins, like I have like I've had a pill shelf since I was 30 that are just vitamins. It's not like medications, but like I take a ton of vitamins
Every
like
morning, bro.
At all times. Like I filter them out through the day. I got 2 handfuls of vitamins I take throughout the day, and
Peptides and shit.
And I'm like, dude, yeah, because it matters. And like,
But you know what? With peptides, since he brought that up, see with peptides. All right, so listen, I'm on TRT, and I don't lie about it. I've been on TRT for 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
And
how do you like it?
Well, that's the problem. I mean, listen, I was a juice head back in the day, so I was a monster, right?
Yeah.
And then obviously the reason I'm on TRT today is because I screwed up my testosterone as a young kid because I'm an idiot.
Question:
so,
when you were at peak monsterdom, did you walk through doors sideways?
Yeah, I was huge. No, I mean, no. When I tell you I was on huge, I mean I'm not gonna lie. I mean I was on like Ronnie Coleman steroid cycle. I was on like 1,000 milligrams a week. I mean I was fucking.
Holy jeez,
dude! I mean enough to kill a cow or a small rhino. But I reaped the. Listen, now that I'm older, obviously I barely produce any testosterone, and it's tough. I got to take TRT. That's why I wanted. I hear everything about peptides, and I can get peptides any day of the week, but I'm just not sure about them. I've researched them, and I'm not sure I just understand too much in them. As far as it's not like with steroids where there's so much information on it. Peptides are just it's crazy. I was always interested in peptides, to be honest with you.
Well,
I think it's crazy because like when we were talking about the steroids conversation, there was a buddy of mine who did his doctorate on the benefits of one cycle. And like apparently one cycle, if you just do it once, is actually a very rejuvenating thing if done at the appropriate time in your life. It can actually fix a bunch of shit, and it actually has like a bunch of benefits. It's just like the issue is like people get hooked on that strength, and then they don't stop taking it.
Hormones play a huge role in everyday life, even with women, menopause, everything like that. Yep. Hormones play a huge role. The problem is low doses are very healthy for you, especially when we reach our age. The problem was I screwed myself up. I mean, listen, I trained to be a professional wrestler my entire fucking life. I know it sounds stupid, but literally from 14 years old on, I trained to be a professional wrestler. And I never did steroids. I was all natural. Once I did them, it was over, man. I turned into a house. I was benching 495 like those fucking brothers. And I wasn't going to quit. And then I screwed myself, but now I'm paying for it. You know what I'm saying? In my older age.
Yeah.
So,
well, hold on. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I'm about to jump out of here, but I did the highlighted message real quick. I did want to say to what he asked there, because he's saying that he realizes the universe will give you back, what you put in it, and it witnesses you putting in the effort. So I'm currently writing a book about that right now. So I'm not crazy deep into it, but I mean, I'm a few chapters in right now. But the book is basically based off of the 12 laws of the universe, the actual 12 laws of attraction, and the 7 Kemetic laws, mixed in with a lot of other shit. It's going to be a really fantastic book. So when I get done writing it, I can, of course, let them know what's up with that. But
that's freaking cool.
Having said that, I'm about to jump off of here. I'm going to try and get a little bit of rest before I have to go make it happen.
Okay.
So I appreciate you guys.
Be good, bro.
I appreciate you, Casey. You have a good night, man.
Man, I'm going to try. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Remember to stretch.
Yeah, I need to do more than stretch. I'm waiting for my testosterone replacement therapy to come in. So,
bruh.
Yeah.
I hope you didn't go through one of those companies.
I went through Hone. Should I have not have gone through Hone?
Dude, oh man. You gotta
Oh
hit me up.
no!
You gotta hit me up on a side chat. First of all, Hone is a freaking ripoff. You're paying way too much. What they send you is a quarter of the dose you even need. It's horrible. Don't get me wrong, it's cool. You get the prescription, then you can go buy it illegally because you have the prescription. So that's the only cool thing with Hone. But Hone's it's a waste of money, bro. Honestly, to do your first cycle or 2 cycles or whatever, it's fine, but it is a waste of money. I'm going to be honest with you. They charge you all this shit, and it's not even worth it when you could buy a 10-shot bottle for fucking $75. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So
I'm just saying. I don't mean to get illegal on the channel, but I'm just saying you go buy a 10-shot bottle for $75 with Hone. You're paying the membership fees, you're paying for the blood work, you're paying for everything, and then you're paying for the medication, which is like $175 for the medication, and that's only 4 doses, low doses, when you can get 10 doses for $75. So
I never even thought about that, because I'm going to tell you, I did Clen back in the day. Loved Clen. Clenbuterol, that was my jam.
Dude, I'll give you a site where you can get anything you want as long as you got Bitcoin.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm jumping out right now, so I won't be in the back chat. But can you promise to be back here next Thursday?
Oh yeah, bro. I always jump on Ray. I love Ray's channel because he talks about all the topics I love.
Good.
Well,
that's
we're
what
gonna
I'm talking about.
We're gonna be doing a lot more of that, like not just Ray, but the both of us. So,
oh no, absolutely.
Definitely.
I'll be hitting you next week, man.
All right, bro. No problem.
Definitely. You guys have a good night.
All right, be good, man. Talk to you later.
Peace.
So I want to answer Murder's question real quick. I'll tell you this. I don't know that it's the universe, but I've never seen somebody who's decided to make a change in their life put in the actual effort at 100% that didn't see a result. Now we can ascribe that to whatever we want it to be. And it can be the universe. There could be some ethereal energy that we're tapping into that's around us that reciprocates that. But like, if you're making consistent movement in a forward direction, you're going to see a result if you're consistent about it. Period. Like it's just
the laws of physics.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm like I was going to say, I was like, Mike, when Mike's in the shape that he's in, and we can tell that he's in good shape.
I'm in no shape. I haven't worked out in a year, man. This is just from work.
Well, no, but it's not a oops scenario. Like, you're physically active. Like, you would never go to the gym and be like, hey bro, how did you get like this? And the dude's going to turn around and be like, oh crap. Like, how did I get here? Like,
work. That's how I got here. Work.
It's consistent. It's consistent action. Hold on. Murda had another one. He said, living your desired life is not tiring. What's tiring is living a life someone else imposes on you. That is true. But like, as we age, them energy levels, if you're toxified, definitely do take some hits. like I can tell you right now that like, if I go out and I drink the way that I used to drink, I'm feeling it. Like, at this point, like, I'm gonna, at some point the next day, I'm gonna wake up and I'm just not gonna get stuff done. Like, it puts you in like a zombie mode.
Older age plays a part.
Yeah.
You know, there's no doubt, but it's all about drive. Listen, I'm sorry to say it. I know people don't want to believe it, but money's the motivator in life. Like, I hate this. You know, people are like, oh, money doesn't matter, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't make happiness. The fuck it doesn't. I'm sorry. Listen, money is the motivator in life. The more money you make, the harder you're going to drive, the harder you're going to move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, I strongly believe that. Well, and success comes with, you know, with the time you put in, whether it's the universe or whatever you want to call it. I mean,
well, I mean, the way that I look at it is, it's like, I don't necessarily think it's the universe that it's the people that you like. Actually, I guess it kind of is. It's kind of yes and no, because the people that, like, once you start moving in a certain direction, the people will fall into a place, because like, people of like mind will find each other at all times.
It's all about the people you surround yourself with, bro.
100%. And it's like, well, like when I started doing this show, people were like, "Oh, well, like your viewer count's low," and I was like, "I don't care. Like these are conversations I want to have, and I'd rather have conversation with 10 smart people than have like thousands of idiots and then just be like out here having conversations that I don't actually care about." And like not getting anything out of it. I was like, I'm not doing this as a job. Like I enjoy having the conversation. And like,
well, you learn too. You learn and you educate.
Exactly. You know? That's the thing. And I'm like, I don't understand. Like, I'll get on some of the panels that I participate in because like I do hang out on some of the Manosphere channels because every once in a while there's topics where I want to chime in, but they'll constantly go back to, oh, well, you know, people come here for the drama and like and I'm like, yeah, but I'm like, I understand because like you make your money here and like you haven't like, you know, like if you make your money on YouTube, then like I understand why people do YouTube-y things. Like you're gonna acquiesce. But I'm like, let's not get this confused though, because at that point you are a minstrel. You are here for these people's entertainment, and you are also a slave to the algorithm. And you know, like I've been on other panels. There's this dude, I forgot his name, and I really wanted to go tap into his channel because he's like you'll love this, Mike. He's a YouTube preacher type person, and his whole MO is that like if you go to work, you're a slave. But he's not a slave because he gets donations from talking to people on YouTube. And I was like, bruh.
Like, you're a slave for YouTube.
Like, I was like, you're a slave and you live in a trailer, dude. Like, oh, like, if you're gonna tell everyone else.
I'm sorry to say it, but these YouTube guys who talk shit like that, like, YouTube's work, man. It's fucking. Yeah, YouTube editing, doing all those videos. It's friggin' work. Listen, you know me. I educate and I talk a lot. I do a lot of videos. Yep. It's freaking work. There's like this whole week I've been busy. I'm like, I haven't done a damn video, and my following will go down if I don't keep up with it. But it's being a slave to that crap, and I'm like, why? I'm like, do people even listen to what I say? Even though everything I say is pretty much true, like, do people even really listen to me? So that's why I come on channels and have good conversations with guys like you, because it's all about the people you surround yourself with, even in life. It's like, listen, I have friends who are never going to succeed. Friends I grew up with since I was 2 years old. I hate to say it, but they're fucking losers and they're drug addicts. And you want to? I barely ever pick up my phone. The people in my life are the people that are going to help push me forward, and I'm going to help them push them forward. It's all about networking. You know, you need to, and for anybody who's failing, look around you and see who your 5 closest friends are, and then tell me why you're failing.
Right. Be like, what's going on? Be like, oh, everyone sucks. Like, okay, yeah, no, it's and that's the thing. Like, that's the reason I created this. That was the reason that I went the direction I went with this show. Because like some nights we can have fun and we can sit up here and joke around, but like the crowd that's here, like the consistent people that like participate, like that are here, like Murder in the chat, like that dude. We've gone off the rail for too many weeks in a row. And like this dude came in and like was typing hard in the chat and was like, you're off topic. Like, let's talk about this. And then just started like posing questions. I'm like, okay, dude. Like for real, dude, Murder's been around since I started this channel. And like, he's seen it on the viewership highs. He's been here on the viewership lows. And like, when he comes in, he always contributes and he asks good questions. Like they're not solid questions. And they're questions that can help other people. He is like very adamant about how he can make an extra $1,000 this week, and I do not have the answers for you. He always asks me this, and I'm like, I am not a fast money guy, dude. Like, I'll tell you this: work overtime and push the needle forward, and if you do that for a few weeks, you're gonna have your $1,000. Like,
there's always ways to make $1,000.
You're 100% right. They're
listen, you guys. I mean, I don't know where you live, Murder, but like Facebook, like it sounds stupid, but if you go to like your town Facebook page, bro, you want to do a side job or you want to do something, just post something on your Facebook page. I guarantee someone will call. you can make $1,000 real quick, whatever it may be. Like the Facebook page of my town, I never advertise in there, and I only go there for the drama because it's funny when they talk shit about everybody in town. But
no.
yeah, it's great when they talk shit about. You want to find out anything in my town, you just go to that Facebook page and dude, you'll find out.
He said they're spilling all the tea.
But dude, whatever everybody posting, dude, scrap guys, this, that, whatever you need, there's always somebody. And if you got a skill or you got something, just post it on there. I guarantee someone will call you. You want to make $1,000, it'll happen real quick. You just gotta be motivated to do it. You know?
Facts. Yeah.
I mean listen, there is money in. I can't even tell you how many ventures I went into where people thought they were dumb, but they made money. And now, mind you, I consistently change. So everything is a fad. So you can't just stick with one thing and think it's always going to be successful, because everything becomes a fad outside of blue collar work as far as construction, plumbing, and things. Everybody's always going to need that. But everything else you venture into, it's a fad. And you're only there for the duration to make as much of it out of it as you can, and then you got to leave and go on to something else. It's the only way you're going to succeed. You know,
100%.
But there's money in everything, bro. You can sell chicken shit or rabbit shit and make money. I'm just saying, I don't know where you live, but you can make money in anything. Like I said, if you watch 90 Day Fiance, you got a girl who's selling farts online and became a millionaire. I mean, come on now.
Yeah, anything.
Anything.
I'm telling you, man.
Start out simple and go friggin' garage sale and like a friggin' old lady and take shit and sell it on eBay for twice the price or 3 times the price you paid for it. There's always ways to make money.
There was that, and then I was about to say like the free haul away stuff. Like I heard a bunch of people make money flipping. Like people are like, oh, I'm getting rid of this washing machine. There's nothing wrong with it, but they just want it gone and they want someone to come take it because they don't want to pay for bulky pickup. Like
if
stuff like that.
Space to store it, you know, if you got the space to store that type of stuff, yeah. But there's also things you don't want to do, like, you know, I mean, like selling that stuff is fine, but you don't want to, like Amazon. What a pain in the ass. Reselling on Amazon, don't ever try that. It's the worst freaking thing in the world.
Yeah. No, Amazon. It's hard. I actually had when I first started. So one of my first side hustles, I got really, really lucky. But like I followed the Gary V model of going and finding things at the store on clearance and then flipping those on eBay or Amazon. And I opted for Amazon. But the first thing that I found, and this is like total beginner's luck, I was at Walmart and I went to the clearance aisle and they were selling these they were like the TP-Link, and I think it was like a networking switch or router, one of the two, and they were all $5, and there were a bunch of them. And I went and I looked on Amazon and they were selling for like $100. And I was like, okay, so I bought all of them and like made like $5,000. Like it was like my one thing where I'm like, yeah, you can flip stuff online. And I've bought like every once in a while, like it's part of my routine now is like, I'll go and I'll look in the clearance aisle to see if there's anything interesting. And then I'll just scan it to see if I can sell it on eBay. Cause like I don't do Amazon anymore, but I do flip stuff on eBay every once in a while. And like, if I find something where I can make a few bucks, like I'll take it and I'll go flip it. Like I'll list it right there.
My wife, I'll tell you, honestly, that's one of my wife's favorite things, man. We'll go to either garage sales or whatever. She's into glass and things like that. She'll find things she pays $5 for that are worth freaking $2,000. And it's like, and she knows, she has the eye for it. So it's like all these old antique stores and things. She goes into everything, and if they don't have it priced right, she'll nab it up and make money. And I mean, but it's smart like that. That's like her hobby. We don't get to do it often, but she loves that crap, and she sells it all. You know?
Murda be tapping into people's lifestyles and has the good questions for him. So, Mike, Murda's asking, how have you balance time, money, and your family schedule in order to succeed financially and morally? And this is a perfect question for you.
Well, For me, I mean, what is balance? Balance is, how can I explain this? If you have to balance all of those together, there's a problem within that balance. So how can I explain this? If you have to balance family where they're not included, like my wife works with me in business and everything like that, if you have to balance and take time, how can I explain this? Then your wife's complaining. I put it that way. I understand kids and I understand things like that. Like my kids, like I have a pepper farm. I make them work. Like you want to spend time with dad, you got to put in the work. You got to do things. You got to do chores. I balance everything. One, because I'm an entrepreneur, so I have no time schedule. But I wake up early. Me and my wife write a list. We get a game plan together. She writes the list. I keep it in my head and forget most things. But we just make it work in every aspect. I mean, she literally writes a list, 3:30 in the morning. We drink coffee, we smoke cigarettes, get a game plan together, and we hit it. And we've been doing it for so long that it's like, why change it? It works. There's no balance whatsoever. I mean, like there is no balance. Tomorrow, if I want to take a couple hours off and I want to hang out with family or bring them out to lunch or I want to take them somewhere, I do it. I do whatever I can. I mean, it's tough when you have a normal 9-to-5 job. Then it's hard to find balance because you're committed to being somewhere 9 to 5. Then you have to take that time for your wife and kids, and you have to try to balance everything out. But owning your own companies, which I suggest everybody freaking does, everybody. Listen, it don't cost much. Open an LLC. Even if you don't do nothing with it, just open it and keep it there. And then figure out what you're going to do with it. But own your own company and be your own boss, because then there is no, you don't have to worry about balancing things. You know, yeah, I mean, it's a tough thing to discuss because not everybody's financially stable or not everybody owns their own company. Some people have those 9-to-5 jobs or even longer, you know, so it's tough to talk about balance because every individual is different.
That makes sense. But one of the things that I think, because like whenever you talk, it's like there's like so many gems in it. And one of the things that I dialed into is I think you do have a balance, but your balance is mission based. You and your family are on a mission. And so your balance is then bringing, for you, if, at least from what I'm gleaning from it, for you, it's bringing everyone into the mission. So that way you go, I don't have to pull my head away from what I'm doing to be with you. You can just come be here with me while we're moving forward. Versus going.
That's true. And it's about happiness. Listen, and this goes for a lot of people because there's a lot of arguments in relationships. It's about your relationship with your significant other if you're not single. And that's what you have to figure out for yourself. It's about happiness, keeping everybody happy. My self-gratification, my motivation comes from the happiness of my family, but I do include them in everything I do. You know, like me and my wife are still like we're like we just met yesterday. Like, you know, we've been married for how long? You know, I'm at the job. She'll text me, how's your day? I text her, how's your day? Everything going good? Cool. Back to work. And then we're back home working together when I get all, you know, when I come home from the construction site. And then sometimes she'll come with me to the construction site and do some shit, you know? So it's, you got to include everybody, but you got to keep the happiness, because when there's misery, there is no balance. You know, because there's always a complainer in the mix. Right.
So I guess another good question would be, so like, I'm not gonna make the assumption that you just started off where you are now during that building phase. And like, I guess this is my question, because like during the building phase, like where you're going, hey, we're trying to move from this state to this state. How did you translate that to your wife? Or were you always in that space where like she came in and you were already just owning a business and you were like, come into this?
We are always in tune. We're always in tune. And moving is just spontaneity. It's like, all right, we don't want to be here no more. What do we got to do to get here?
No. I meant like transitioning from one phase of life. So like, did you always just own a business, or was there like a building period where like your wife's in the picture and you're like, hey, honey, like we're gonna have to do this, this, and this
No,
to get to this level?
I was always about money. I grew up in business. My family owned restaurants since 1904, so I was always in business.
Oh, okay.
So I opened my first pizza place over in Belmar, New Jersey, when I was 17, and it was really successful. And this is where I learned never to have a partner. I had a shitty partner who fucked it up, and I got rid of him. Then I opened my first construction company. Another incident, I had a shitty partner, dropped him, but everything was in my name, so it didn't matter. And I built that construction company my whole entire life. Then I went into an HVAC company, and then I owned a mud run company. I don't know if you know what mud runs are, but I owned a mud run company. Kind of like Tough Mudder. You ever see it?
Oh, wow. Okay, yes. Yes, I
All right. So how I got into that was being in construction. I used to build and design for Tough Mudder. So I used to build all their obstacles. So, yeah, so I used to run a bunch of crews, and we used to build their obstacles in 2 weeks for the event, this and that, break them down. And then I owned a mud run company, but still own construction. And then I've always been within construction, but I always go where the money is. So I did all phases of construction. HVAC made the most money and the less overhead, so I strictly stayed with HVAC. Then it's all a matter of where you live too, and what the pay scale is and what the work demand is. So for me, I'm involved in so many different things. It's like, if I want to stick to one certain thing, I can do it. If I want to stick to all phase, I can do it. If I want to go to, So I guess I don't know, dude. I've been in business all my life, man. And I was always a hustler, even as a kid, whether it was shoveling snow, making money, mowing lawns, whatever the hell I had to do to make money, I made it.
So what do we need to get done? No, I like that. I like that. That makes sense. Because I was like, for people who are transferring from the 9 to 5 and like building out to where they can either be like remote or retired. Because I've noticed that like most of these people that are adamant in the YouTube space that are online all the time, a lot of them work remote. Yeah. And that's how they're online all the time, because like they're technically at work, they're just not working.
Listen, I have a piece of advice for anybody who's moving to that next stage in life or business or whatever their venture is going to be, is never ever stress, and always remember, it doesn't matter what's happening at the moment, it's how you deal with it. Think about all the times that you fell in life and all the times that you've been really down, because everybody's had highs and lows all their life, and you always made it through and you always made it out. So that's the way you have to think in business, is no matter what happens, it's always going to get better. No matter what's happening at the moment, it's a matter of how you think about it and how you're going to deal with it. And that's what it comes down to in all aspects. I think for every field of business there is, I think everybody should think like that,
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. Murda's got one for me. He said, do I aspire to become an architect or building developer? I aspire to become a development owner. I could see that. I was charged. So it's funny because the way that I've been navigating has been, and like when I think back to where I'm at now, a lot of my stuff, like those seeds were planted very early, and I've come to realize that a bunch of the programming that I'm running now successfully are things that like seeds that were planted at early ages. So when I was about, I think 17, I worked in a restaurant, and there was this guy who came in that was very wealthy named Craig Hamlin. And I'm not even sure if he's still alive at this point, because he was old when I knew him. And but he came in, and the thing that I remember about him was he had this Dodge Viper that was custom made for him, and it had like a nameplate that was like said it was made for him in the Viper, and it was really cool. And he used to always tell me, because like he saw me reading my Rich Dad Poor Dad book. See, I had other books in that series. I'm pretty sure it was Cash Flow Quadrant, but he came in and he saw the book and he was like, "Oh, Ray, the real estate magnate." And like that stuck with me. I was just like, oh, like, you think I could actually do this? And he was like, yeah. He was like, if you try, like if you actually want to do that, then yeah, there's no reason you can't do that. And I was like, oh, okay. And I kind of shrugged it off. But like fast forward, I'm into Bitcoin and real estate, and I look at Bitcoin and cryptocurrency exactly as houses. So like this dude planted that seed, and I was just like, oh, okay, that's cool. And then like fast forward, I'm like, I think I'm gonna probably end up doing that. Like, because I do enjoy it. I mean, I enjoy that. Like, I'm good at the technical aspect of what I do. Like, I'm good at what I do currently also. But I think that what actually gets me fired up, like, I mean, I like having these conversations, not in the sense that I'd want to be a YouTuber, but like in the sense that like I think that there has to be people who facilitate these important conversations and create spaces and connect the people that need to talk to each other. Because like I don't think I'm that important, but I find important people and I can generally get them navigated to the other important people that they need to talk to, and then awesome stuff happens. Like I'm a really good hub. Like I don't think I'm the guy, but I could be the guy behind the guy. Like I could be two guys back.
You have to be the guy in that aspect. You know what I'm saying? It's like Ray, I know you're like me. You got to be the best at everything you can do, and don't lie. I know you're exactly like me.
You try. Yeah, I mean, why would you not aspire to do that? Like, why would you even do it?
I'm just saying. So you got to be the guy. You can't be the guy behind the guy. Like you have to be that guy. You know, it's like if I go back to my hometown, I was that guy. I never paid for nothing. I got everything for free. Everybody owed me a favor, and I did whatever I wanted. You know, I was that guy. Here, it's a little different. I'm in nowhere, Oklahoma, where the cows run down the road. But still, like, you have to be the best at everything you can do, man. And the hub is a great way because networking goes there's so much involved in networking in each field. Yeah. Like, there's so many different pieces to the puzzle in each field, and people don't realize it. No one can do it on their own. If you try to do it on your own, you're not going to succeed.
Yeah. 100%. Well, I always think about it this way. Like one of my favorite books, I'm pretty sure you're familiar with it. Have you ever read Guns, Germs, and Steel?
Dude, I don't read. I let my wife read and tell me about it. I don't.
Okay, so Guns, Germs, and Steel. It's like it's a collegiate. Like I said, like when I realized that I wasn't a complete idiot and could read, like I started just like finding random books to read. But Guns, Germs, and Steel is a book. It's about the evolution and rise and fall of society. So it's actually a college course. It's like a reference book for a college course. And it breaks down like how civilizations developed, why some civilizations thrived. It goes into the why Europe ended up taking over the world. And it was basically Europe was a hub. They were in between two advanced civilizations. So they got the best technology because these people were like walking through and they were like, hey, you can do this better. This is how you do this. And then the people from the East would come through on the way to Egypt to trade. They were in the middle of a trade route and they went through Europe. So they got two civilizations that were more technologically advanced, but they learned from both. And then they blew up. And then it was like those civilizations were over here and they were kind of doing their own thing. And the only people who had the contact was the traders, right? So, like, if you're only getting trade, by the time they got over to Egypt, they were like, cool, we're doing our trade, and then we're heading back home. There's not, like, a much exchange of information outside of, like, hey, what's this monetarily viable for us? But when they were going through Europe, which was behind both of those civilizations at the time, they'd be like, hey, you should do this like this. Hey, these are some things that we do. And, like, Europe literally sponged information. And since they had both halves, that civilization, those cultures developed exponentially faster than both of the individual civilizations, even though they were more advanced. And then they were just like, well, like, we're going to take this stuff over. And then it like goes into how larger populace, like when they got to America, they were like, hey, we have a large civilization. We've been through the plague. We're resilient, but we also carry a lot of germs. and then them interacting with a smaller civilization that never had to go through any of that, they were like immediately sick. Like they were just like, we can't be around you. And it kind of explains things in a way where it's like, this isn't necessarily like people are better, but like you learn how these civilizations evolved to where they could conquer their neighbors, or like where they could conquer the world. And it explains it in a way where it's like, hey, this is just how civilizations and people advance. It's about information. And like one of those things is like, it's like always be the hub. You just get all the information.
Yeah, it's using what's at your fingertips to advance.
Yep.
You know, for me, I can't read books. My attention span is too small. So I read short stories, op-eds, things like that. Articles. I get a lot of my information from overseas, where I do read, but I can't read whole books. They lose me. It's stuff I already know. Like my head is filled with useless knowledge that when I read some of these books, like it's like I'm like, yeah, I already know this crap. Like, and I'll toss the book. Like, you know, especially when it comes to history and things like that. Fiction, I'm like you, I cannot read. I can't get into it.
I'm like, you got to give me pictures, man. I'm sorry.
Fantasy fiction, I can't read that stuff. But a lot of the knowledge I do have, like, is from experience. Don't get me wrong, I have a lot of knowledge with history and with our government and things like that. But a lot of the knowledge that I have is from just experience and getting out there and doing it. And I mean, it's not always fact. It's just from either what I took from it or what I've learned from it.
Right. Oh, this is a good question. Murda. Do you think sickness is nothing more than a process of evolution? No, I do not. But what I do think is we would evolve out of sicknesses if we allowed them to run their course. So what that means is, like, historically, like if you look at take sickle cell for example. Sickle cell anemia is something that is I'd say I don't know of any white people who have sickle cell, to be honest. I'm pretty sure it's a predominantly black only disease, unless you've got some, and like everyone who has it can trace their lineage back to Africa, to a place that is a hotbed for malaria. Now, the funny thing about sickle cell is if you have sickle cell anemia, you're immune to malaria because malaria requires round blood cells. That's evolution. The caveat is you're in pain all the time because like those things aren't shaped well. And like we're not supposed to, like our blood cells, it causes pain, but you can survive, which means that you can continue breeding, right? Because literally we're animals. That's what we're made to do. So like if diseases ran their course, then you would have immunities. Like we could wipe out cancer immediately if people died from cancer.
Well, if people would stop letting doctors and
also that
pharma pump their bodies with garbage.
Facts.
And learn then listen, I'm a strong believer in natural remedies. I am a proven example right now. I had cancer in my jawbone, wrapped around a nerve. And I did it all naturally. Why? Because they put me on chemo pills and I almost died. I literally felt like death. And I took all my pills. I had a pill bag. I was in my work truck. I swear to God, in my HVAC truck in Florida, I had a whole bag full of pills that I had to take every day. And I was with my buddy Tavon. And I looked at Tavon. I'm like, yo, pull over. And I threw that shit right in the garbage. And then I went and researched all natural remedies. I shrunk my tumor to about the size of a pea. It's still there. It won't metastasize. And I said, fuck it. So I'm a prime example that natural things do work.
Do I think X-Men exist? If the X-Men exist, then me and Mike are joining. That's all I gotta say, bro. Let me know what I gotta do. No, so I think that human bodies are I don't think we're even tapped into a piece of our potential. Like I don't. Like we're just not there. Like we're so comfortable. We're comfortable. We're not, most people aren't actually even utilizing the bodies that they have. Like we're we don't like, we literally have no idea what we're capable of. And I think that every day. And like, that's from somebody, like when I started breakdancing, like the stuff that I can do just from breakdancing, like that's like something that only 2% of this world's population can do. Most of those things. And
And
I'm like,
the body's resilient, man, at
Yeah.
healing itself and listen, you can't see me in person. I could probably set the world's record for scars on a body. I swear to God, that's how many
oh,
scars I have.
Jesus.
No,
I
literally.
mean, we might have to have a scar off, dude, because like I've torn
Bro,
myself
my head
up,
alone,
too.
my head alone looks like a road map. Let alone the rest of my body. I have more scars on my body than probably most individuals will achieve in 20 lifetimes. The body is capable of healing itself at all times. When I get cut, my cut is healed in 2 days. Like it doesn't stay there. It doesn't, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The body is capable of rewiring the brain. So if there's any trauma or pain or anything like that, your brain is such an amazing supercomputer. Like your brain can rewire itself. A prime example is my wife's sister is a quadriplegic.
Mm-hmm.
She can't move. She can't do anything. She's in a chair. She didn't move for 10 years. She has a quarter of her brain left and no plate on her head. The other day, she picked up her head, started laughing, and trying to talk. So it's a prime example of how amazing the brain is and how it rewires itself and reconfigures itself to adapt.
Yep. 100%.
I mean, and it takes time. Remember, nerves only heal at about a quarter inch every year. So it takes time for the body to heal, but people have to give it that time instead of pumping themselves with bullshit medications from big pharma there to make a profit that isn't even FDA approved and is ready to kill you.
Facts. You're 100% right. You're 100% right on that. Oh, Murder's got another question for us. He said, is there ever a moment when where you witnessed your significant other become jealous of your ambition? Now, my girlfriend that I've had for 2 years, no. But I entered into the relationship with the firm guidelines on what the expectation was, how I was navigating, and like where I'm trying to go. Now, I've gone previous relationships where I did not do that, and it did not go well because of how I am. Like I had an ex. I literally walked in. She's making dinner, and I was on call, and I got a call out, and I answered the phone, had a quick 5-minute conversation, turned right around. I was like, I'm not gonna be able to eat that, and like walked out. And I was like, I got to go do this. That's happening.
If your significant other is jealous and not proud, you need to find another significant other. Listen, people in this world, that's the problem. Jealous people, being put down by your significant other, all those things. Listen, if you don't have a support system in place, you're never going to succeed, and you got to find the right support system.
That's a whole bar. I 100% agree with that. Like the deal is this, and this is what I tell people all the time. Not everyone is built for everything. Like there's some people that are just not, and this is men and women also. There are some people that just aren't built for winning, and they can't be there with you if you're trying to win. There are some people that can make it with you through the struggle, but they can't be in the winner's circle. They're not built for it, and they're not going to like it. They're going to try to pull you back. So if you are the type of man who has ambition and has that fire, and you have aligned yourself with somebody who doesn't, then you either going to have to drag them kicking and screaming, and you're going to have quadruple the drive that you currently have, because you're going to constantly be attacked. You're going to constantly be trying to be pulled back. Or you have to be willing to cut those ties. Like there was a whole time when my family didn't get it, I didn't talk to my mom for 1.5 years. I was like, I've got to get firmly positioned in where I'm at so I can show you, so I can give you some verifiable proof of like what's possible, so that you can understand, so that you stop trying to distract from what I'm doing, so that you stop seeding doubt into what I'm doing. Like I had to insulate myself. I was like, there's a year. Like I can't.
Dude, I
can't
don't talk to
you.
any of my family.
Yeah.
I don't talk to,
Well,
listen, when I opened up a super hot pepper farm, I think everybody thought I was friggin' nuts. Swear to God. Everybody goes, super hot peppers, how are you going to make them? When I opened up a super hot pepper farm, I swear to God, the world thought I was nuts. Guess what? I'm the largest super hot pepper farm in the friggin' United States. I friggin' am very successful. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah.
It's all on what you listen. If you believe in it, it's going to succeed. It's all about critical thinking. If you can't critical think, guess what? You're never going to succeed. I'm sorry to say. Just hang up your hat now. But you know, you have to rid yourself of all the naysayers.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, blood or not, you have to rid yourself of it. If you have a significant other and she doesn't believe in you and she doesn't support you and she's not your support system, get rid of her. It's not even worth it. I don't care if she's your baby's mama. People don't have to be married to raise a kid. I don't care what it is. If they can't support you, if they're jealous of you, see ya. Walk away. Walk away. It's not worth it.
Bruh, murder. Mike loves his wife. So I definitely know that Mike ain't having no duty sex around here, bro.
Number one, it was never a job. I don't think it's ever been a job for me.
Well,
I mean,
he wasn't here last week, so he didn't get to see you in Grecian God mode with your wife. So
no, you want to listen. Me and my wife, people don't understand. Like, me and my wife are so in tune, like that. It's still like we just met and we're in that honeymoon phase. I mean, me and my we don't live like that. Like we don't. I mean, we've had our argue phase. Everybody does. You have, you know, but I mean, when you live together and all this, and you work together, and I'm with my wife literally, pretty much most of the day, unless I'm on a job site and she's not there. Where she won't even drive without me. So we're together 24/7, and it works. Like most women, I couldn't stand. I wouldn't want them being next to me 24/7. I'd be like, get the fuck away. But with my wife, unfortunately, you know, I mean, I was fortunate enough to just have that relationship with her, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's awesome. Like that's the goal relationship, you know? I just don't think that people understand that like that's supposed to be the dynamic. Like that's the goal that you would shoot for.
Yeah, but we're very old school, so we carry old school values. A lot of couples nowadays don't. Like, I'm sorry to say, when you're hanging around in fucking sweatpants, not even paying attention to each other in the house, one's watching TV, the other's on their phone, like it's not a relationship. Like, you know, I still cook dinner or she'll cook dinner. I dance with my wife in the kitchen. Like, we are freaking old school souls. That's just what we are. We're just old souls.
Yeah. I mean, you have to align. You have to find somebody who you align with, because that is one of the most important decisions that you make, is who you choose to be your co-pilot. And that can go multiple directions. Like if you choose poorly, you'll have the person you sleep in your bed with will be the person who is not necessarily, I mean, actually at this point, people are crazy. It could be the person that's slitting your throat, both physically and metaphorically. Like,
but listen, I've been in that relationship. You have to remember, before my wife, I was married 12 miserable motherfucking years. I mean,
what?
To the point where every time I walk through that door, I cursed out my wife in her head. You ever do that? You ever walk into the house and just automatically curse out your significant other in your head because you hate them so much? Did you ever sit there and try to plot to kill them in your friggin' head in a million different ways, but you know it would come back on you? Well, that's how I was for 12 fucking years. 12 years. Okay?
How do I get you and your stuff out of here?
Listen, bro, if I told you guys, see, this is where I say I learned from experience. If I ever told you the story of how I actually was able to get away from my wife and get full custody, you guys would piss your fucking pants. I plotted this for years. I hid money. Listen, I hid money. I bought real estate and put it in my mother's name. I mean, when I tell you, I literally got out free and clear and got 100% custody of my kids because my ex is a piece of shit. But I was married for 12 miserable years. I slept on the couch probably about 11 years and 11 months.
What?
So I swear to God, I slept on the couch every single night. I could not stand her. I couldn't even stand to fucking look at her. The only reason I ever stayed with her was because I always swore that if I had kids, I would raise my kids and be a good father. And that was the only reason I ever stayed that long.
So question. What? So, because you said you slept on the couch for 11 years. What happened after year one? Dude? Like, I'm just like I'm trying to do some math here, and I'm just like, this doesn't make sense.
Well, I tried to change her into like a roommate instead of a wife. And she couldn't cook for shit. Like when I tell you she couldn't cook for shit, like, dude, you want to know what an asshole husband I was? It was like out of a fucking movie. Like, I remember sitting down. You were just talking about dinner. I remember sitting down at the fucking table, and my wife couldn't cook. I mean, like, she cooked the fucking steak one day, and it was hard as a fucking rock. And I fucking picked this fucking plate up, and I just smashed it up against the fucking wall. I was like, I fucking had enough of this shit. Like, I've been that guy. Like, I've been totally on the other side of the aisle where I mean, so I understand both sides.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. No, that's interesting. Hold on. Murda asked me one. He said, if Bitcoin hit big tomorrow, would you marry your wife if she asked at that very moment? So first of all, I'm not married yet. But if my girlfriend now asked that tomorrow because Bitcoin hit big, it would
Prenup.
be fine. 100%. And she knows, like, she's in prenup camp as well. Like, she's 100% on board with it. And she's stated, like, when we first started dating, like, the first date, she was like, I believe in prenups because, like, I would never want someone to think that I was there just to take their stuff. And I'm like, bet. I like you. Like, you know, like, so now, I 100% would. Like, I'd have no problems with that. Like, she's great. I mean, and honestly, with the way things are going, like, once you guys get the update that I got my next property, that's the one that we're moving into together. Within probably 6 to 9 months after that, we will be married. Like, I don't believe in shacking up. Like, that's just not how I roll. Like, if I'm going to not be having sex with anybody that I want and be sexually exclusive to one woman, I want the tax benefits.
Listen, I'm just going to say, listen, I got to say this. And all the women and is going to get pussy is a fucking dime a dozen, and it's all the fucking same. I'm sorry. Listen. There's no reason to jump around and try to fucking get hoe after fucking hoe after hoe that's going to make your fucking life miserable because they're all the motherfucking same.
Varying degrees of headache.
It's about the one. It's about finding the one you can tolerate for life. That's what it's about.
Agreed.
Other than that, I mean, it's all the same.
Yeah. No, I'm 100% with you. Like, when people are like, oh, well, like, why don't you do this and why don't you do that? I'm like, after you've had enough of them, you understand that it's just a headache. Like, it looks nice. It's nice to look. I'm not going to lie. I do like window shopping, but I know the headache. And, like, to have somebody, because, like, my chick cooks, she cooks good food. She can clean. She cleans. She's head over heels about me. She be chasing me around the house to get some D. Like, I don't want to have to retrain another woman. Like, it's ridiculous.
That's the attribute you want.
Right. You know how hard it is to make that? Like, look, in my entire dating experience, the caliber of woman that I'm dating right now, as far as like her being on board with my program and how we align, I've only met one other woman in 38 years, and the other chick wasn't American. So, like, I'm not saying that you couldn't go find it somewhere else, but I'm just saying to find someone who's actually like an American woman who actually like has these values, that works hard also, and can actually turn that off when she walks through the door when she gets home. Like, you
know what's funny though? Exactly what we're talking about. Women don't realize the value in that.
Right. Well,
Like, listen,
I don't think that they don't realize the value. I think we've trained it out. Like we've created these modern women, and like some of these chicks, like when I go out, like you'll look at them and they look almost like they're hollow inside. like they look like dudes. Like I'm just like, bro, like you a dude with a vagina. Like what is going on right now? Like,
you know what's funny though? It's like any woman out there, listen, if you can cook, if you can clean, if you can somewhat look decent and not like a freaking slob in sweatpants and your muffin top hanging out. I mean, if you can look decent, I mean, you're marriage material nowadays. Like you're worth more than all the pussy out there. Like, and it's not realized. And men are freaking idiots anyway, because a lot of men, I mean, when you're our age, it's different, but a lot of men are just looking for that quick ass. And that's a huge problem, because it's only going to cause problems later on down the line. And then you'd be like me and you knock one up you can't fucking stand and you're stuck with them for 12 fucking years. So I had 12 years of my life wasted.
Facts. like, man, you're not lying. That's the issue though. It's like you there's so much like misinformation and like misbelief that you can't it's made it so hard, but like that's also it's intentional. That is by design, because they want people separate. They want you isolated, they want you lonely, they want you paying taxes, and they want you miserable.
Definitely. That's it's absolute truth. They want a one house income, a divorce rate high. It's absolute truth.
And they'll sit here and tell you, and like my deal is this, I'm like, I always go partly on what I hear and mostly on what I see. Like I can take what I hear and I put it in context with what I see, because I put myself in a situation where I'm around successful men. And the one thing that I'll tell you is, unless they're getting divorced, these guys, all the millionaires that I know and up, all got wealthy while married. Not a one of them single unless they have recently got divorced. And like, you can't plan for that. Like that could happen. So I would rather be rich and have half of being rich than to not be rich at all, dude. Like, I don't know. That still sounds like a better deal. Like
it is. I mean, I agree with you there.
I would rather have $10 million and get half down to 5 and have $5 million than have no $1 million. That's all I'm saying. like I don't know how you cut that to where I would be like, well, I would rather not have those millions.
I'll tell you what, I'm gonna be honest with you. Before I met my wife, this is funny. Before I met, actually, I was best friends with my wife long before we got married, right? And she knows I fucking hated women. I mean, I used to make her piss her pants because I fucking hated. I trash talk women. I fucking hated women, and I swore I'd never ever get married again. And here I am today, married. So I mean, there's someone for everyone, I guess. 100%. But I'll tell you what. Yo, if you would have heard me back in the day, Ray, I would have had you pissing your pants,
bro. Well, I'll tell you, one of my bar regulars that I grew up with, that I'd known since I was 15. His name was Donnie Brock. This dude had a fist. This was a very large man. He was built like I could only imagine what he looked like in his heyday, because like he was just a big meaty dude when I met him, but it was like you could tell it was like meat over muscles. So like you could tell that this dude used to be jacked, and he was probably about like 6'3.5", something like that, 6'3" or 6'4", and his fist, he'd been in so many fights that his fist was flat. It was literally a hammer. And I was like, and like they'd tell stories, because he used to bounce at the bar upstairs from the bar that I worked at that he was regular at. And they'd be like, yeah, Donnie beat a whole street up one time. And I'm like, dude, well, you run around with a mallet for a fist, I believe it. And he used to always tell me, and like, this was when I realized that this was complete bullshit. This whole, like, you don't need to get married. So Donnie used to tell me all the time, I'm not the marrying type. I'm going to do what I want to do. I'm not the, like, I came in. So like, after I'd left that job, like I still go back there once every 4 or 5 years to just visit, see who's still there, shoot the shit, see how the place is. 'Cause it's a family owned business. It's been there for forever. And, the owner of it mentored me out of working there because he was like, I can't give you this. He was like, there's nothing else for you to do here. He's like, you've done everything. It's like, you're running the place, but like, you're never going to own this. You need to go figure it out. And so like, it was hard, but it was like, he literally pushed me out of the nest because he was like, I'm giving this to one of my kids. Like, I can't give this to you. Like, you've got to go do something. Like, he was like, I'm not going to have you restrained here. Like, so you need to leave. I was just like, all right, cool. But so like, I always go back in there like every 5 years or so to check on him, check on the family, see how they're doing. But I went in there probably about after I got let go. I wasn't in there for probably about 7 years. I show up. Donnie's married. He's married as fuck and all happy and shit. I'm like, Donnie, what the hell are you doing? And he was like, oh, well, I'm like, Donnie, you son of a bitch. Like, you gotta sit here and talk about not getting married and then getting married, dude. Like, bro.
Yo, I'll tell you what. I was president of He-Man Woman Hater Club. I'll tell you what. I used to make like when I was on job sites and everything. That's why everybody loved me. I can trash talk my fucking ex-wife so fucking much. I would have people rolling. And there was so much. I mean, dude, there was just so much to trash talk. It was freaking great. And that's how I lived my life for a long time. Like I was like, nope, I'm never getting fucking married. I mean, before my wife, I was with someone for like 8 years after my other ex-wife, and I wouldn't even marry her.
Bruh.
Yeah. Yo, I'm telling you, man, I was king of the He-Man Woman Hater Club. I couldn't fucking, I tell you. If there was anything I could say about fucking, I would make women cry. Like, seriously, if they ever wanted to argue any topic about women and men, I'd make them fucking cry.
Oh my God, it's so bad. But yeah, I mean, I just, after I saw that, I was just like, okay, so no matter what, these dudes are getting married. Like, all right, I see how this works.
It happens. You can't listen. You can't be alone for the rest of your life. You need somebody. You know what I'm saying? I mean, some people can, but
bro, it's the same premise. Like, my uncle used to tell me growing up, like, he'd be like, hey, like when I was a kid, he'd be like, don't be hanging around them fat girls like that. And I was like, why? And he'd be like, cause you're gonna end up liking them. Like, if you around it, like, he was like, you're gonna end up putting one of them down, and then you're gonna be stuck with it forever. Like, it's just, if you're saying like, and I think it comes back to the whole, like, you can talk about you hate women, but like, if you're out here entertaining them, you gonna find one you like. Like, it's nature. Like, it's the same reason. And like, I'll tell people that all the time, because it's like, dudes don't, like, we're kind of like, no matter what type of girl you're around, like, you'll find something you like of that. Like, if all the women were 800-pound Lizzos, as gross as that is, in my opinion, we would end up marrying 800-pound Lizzos if that's just how women were and that was all of them. Like,
you're right. Like I said, I hated women, but me and my wife and what we did, we met because we were both at the top of our game, and we were best friends. And the problem is we worked together, so we had to talk all the time and we had to plan certain shit. And
like, look at you went ahead and fucked around and fell whole ass in love with her.
No, but you want to know the funny thing is I was with someone and she was with someone. It wasn't supposed to happen.
Bro, that's exactly what it is. I was like, he was like, I didn't just like her, I loved her. Goddamn it.
Yeah, but you want to know what though? Like I said, we were best. Do you know? I mean, even when we knew we liked each other, we never ever cheated.
Mm-hmm.
So we never ever, we stayed best, and then it just happens. Shit fucking happens. Women are like the fucking devil. You know what I'm saying? Shit just happens.
Well, I mean, it's like, I think you found your person and then just kind of grew into where you were supposed to be. That's what it is.
I went against every principle I was fucking about. Everything I preached, I fucking went against. But, you know, shit happens, and here I am today.
Facts. You guys became American superheroes. Like, I don't understand why you're hating, bro. Like, I mean, it doesn't sound like it's not that. I mean, you seem pretty happy, so it worked out. It's just, it's interesting, and I honestly think that we should I definitely want to, on one of the shows, whenever Casey gets his computer set up so that he can actually stream appropriately. I do want to do a show that's like a relationship focused show that's, masculine men who are actually successfully in relationships and or successfully married, to give context, because those conversations are never had, like in the red pillar manosphere space, period. They don't have them. But the thing is, these dudes are married. Like, a lot of them are married, and they're just out here like, don't get married. And I'm like, you're literally married, bro.
Most people, listen, there's a lot of guys, and you know this in our blue collar world. Everybody, 90% of them hate their fucking wives. Yeah. Everybody's on a job bitching about their wife. And that's just the way it is. I mean, until you find the one that, you got to bitch about, the one who's like your co-pilot and one who supports you. And,
facts.
And you ain't always going to find it, but you need to find it.
Dude, you know what my girl got me for my birthday this year? So she's big on surprises. And since I don't really get drunk anymore, I'm okay with it. Drunk Ray don't like surprises, though. He hates them. It's not that I hate them. It's just I'll troll the fuck out of your surprise and ruin it. And that's actually what it is. But so this year she was like, hey, like, I've got your surprise, like, I need you to meet me here. So like I drove 45 minutes out to Lawrence to go meet her, and I'm like, oh, is she gonna like take me someplace that we've been before that's sentimental value? I'm trying to figure it out. And I'm like walking up, and as I'm walking up to the place, she's like, are you walking up? And I'm like, yeah. And she FaceTimes me, and I open the phone, and she's at her friend's house who is not in Lawrence, in her pajamas. They're having a pajama party. And I'm like, are you not coming to my birthday? And she was like, no, just go around the corner. And I'm like, okay. I go around the corner. She set up a guy's night with like one of my best friends that lives out in Wichita. And that's like the center point for us, is meeting, or I think he's either in Wichita or Topeka, but like the center point is Lawrence. And so that's where we'll normally go meet up, have a drink, and catch up. She set up a guy's night for my birthday and like removed herself from the situation and was like, yeah, I'm going to have girls' night with my friend. We're having a pajama party and we're going to drink and watch movies. But you needed some guy time, and like you and Joel haven't seen each other for a while. So like you guys have fun. I was like, seriously? And she's like, yeah. I'm like, bro, like that's okay. This is awesome. Like somebody who, because like my thing is, as much as I enjoy spending time with her, and I'd be perfectly fine spending as much time with her as she wanted, but like keeping that boundary of like, hey, you should have your friends. I'm going to have my friends. I don't need you attached at my hip at all times. Like,
you want to know what my girl bought for because my birthday just happened. My girl for my birthday, well, number one, we went out to a nice ass dinner that was fucking way too expensive. But besides that, then she bought me a Gunz. So I was like, all right, cool.
Dude, that's awesome. Hold on. Oh, that's a good question. He's okay. So Murda asks, do you treat your girl better or worse the more she tries to make you happy? So my girl specifically, I mean, I try not to treat her poorly, period. Like, obviously we squelch down bad behavior, but like that is very minimal, because like most of her bad behavior came from her needing to go get therapy, and she's going to get therapy. So like that's been an order of magnitude better. Does she do things that I find annoying sometimes as a man? 100%. She's a woman. Like, it's just what it is. Like they're annoying sometimes. Like it's just because like the way that we navigate are on two different wavelengths, and you got to reconcile that. But generally speaking, when she supports me, like I'm not a happy wife, happy life person. I'm if the king's not set right, this whole shit's gonna burn up person. So the more that she does to like help make sure, because like it really boils back to like I don't function on happiness. I don't need to be happy. Most of the time, I'm not. Like I literally 90% of the stuff that I do, I comes from a state of rage, and I've made it functional. So I don't. So like when she, oh, what's going on, Lawrence? When she, so the entire angle that we work from is we're trying to make it so that she's blocking and tackling for me, basically. It's not a matter of I need you to do this and this to make me happy. It's I need you to do this and this to not stress. I just need you to not stress me out. I need you to not add an additional problem. And as long as she does that, I don't give a fuck what the hell else she needs done. Like I'm like, what do you need? I'll do it. As long as these things are met so that I can perform at my best.
Dude, I'll tell you what, they call me Mike Rage, obviously, because I freaking rage out all the time. But I hate being pissed off, man. And my wife will do everything for me to not have stress and not be pissed. So, you know, my wife gets treated pretty damn well because she always knows as long as I'm good and I'm not stressed out or I'm not like I'm chill. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, I don't really have nothing to be stressed out about. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't really have anything to be stressed out about in life anymore. Right. But there's always people. It's mostly people, dude. I'm gonna tell you what. I hate people. Most of the time, if I get pissed off, it's because of somebody. Because somebody had to open their mouth or do something stupid.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I obviously I'm not where you're at, so there's a little bit of stress of the build, but like that's just it. It's just like, hey, like I'm focused on stacking and getting us to a position of like where we can have a great life. Like I don't want to just have a good life. I want it to be as good as great as I can possibly make it. Like I want to push my limits. I want to do everything that I can possibly do. I want to leave it on the table. Like when I'm sitting there and I take my last breath, I want to be like, damn, that was awesome. Like,
dude, I'm going to tell you what, I know you're stressing now because you're in the bill, but there's no reason to stress, man, at all. I'm going to be honest with you. Stress is nothing but a waste of time, and it's just going to make you sick. I spent half my life stressing, you know?
Well, so hold on. Murda asked, "Is the source of being pissed off comes from financial struggles?" No, I'm just an inherently angry person. Actually, like as much as I am enjoyable and I am pleasant on here, like I am always. You remember that quote from the Avengers when they were like, when they were trying to get Banner to turn into the Hulk, and he was like, "That's just it. I'm always angry." That's me. like it's just what it is. It's like there's always, because we live in a world where we're not, I mean, people are lazy. The laziness of people has gotten us to where we're at. Nothing changes with a world full of accommodating men. It's men who will not settle. It's men who will not just sit there and take it. It's men who will speak out that change things. And so for me, like I keep that chip is all that wood, that fire's always burning. And I'm going, okay, cool. Like I'm going to go in here and I'm going to be the best at this. And if I'm taking part in something, I'm going to be the best at that. When I'm doing videos or we're having conversations, I specifically am fine with there only being 5 people listening to this tonight, because I would rather have the 5 of you that are listening tonight have some value than to sit out here and have these like superficial, vapious conversations that don't mean anything.
That's why I had to get off last week. I apologize. I was so tired, number one. But
yeah.
you know me, I'll only cover so many subjects. Like,
yeah,
there's certain things, certain conversations I don't like to get into because sometimes they just go nowhere, or it's not what I do. I'm the financial, the history, and the politics. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and I totally respect that. I mean, I've definitely gotten better at bowing out of conversations that just don't add value to me. I'm like, every once in a while I'll get on there and I'll be like, oh, I'm gonna crank some chains for a little bit. But like, in all honesty, it's like I don't want people to come and look at my content and be like, this dude was just out here not talking about anything. His entire
you know what it is too is you pick and choose your battles. Yeah. Number one, you pick and choose your battles. I have something to say about everything. If someone wants to argue with me, I can go. But there's certain subjects I just don't. I won't get involved in because I know it's going to lead nowhere but bad. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yep. So, question for you from Murda. He said, Harley or Indian? Are you into bikes, Mike? He's making some assumptions, but
Indian.
Oh, okay. So next one. This is
old
a vehicle
Indian,
one.
Old Indian.
Oh, okay. Okay, specific. Okay. Next one. Ford, Ram, or Chevy?
See, that's a tough one. I'm a Chevy guy, but I do own a Ford. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, okay. That's fair. I mean, I'm not gonna be mad at that as long as you don't have the piss on Ford sticker.
Yeah, well,
on the Chevy.
Listen, you want to know what? She's an old girl, and she's a. Let me tell you something. She's like the little engine that could. She's great, and she's good for business.
I was like, I've
realized. I ask because it's like I have a Ford, but then I have a Mercedes. Like I'm on every side of the spectrum. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's just sometimes you want to be comfortable. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, dude, I have to be honest with you, okay? So I love fucking Mercedes. This is like my fifth one, I think. What an uncomfortable, dude. Long ride, bro. Uncomfortable. I'd rather take my old truck than that Mercedes across this country. Dude, let me tell you something. I drove to New York in that Mercedes and back. And what a fucking horrible fucking ride. And mind you, that's 21 hours there. It was 28 hours.
No, you can't be uncomfortable for 21 hours.
Listen, I usually can drive straight through anything. Like I don't sleep. I just drive. That Mercedes is the most uncomfortable fucking thing in the world. I mean, it's great. It's gorgeous. Yeah. The leather's beautiful. Fucking uncomfortable.
Oh, that's super sad.
I'd rather jump in my old truck with the bench seat and go across country.
You're like, this bench seat's so much better.
Oh my God.
That's wild.
And the stick keeps you, when you're driving stick, it keeps you awake.
Right. Also true. It's definitely a more engaged and spirited ride.
Dude, I'll tell you what, when we go like, because me and my girl go on the country roads and everything all the time. We got, dude, there's nothing like jumping in a truck. I don't care what anybody says. We jump in that old girl and we go, I mean, because I use a van for work. The truck I use sometimes, not often. And then I got the Mercedes. But I'll tell you what, that truck, ain't nothing like, I mean, I don't use it often, but when I do, it's usually going in the country roads, the back roads, it's great.
That's awesome. Yeah, no, dude. There's some things that are just timeless, and like the bench seat truck, like an old bench seat truck, man, like you could literally drive that into somebody's house, and like the only thing that would stop you is if you fell into the basement.
People just don't understand. Like it's so comfortable, and it's just I don't know. I've driven trucks all my life, so yeah. And I've had every one. I've had Dodge, I've had Chevy, I've had Ford.
So the Dodge trucks, man, those are really comfortable trucks. Like especially like the newer ones, those things are ridiculous now.
A lot more reliable than Chevy or Ford, honestly.
You know what I found out though, like after driving plenty of cars, because I've driven plenty of cars where people were like, "Oh, those cars break down." I'm like, if you change the oil. And I mean, just change the oil on a consistent basis. The cars aren't that, like vehicles last a really long time off that. Like if you just change the oil, like
that's why I buy Mercedes. People are like, oh, what are you, a freaking yuppie? Let me tell you something. That engine will go 300,000-400,000 miles as long as you treat it good and you change the oil and you do what you got to do. You can drive that thing forever.
I mean, the doors might fall off, but the car's gonna run.
No, the fucking Mercedes, the doors ain't falling off. Dude, every Mercedes I've had has been mint. And I'll tell you what, they barely ever rust or anything. They're friggin' just, people don't understand. And I know people are like, oh, the newer Mercedes, fuck them. I'm talking about older Mercedes. My newer Mercedes, I don't like it nearly as much as my older Mercedes.
Oh, really?
No, dude. My 87, well, I love my 87, and then I had one, I think it was a 78 or a 79, and it was a diesel stick.
What? That's
Dude,
like literally the
it was a diesel, a stick, and it was freaking mint. I love that. I loved it. I should have never sold it.
Oh, those diesel motors will run forever as long as you take care of them.
Dude, Mercedes in general, their motors, man, as long as you take care of them, they're not going to stop. You know?
I mean, I honestly think that like a lot of the issues that people have with vehicles is because they don't change the freaking oil. Like I'm gonna swear by that. Like when people are like, "Oh, this happened," I'm like, I had a Chrysler 300, like the base model Chrysler 300, and Chryslers are known pieces of shit. I just changed the oil. The only thing that I had to do, like a control arm, or it was a control arm or something to do with the suspension snapped on one of the tires, and it made it to the shop in the state that it was in. It made it to the shop. They were like, we don't know how you got it here, but like, you're lucky because this thing could have fallen off, but it made it to the shop. That was the only major repair that I had on the vehicle in 250,000 miles.
Dude, my Mercedes had a fucking loose ball joint. No lie. A loose ball joint.
Yeah.
They made it all the way from Oklahoma to New York. Now, my buddy in New York owns a Mercedes shop. So when I bought the Mercedes here, I brought it to him, put it on a lift to check everything and all that. And sure enough, it made it all the way from literally Oklahoma to New York. That thing never failed.
That's hilarious. I mean, I tell you what, man, vehicles are interesting, and like I like it when people have something that they like. Hold on, Murder got a question for me. He said, he said Bruce Lee or Jet Li. Oh,
you got to go Bruce Lee. You got to.
Oh, it's such a hard one though.
You can't go Jet Li.
But what? God, that's a difficult one because Jet Li has a really good catalog as well, but Bruce Lee has the original and the nostalgia. And actually, you know what? I'm going to go with Bruce Lee because Bruce Lee was actually about that life.
Yeah, so, Bruce Lee was an icon. Jet Li.
I mean, I'm not going to disrespect Jet Li because I don't want him to machine gun punch me and then cradle my head and punch me until I go to sleep in the face. But Bruce Lee, like all the history of Bruce Lee's like story, like the Shaolin Temple didn't want him teaching Wing Chun to Americans, and he got into fights with people like back when dojos, like the heads of dojos were actually challenging each other. It's just a different time, and like there was a lot of realness on top of the celebrity, and so you're right. It has to be Bruce Lee. It has to be. Oh, okay. So here's one for both of us, Mike. What's your favorite color?
Black like my heart. No,
dang.
I don't know. Blue.
I was about to say. I was like, that's kind of my favorite color.
I don't really have a favorite color. I mean, blue, maybe. I guess.
I would say
my sister.
That's so funny.
Yeah,
I would have to say that my favorite color, God, it would be black or gray. Like I like black and I like gray. Like those are actually my two favorite colors. Like they're like 50-50. Like I could just wear gray all the time. I could wear black all the time. I enjoy those colors. Like they're good colors. That, and then like if it had to be not those two colors, it would be red, probably. Yeah, red. Sold. Hold on.
I hate red, by the way. I'm sorry, my rooster was crowing, so I put it on mute.
Oh no, you're good. You hate red. Is it because you were a bull in a previous life, man?
Huh?
I said, is it because you were a bull in a previous life?
No.
Like bulls don't like red either.
No, red's like unlucky. I just don't like red. I had a friend who was obsessed with red. He even had a fucking red couch, and I told him he's a freaking idiot. I don't know. I'm just not a fan of red. I don't know what it is. It's just not. Oh, fucking rooster. No one buy roosters ever.
Dude.
Sorry.
I mean, roosters are awesome. I like roosters.
No,
Roosters don't
one
give you
where
eggs.
he's a baby, and like an idiot, I brought him around the girls the other day, and now he's crowing up a freaking storm, and he's horrible at it to begin with, but he's trying.
Is it? Well, it's the wrong time. Like, does he not understand time yet? They're supposed to crow at a specific time, and he's not doing it.
I'm in my grow room, like the lighting.
So he's.
Yeah, I'm in my grow room and I got the lights on, but he's obsessed with me every time I just went and grabbed it. Shut up! I should bring him on camera.
Dude, that's what I was about to say. Just hold him. That's what he wants. He's like, freaking acknowledge me, Mike. I'm in here.
Dude, he's obsessed with me. Like, I go outside. I'm gonna kill him. I go outside and he follows me around everywhere.
Hold on. So Murder said, I believe that my vehicle is a living thing and it tells me when to go, when to stop, go, slow down, or calm the fuck down when I'm driving too crazy. I mean, the newer vehicles, you got a new vehicle and it might be a living thing. We don't know yet.
Dude, I cannot stand new vehicle. Like, I cannot stand new vehicles. I like something old I can work on real quick. If something happens, I can fix it on the side of the road. I can't stand all this new technology.
Oh, no. They, like, specifically made it. They were like, you will have to bring this to us. Oh, no. Murder said you're a Crip, and that's why you don't like red.
That's why I like blue.
That's looking terrible, bro. Oh, man. See, this is... we get to have fun towards the end of the show. Like, Murda sets the tone. He was like, as soon as the questions start getting a little off kilter, I'm like, okay, so he's got all the game he needs for tonight. Yeah, like, we telling jokes.
He asked all the good questions now.
It's like, oh man, no. So, but yeah, no. It's. I think that we have a limited amount of time here. And even though I am under the thought process that this could be some sort of very deep virtual game that we're playing, that somehow we've logged into, and if it is, I never believed in planes. I never fucking believed in them. That's my thing. Have you
never believed in planes?
I don't fucking believe in planes, Mike. I don't.
What do you mean?
Like, there's people who believe that the earth is flat. I don't personally believe in planes. I sit at the airport. I watch them take off. I watch them land. Every time they look stupid as fuck. And I'm like, I'm not buying this. I'm not buying this shit. This whole weird area right before they land and right when they take off, they look dumb. It doesn't look like it works right. And that's where the graphics are fucked up. That's all I'm saying. Like, I'm not personally buying it. Like, if we die and you come out of a machine and they're like, hey, how did you like your life experience game? I'll be like, I didn't buy the fucking planes. Like, you didn't sell me on that. I want my money.
I don't know. I flew on a million planes. I mean, I used to fly all the time.
I have too, but like, my thing is this. I like the whole mechanics of planes flying, and I understand its physics. It just looks stupid to me. And I'm like, if there's one thing that's not believable about this virtual reality that we're in, if that's what we're in, I'm defaulting to the fucking planes. I'm just going to be like when I get on a plane.
I had this discussion last night with my buddy from Canada. I swear to God, this whole alternate reality shit.
Yeah.
Because for me, I just think the world's fucked up. I don't think it's an alternate reality. But either way, I mean, I believe in planes only because I've been on a million of them.
Well, I mean, I've been on them, but like, I mean, technically speaking, you've been in loading screens on Call of Duty too. Like, I mean, as far as we've looked out of a plane. Okay, well, I do. I don't get to now, but I used to. And what I'm saying is it's like it would be a loading screen because your perspective from inside the plane, you're just inside the plane and you feel the plane do some shit and then you look out the window and like it's like, hey, cool. But if you were in a game, that whole scenario from inside the plane would be the loading screen. And it's just like you're going from place to place. It's a loading screen.
Listen, I believe, you know me, I believe everything around us isn't real and we're all told a lie. But I believe in fucking planes, bro.
You don't think that they look the least bit awkward when they're about to land or taking off?
For me,
not even
no.
a little bit. You don't look at it and go, "How the fuck does that even work?"
So, what's your take? What's your take on helicopters?
Helicopters are even more ridiculous. Like,
no, because I'm
they have a fucking saw on the top of them that'll cleave you in half. Like, I mean,
but I want to explain something to you. Like, I told you about my whole head-on collision with the FBI, right?
No. You had a head-on collision with them?
Well, almost. They came at me with a helicopter. So, long story short, I have it on film too. I can send it to you. But long story short, they came at. I mean, that's why I know helicopters are real. I mean, they fly over me all the time. They've been following me for freaking ever. And then it was what was it? It was like last month. They flew over my house. Then they came at me up the road, literally head on, where the person in front of me, if I show you the pictures, is slamming on his brakes, thinking he's going to land. And then I was at a job like 25 miles from where that happened, and he flew over my job. Wasted taxpayer dollars on my grade.
Yep. You should get like a balloon launcher, bro. I'd be shooting balloons at him with water.
I have probably about over 300 documented photos of government coming at me.
Just harassing you to let you know they're there?
Dude,
you pissed off the mods for the game, Mike. You need to
dude. All right, so most people who are listening don't know what I used to do, but like I used to out FBI agents and DHS agents and shit. And when I outed a DHS agent in Florida, they followed me for 3 fucking years. I literally sold my condo, bought a Class A RV, and I did full-time RV living with my kids. No fucking lie. Every single place I showed up at, they were there.
What?
Yeah.
Bro, they are petty.
They followed me. I could tell you about meetings I used to have because I used to run the organizations and stuff where they would follow me for friggin' 200 miles. Swear to God.
Bruh.
And I'm not crazy like anybody on here. Like, I'm not crazy. Like, I have documented photos and proof. Like, I'm not nuts. Like, when they knocked on my door, I used to laugh. I mean, because I used to fuck with them, especially during the elections with Trump and Hillary. Oh, my God, bro. I used to fuck with them so bad.
What did you do to them?
Well, you know what it is I was vocal on what I did with the organizations. Remember, I had 4.2 million people underneath me and all the shit we used to do. And, their questions are very. Remember me and Snowman were talking about their questions.
Oh, yeah, where they were like, how do you feel if so-and-so wins the election? Or
like it's like the exact same fucking protocol. And literally. Like the exact same protocol. The time they showed up at my condo in Florida, bro, they came dressed as Mormons. I shit you not, bro. I shit you not. So one guy's like 60 years old. One guy's so cock diesel he can't even fit in his button-down shirt. And they expect me to believe they're missionaries for the Mormons. I knew who they were, and then I fucked with them for a while, and then that was that. But oh, yeah, that was the head DHS officer, the one who was on that Judge Janine Shapiro show I told you about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was funny. Dude, I all the time. All the time. That's why, like I said, helicopters, I mean, dude, they follow me forever. They're real.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. That's what you get, Ray, for being on YouTube with me. You see what happens?
Bruh. Well, I mean, they're not gonna want to follow me if they actually pull my files. Like, it won't be the funnest experience.
Everything I do within my legal means, and it pisses them off.
That's insane.
You'll never catch me slipping. Never.
Well, I mean, I just think it's crazy that if you speak out this is the response you get. But like, we're supposed to be able to hash out these ideas. Like, that's the whole point in a democratic system, is like people are supposed to be able to go, hey, I don't like this. Can we have a conversation? And they're like, no, we're gonna fly a helicopter at you. Like, we'll do that.
You know what the funny thing was I was quiet for about 3 years. Well, 2.5 years. I was pretty quiet. After lobby day, where we had like 20,000 people. After lobby day, I was really quiet and I didn't speak out much. I shut down my Facebook accounts and didn't do videos. And then I came back pretty fucking strong. And once I came back, that was it. They were all over me all over again. So,
like, hey, we heard you've been talking. We need to talk to you about it.
You know what it is it's not like it used to be. Like back in the day when I used to do Facebook Live, like when Facebook Live first came out, I mean, dude, we would have 1,700 people pop on within 2 minutes.
Yeah, yeah.
Like the algorithms and the sensory is so bad now. I mean, I still get good views and stuff, but it's so bad, man. It's nothing like it used to be.
Yeah, you know? I'm gonna have to. I think for next week, I'm gonna figure out how to get this to stream over to Rumble, because I'm not like, I feel like that way at least. Then we have because like I have my Rumble and like all my stuff is duplicated over there, but it's just kind of like I haven't gone down the rabbit hole to figure out how that ecosystem works.
Dude, I have every single platform possible. And I'd rather come on your guys' platforms, even though I could build my own. Like, I'm big on Facebook, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Which no one is. And Facebook don't censor me. I say whatever I want. Whatever I want.
That's actually pretty awesome.
Dude, I don't get shut down. I don't get reported. Nothing. So I say whatever I want. Sometimes I'm vulgar. And I do whatever I want there. That's why, like, people are like, oh, I can't believe you're still on Facebook. Fuck that platform. Like, they don't do shit to me. They used to back in the day, but they don't do shit to me anymore.
They just gave up. They were like, this dude doesn't care how many times we send him to jail. We're just going to.
No. Well, dude, the funny thing is I think I only went to Facebook jail once ever. And I mean, I'm talking about civil war and fucking crazy ass shit and going against the government and all this crap. I've only been in Facebook jail once. It's like I
just sent you a friend request.
Oh, did you? Yeah. Like Rage?
Yeah,
oh, yeah,
absolutely. I was like, as soon as you said that, I was like, dude, let me
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, I do shit all the time on there. I'm fucking all over the place. But
awesome. Cool.
Yeah, cool. A lot of the shit that I've done. Not a lot. I mean, but there's a lot on there. Some rallies, border shit that I've done. Like it's all on there in the photo. I don't hide nothing. I never hide anything. I don't care.
Speaking of that, did you? So this is super random because like I heard this week that Biden finally sent some troops down there.
God.
Which, so you know, I mean, I guess when you're in your 80s and you're incoherent and kind of maybe weekend at Bernieing around, you know, stuff happens late. But did you? So before I heard that he sent those troops down, like a week before, I heard that they had spotted like military fighting aged healthy Chinese men walking through the border into America also.
Right, so
I was like,
first of all, our military that is going down there isn't there to stop immigration. It's here to help them. Every single person is going to be processed. So that's their false narrative. They were never there to help. When I was down there, the last time I was down there was in 2017. I was over in like Nogales area, like Coronado National Forest and all that. The CIA was working against us. Our own fucking government was working against us.
Right.
And I mean, dude, we used to shut down everything, you know?
Hold on. Mike, I think Lawrence might actually know who you were, but he asked, were you ever accused of being racist?
Listen, I'm a racist, I'm a bigot, I'm a Nazi, I'm what else? I'm a homophobe. I'm accused of every single thing under the sun. The best part is I'm actually an Italian Jew, so I don't know how I could be a Nazi, but Ray's actually a good friend of mine, and he's black, so I don't know how I could be racist. But, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. That's not. I'm not a good cosign man because like people tell me I'm racist. So like, I don't know if that's good or what. They're just gonna be like,
Listen, I've been called everything under the sun from both sides, right and left.
right,
Okay.
right.
I mean, so
No,
for me, like I said, I held one of the biggest unity rallies for the Constitution, and I was still called a racist.
dude, you didn't unity hard enough, Mike. Like, I
Yeah,
need you to unity harder.
I unity pretty hard. I even had a transgender speak on Second Amendment rights. But I'll tell you what, man, I got fucking crucified.
But was it a black transgender?
No, oh no, but it was
See,
the most.
you're not unitying hard enough, Mike. You need to go find that one.
Yeah, but listen, first of all, my boy Jermaine was there from friggin' Peoria. So I mean, you know, speaking, I mean, and that's like my brother. So I mean, you know, but I'm a racist. I'm a homophobe.
Well, I mean, at this point in the game, the way that I look at that is, at some point, well, actually, I don't think you have to. I don't think that you should probably be racist, but I'm just saying, at some point, we got to draw some clearly defined lines and be like, hey, this isn't okay. Hey, we're not pushing this on children. Hey, maybe we should actually talk about the consequences of some of these things that we're allowing people to do to themselves at a very young age that have financial and lifelong implications before we say that we actually care about these people.
Well, I mean, you think about it. You gotta be 21 to buy alcohol, to buy cigarettes, but you only got to be 5 to decide what gender you are. Like, listen, this is common sense of reality. This is why we were talking about this last night, about this whole alternate reality. It's like every moral and value and everything wholesome that we grew up with is now bad. Like, it just doesn't make sense.
Right. It's literal clown world. It's like down is up and up is down. And then like people are just like, yeah, like that's how we're rolling. Like, it's like, are we? Because I don't think I want to be.
All the shit I've done for this country. Oh my God, fucking. You guys have no idea the work that I put in. I used to live for this country. And let me tell you something. I was labeled a domestic terrorist.
Yeah.
For speaking out for our constitutional rights and our freedoms and liberties. Like, I was labeled a domestic terrorist, you know. The world is just, it's crazy. It's fucking crazy. I mean, but you know what? Whatever it is. I just don't want shit being pushed on our kids. It's bad enough they ain't going to be able to survive in a society that's created. Like, all this other crap is just confusing them.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, every time I see this stuff, man, I'll sit here, and the first thing that comes to mind is
Stop it. Get some help.
That's what I think. I gotta go back to the Michael Jordan "Stop it, get some help" PSA. You know, you just got.
It's crazy because did you ever watch Yuri? You should really watch Yuri. He's an ex-KGB agent, and he explains psychological warfare. So I don't know if you ever watched it.
No, I haven't seen that one yet. It's
great. It's quick. It's a quick clip, but he talks about the 3 phases of psychological warfare, and it's everything that's been going on in the United States forever, as far as demoralization and things like that, demoralization of society, and he explains it. It's just an awesome video. You'll enjoy it. It's quick though, but it was an interview done in like the 80s.
Okay.
So you got to watch it because what he says is like everything that's happening now as far as psychological warfare and things being weaponized and things like that, and the 3 phases and how society is how you end a generation of free thinkers to a society that is totally brainwashed, and how many years it takes to do it and things like that. It's pretty cool. You'll enjoy it.
And you said it was Yuri, Yuri?
Yeah, if you look up Yuri and then just type in psychological warfare, his interview will come up. You'll see a guy with glasses.
Psychological. Yep, I got you. Yeah. Oh, that's the whole interview. I'm going to watch the whole damn thing. That's awesome.
Yeah, if you just watch the quick clip, it's really great because he explains a lot of things. But the whole interview is long. But he explains what Russians implemented into the United States and how it's already went through its cycle and then repeated its cycle. You know what I'm saying? Like he explains it. He's like, it takes about 30 years. He's like, but we far exceeded that.
Yeah, that's freaking wild. Okay, yeah, I'm actually gonna tap into that. I might do that before I go to bed. But hold on. Wait a second. Murda said the main software engineer at Google has stepped down, complaining that AI has reached the level of uncontrollable programming and it is only a matter of time before they make us slaves. That's the reason whenever I ask Alexa to do anything, I say thank you.
Listen, it ain't even Alexa. If you go on like Chat GDP, like did you ever see? I mean, listen, a lot of those technical jobs and a lot of the shit out there is just, it's going to be gone. I mean, gone. That's why I stay blue collar. I'm always going to be in demand. No computer can do my job. Sorry, just can't. You can try to 3D print houses all you want.
You know what's funny? They kept saying that, they're going to replace all these jobs. And it was like the people who were talking shit whose jobs got taken first.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is in the blue collar world, a computer just can't do our job. Like you saw, they tried 3D printing houses like with concrete. Like, yeah, that's going to work. Who's going to install the wiring and the lighting and all this shit? It's like they're just not going to be able to take our jobs. And slowly the blue collar becomes the white collar salary.
Oh, absolutely. No, Murda said, you guys are doing a great job. Reality talk is always better than gossip. 100%. I mean, it's great for who the intended audience is. It's just you're the intended audience. So, and you rock out. I mean, you've been asking great questions all night too, bro. Like we definitely appreciate that. But yeah, most definitely. It's the deal is, for those people who are trying to move forward, they'll find this stuff eventually. And then when they do, we'll be here. Like, it'll just be what it is.
The worst part is most of society don't even know AI exists. And they don't even know the capability. Like I have a friend who's a web designer, right? And he used to create a lot of logos and stuff like that. Well, people were getting cheap and they didn't want to pay the price. So you want to know what he did? He has the AI program. He tells it what to create. It creates 3 to 5 different pictures of what he wanted created. He picks one.
Oh yeah.
And AI will never create it again. So he picks one and then he sells it for $100.
Yep. Yeah. 100%.
AI,
it'll do your copywriting for you. Like,
dude, AI is. What's crazy is you see all these stories and all these articles out there and stuff like that. I can tell AI to write me an article, and if I don't like it, I could tell them to change it to what I want it to, or tell them to change it again, and then I can publish it. And guess what? The whole world will believe it's true because they're a bunch of friggin' indoctrinated, brainwashed idiots.
Right. 100%.
It's crazy.
It's. I mean, it's gonna, like I said, whenever there's disruption. Wherever there's chaos, there's opportunity. And it's like people just got to be looking. And you're right. There's a bunch of stuff. Shout outs to Mr. Youngblood City, tapped in. He's out working. Hope you're having a good night, brother. Mr. Youngblood City. As the show starts to wind down, I applaud the host, Ray, Reckless Ray De Niro, and the co-host, Mike Rage. Salute, hard work pays off. Dude. Like I said, like when I started doing this, all I wanted to do was, originally I started off in the malarkey side of things, but like as I got to get the opportunity to do my own show, when I tell people, I'm like, bro, I'm just looking for 10 solid people that, when stuff hits the fan, like we know what to do. I'm at that. Like, I don't care how many people it is. I'm just like, I just need to find the people that are on the same page that we're on, that understand that like we're where we're at, what's going on, and they're like, we're gonna have to start banding together because there's fewer and fewer of us every year because they're making all the rest of the men lay down. Like,
yeah, I'll tell you what, all the people that I've talked to over the years, and like I said, I've been doing this since you had to upload videos on freaking Facebook. I took to you, Ray, because me and you have the same viewpoints, the same everything. We could talk on any subject, and that's what I like. Like some people, you can only talk to them about a few different things, or you can't talk to them at all, especially on these panels. Like some people just, can't talk to them. But with you, we can touch on any subject there is, which is awesome because I don't get that a lot, especially the mental stimulation part or the fact that you have a lot of the same knowledge I do. When it comes to certain things.
It's refreshing. Like that's the hopeful part, but I'm just like, there's so few people that have that level of context. And you're 100% right. Like that's the reason, like Casey Mo, same vibe, dude. Like he's across the spectrum, like on the same page, but like there's so few people that you can actually go through those levels of like, hey, we can go to talk about this. Oh, well, this leads to this. And oh, this touches on this, and be able to have the conversation and then be able to have the wherewithal to go like, like when you're talking about some of this stuff, like especially like the Titanic with JP Morgan, I know that. And I'm like, oh, here, let me shut up and let Mike pour into me because like, that. And I'm like, cool. Mike's teaching me something right now. Like, that's dope. Like I just feel like a lot of people, when they get online, they just want to get online to look smart or be perceived as like, oh, that guy's got the, I gotcha. He got the takedown. He told, oh, Mike busted him out, or oh, so-and-so busted so-and-so out. I'm like, that's cute and all sometimes in some respects, but like if I'm debating with somebody, I'm actually trying to see if I'm right or if I'm about to learn something. And like I can walk away from the thing.
But most of these guys listen to speak, they don't speak to listen, if that makes sense. And it's the truth. They want the argument. You know what I'm saying? They're not there to learn or they're not there to teach. And for me, it's all about teaching and learning because, I mean, let's face it, no one knows everything. We're always teaching each other. We're always learning from each other. I mean, that's the way it should be. But a lot of guys just come on these panels just to cause shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, they're not looking for that opportunity to actually network. Cause like Razik, who was up here earlier, when he came to town, like he was in Kansas City, like he had a trucking route that came through here. And I told him like probably cause back when I first started, he was he was a regular on the show, but like he gets super busy. So then he can't be on for a while. But when he first started coming up, I was like, yeah, like if you're ever in Kansas City, like hit me up. Like next time he's up, you got to ask him. Like I took that dude out. Like he's met my folks. Like my parents are like, hey, tell Roz we're like checking on him, like seeing how he's doing. I'm like, oh, he's grinding, man. Like we're still but like it's most of the people who come up on the shows, like I'm in, like if those people like reach out to me, I'm like, cool. Like if you actually want to have an actual connection, bet like I'm about it. Like Raz hits me up at least once every other week to chop it up about money and be like, hey, this is a thing that I learned in the market. He's like letting me know like how his options trading is going because like he's putting a lot of work on it. And there's not a lot of people you can call with your wins. And like I've noticed that like a lot of people like to let me know what they're doing because like I'm gonna be hype about it. I'm gonna be like, dude, you're fucking winning, awesome. Because instead of feeling some type of way about that, I'm going to be like, okay, cool. My homies are winning. I got to go find a win so that I can take them back some good news too. So that way, you know what I'm saying? Like it's motivating to me. And I actually enjoy it because
most people hate success. Like most people are, I don't know if it's jealousy or what. It's like, they don't want to talk to you if you're succeeding. You know what I'm saying?
Right. They want to hear like, oh, are you having hard times, Mike? Tell me about your hard times.
I got my best friend Pedro is over in Florida. We've been friends since we were little kids. Now he's in digital media and all that. He works for friggin' Disney, which is a cult in itself. But he does all their programming and all their coding and everything like that. So me and him are always hyping each other up. You know what I'm saying? Always, because I'm seeing what he's doing, he's seeing what I'm doing, and that's what you need in life. Like you can't like all these people are too negative. It's like they're either jealous of success, they don't believe your success, or they just want to put you down. Period. You know?
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. Like it's weird to me. I'm just like, why would you have friends that it's just like a negative feedback loop of you guys like feeding off each other's misery? Like that's such a like the whole dynamic of that. Like now, like I'm like, if you're like perpetually like in a bad space all the time, I'm just not going to be around you. Like if there's not a solution in sight and you're not trying to fix it, I'm just gonna be like, dude, I can't talk to you at this much. Like you're be depressed by yourself. Like,
no, I trust me, I see it every day. Like Oklahoma, bro, especially where I live. Well, not the new place I bought, but where I live currently. Bro, it's just bad. No one's succeeding. It's just bad. Like I can't even explain it. I just look around me and it's like, dude, no one wants to work. Everybody's got fucking problems. Everybody's miserable, and that's why me and Tammy were like, "Yo, we got to get out of here."
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, and I remember, you remember. Well, Reese was up here with us. I think it was last week or a couple weeks ago. But like where he lives, I've been telling him since forever, since I've known this man. I'm like, you need to move. And he's just like, oh, you know. And I'm like, you're talking about like 15-year-olds killing people for stepping on their shoes. And like, you're almost getting into fights with people and stuff. And I was like, and you're in Philly where there's zombies and you got to traverse the zombies. I was like, the issue is he's like on a very good trajectory. And I was like, you're trying to be like a 10 and you live in an area with 2s. And like the 2s ain't trying to look at a 10. It makes them not feel good. So they're going to try either make you be a 2 or a 0 in which you don't exist anymore. Like that's how that works. Like,
listen, I was just talking about my boy Jermaine is the same thing. You know, he was from Peoria. Fucking, I mean, people are getting shot at. Half his family. I mean, his kid got shot while we've been friends and died.
Oh,
I mean,
Jesus.
Dude, it's crazy. But Jermaine said, you know what? I'm not going to live in the hood anymore. And he fucking made something of himself, you know, worked hard, got a new car, got a house, bought a house with his wife. I mean, totally stepped up his game and got away from it.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, you can't be around it. Like you can't be around that element regardless of what color the hood is. It's just like you can't be there. It's depressing. Like who wants to go outside even if you are doing well? Who wants to go outside and look around and just everything is sad and depressing and decaying? Like,
well, hey, listen, you're living in Kentucky. You know, over here in Oklahoma, I got the American Indians all around here.
Yeah.
And the reservation. Now, I'm not really too close to the reservations, but still, they're fucking horrible. They're like the ghetto of friggin' American Indians.
Yeah, which is wild. Like, dude, reservation culture is something else. Like that is actually that's more depressing than the hood.
Murder. Like they get away with murder. It's like if they're tried out on the streets here in town, they don't go to our courts. They go to freaking reservation courts, and they get off.
Yeah, 100%. Like but like the culture of it is just so sad. Like they don't leave. Like by and large, like they don't like actually go experience like the culture outside of like that little petri dish that they're in. And I'm just like, y'all know they put you guys on bad land too, right? Like, I mean,
you know, it's
if
worse.
There was ever a reason to go somewhere else, like it's that.
Listen, I hate to say this because I've actually lost friends over this, but they're all fucking drug addicts. They're all criminals. Where I am and where I live, they're all fucking criminals. Every single one of them.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, and like for me, I'm that guy that everybody tries to be friends with and talks to, and I don't know why, but it's like, no, man, I'm in a different. Like, I hate to be like that. Like, I love to talk to people. I'll never walk away from somebody, even if they're a little fucking nuts. Like, I always listen, but I can't be friend. Like for me, I got to surround myself with people who are going to help me succeed, and I can help succeed. I can't be around garbage like that because I'll never go anywhere.
Right.
know?
because they're gonna want you to be there with them. Like there's gonna be like, hey, come hang out with me and do this thing, and it's like, cool. Can we have a beer and like talk shop? No, like I want to sit down and watch the game, and I'm like, oh, this is going to be hard. I'm not going to be able to do this except for like maybe once a quarter. Like I used
Dude,
to
I don't
like
watch sports a day in my fucking life.
bro. I do watch. I'll go catch a Chiefs game, but that's like my downtime with my chick because like she will go do that for like brunch. But yeah, like of my own volition, like I've never been the type who can sit and watch sports. I'm like, you want to go outside and like throw an actual football? Maybe can we make this like a thing, like something active?
Listen, people don't understand that that's all part of government deflection.
Mm-hmm.
Like they really don't understand it. Why do you think the Super Bowl is so big and the biggest show there is and this and that? It's all part of government deflection. Now, if people actually took the time during those big games to see what's actually happening behind the scenes, it'll open their eyes to a whole new world.
Yeah, I mean, when the way that you just put that, that's actually like I think most of this shit. I don't think it's government deflection, but like I think that we have been given so many opportunities and the ability to distract ourselves that like that's the reason that the people in the manosphere will be like, oh, people are here for the drama. They're here to be entertained. And it's like, am I the only person who will Well, like I'll pull up whole college lectures on stoicism. And I'm like, am I seriously the only person who like wants to like who gets on here and like will act like obviously I look at stuff and listen to things that are filler also because the way my brain works, if I'm cranking out audiobook all day, I'll normally take like a break to like just put some like nonsensical noise in my head, but like I don't like working with just like the sound of the tools, so like I have to be listening to something. But I'm like, dude, like normally my switch off is like when I take the break from the audiobook, I'll put on like a financial podcast or something that's a different type of information than the book that I just read. And I'm like, dude, like people are so distracted though that they're like they just put on like Fight Club or like they just want to listen to people argue or they just want to go to a page and listen to Fresh and Fit like bash women.
Dude, you know I work in silence.
That is wild. I can't do it. My brain don't work like that.
I am. Well, my mind. Well, mind you, my mind's always going, especially with politics and financial. But I work in silence. I can't have distraction. Like I fucking hate when music's playing. My wife's like that. My wife plays music all the time when she's working. I can't. I like silence, the sound of what I'm doing, and I'm in tune with myself, and I'm also thinking about other shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I can't do it. I don't know why. I have to. When I'm on a job, I never. It's just silent, except for the tools and everything I'm working with.
Mr. Murda said Mr. Rage looks like the aggressor, but yet the posed and patient one. While At Ray looks like the calm individual, but yet the hit head that take no shit make for a great show. Oh god.
Listen, don't get me wrong. I could be the aggressor. I mean, I try to be like when me and you were talking is different, but you know how I get sometimes when some of these other idiots fucking jump on. Then I go into rage mode and I'm like, wait a second. But you know what it is? I have to be honest. On a lot of these panels, I notice people will argue with you, even though they're saying the same fucking thing that you're saying. They're going to argue with you to make it seem like their point is right. And it's like, you're saying the same exact thing that I'm saying. What the hell's wrong with you?
It'll be like, but I'm special, Mike. I'm special. Let me say it. No, it's interesting. And like that's the thing. It's like, I would say at least once a quarter, like I'll pick up like one new person that I'll either meet on a panel. Uncle Charles, who was on here the other day, Like I met him on a radio show panel that I was on another content creator whose show that I frequent. And like once a quarter, you'll bring one new person into the circle and you're like, cool, like I can meet this person and me and that person will click off. And I'm like, cool, you'll fit in with basically everybody else. And the thing is, the people who were in the chat earlier, like World Class, literally the World Class who was in here, super smart dude. I don't agree with him on everything, but like that dude does hit pieces on everybody else that I know in the YouTube space. Like he hates everyone. He hates all my other YouTube friends but me. But well, we were talking and like I pointed that out and he was saying in the chat, I was like, I'm like Switzerland out here. Like I just rock with people that are nice to me. Like I'm just like, if you're nice to me and we can have a conversation, I'm cool with it, bro. But he was like, that's a gift. And I was like, because I was like, it's not fun to not like me. Like I'm not a fun person to not like. Because like if I legitimately don't like you, then it's 100 immediately. But yeah. But it's funny because I consider that a testament that like the people that I associate myself with are so varied that they don't like each other sometimes. And I'm like, that's good. That means I'm not echo chambering. Like when I can go have conversations with everybody and they're just like, oh, well, they're all having beef, but everybody just conveniently leaves me out of it. I'm just like, I like this.
I'll tell you what, I have to be honest. I do like to shut people down because, like I tell people, SPLC couldn't even do a hit piece on me, and they tried hard. So for me, it's like my view. See, everything I speak to you about, if you ask anybody or if you read about me, I've always had the same course. My direction has always been the same. Nothing's ever changed. I haven't changed over the years. I preach the same shit. I'm just very consistent in what I talk about. You know?
Oh, me and so Snowman did a reaction video on a video of an interaction I had with another YouTuber that I had to dog walk him on a panel and like he just looked insane. But we were doing the reaction video and it was the worst reaction video ever because that's how consistent I am about the shit that I say. Like I'm just like in this and I'm like, and then I said it and I was like, oh, this is funny. Like I can't react to my own shit. Because the opinion never changes. I'm just like, yep, that's what it is.
But you gotta be consistent. Like it's even like when I was in the Patriot movement with the 3%ers and stuff, like I influenced that. I helped build it to where it is. But I'm also the guy who will call a motherfucker out live on his bullshit. And like, that's just how I was. Like, I mean, and the only way people are going to, like, a lot of people will sit there and they make these videos and they talk shit. And half the time they don't even know what they're talking about, but try to make it seem like they do. And I'll call them out on their shit, like straight up. Because I research and I research a lot, man. I spend a lot of time researching facts and different things, financially and politically.
Mm-hmm. No, I think it's awesome. I mean, you have to like you can't allow people and when I call people out, everybody's like, oh well, like no, it's not like. And I'm like, you're talking to what could be thousands of people, and you're giving bad information. Like I was on. You would have loved this shit. I was on a panel with this chick that was, I think, I never figured out exactly where she was from, but she had a British-ish accent, but she said she wasn't from there. She was from I think it was like maybe Lebanon or something like that. And she was talking on America, which honestly, like I got nothing but smoke for immigrants that like want to talk about how we're doing things here. Cause I'm like, man, like most of y'all's countries are worse. So fix your shit. Don't talk about us. Like you don't have a say so because you're not a part of this. You have no vested interest. You're just out here saying shit. Well, not only was this chick out here saying shit, she was saying horribly inaccurate shit. So like she was like, what did she say? She said there was a slave ship in a river in Arizona. Yeah, dude. That's that exact same face. That's it. I was like, no, that's not like you do. Like Arizona's in the middle of the freaking country and it's a desert. Like you can't. Or no, it was outside of Las Vegas, Nevada, in a river, and I was like, "There's no river. It's a desert like that." Also, what slave ship made a beeline across the continent? Like, what are you talking about? And like, she was just giving these very inaccurate facts, and like nobody was checking her. So I had to get up there. I was just like, "You're an idiot! Like, why would you say these things?"
Dude, it's like going into Home Depot and listening to one of the people in the aisle talk to a customer and try to sound like they know what they're talking about. You know, I do it all the time. I go to Home Depot and a customer will ask a question, and you know the guy in the aisle will start talking to her. I'm like, please don't give her that freaking information. Just walk away, and I'll explain it to the customer. Because it's the same thing. It's like they're coming over here talking shit. It's like, I'm sure they hear stories in their country about how horrible we are, and they're all fabricated and everything like that. But, dude, it's crazy, and it's crazy that they let her go on that panel and speak like that, and no one put her in check except for you.
Well, I mean, it's good content, and it's like, but my thing is, I'm like, when you let people just speak in circles like this, and it was one of those panels where it's a conservative panel, it's a conservative black panel, but they'll have like super liberal, I want to be in the Victim Olympics people on there as well, which makes for good content. It's a good dichotomy. So like, I get it, but I was like, when you start saying historically inaccurate things, like it gets me on my, I'm like, well, let me get the leash out because we're about to take the dogs for a walk, like, because you're wrong, and like what you said doesn't make sense, and then you jumped off a bridge of even further nonsense. And so like, I told her,
that's how I feel about Alex Jones when he talks.
I told her, I was like, okay, so if there's a slave ship in a river in outside of Las Vegas, which is in a desert, I was like, then, and they were like, well, what are your thoughts on that? I was like, well, apparently the Younger Dryad slave trade was lit, bro. And I want my shells. I want my reparation shells then, because like those guys were real dicks. Like, just like, I don't, like, it just doesn't make sense. And we sit here and like we're having these conversations, and it's like, it's funny and it's fun, but I'm like, that conversation could have actually been like a segue to like something real. Yeah, Lawrence, yes, it was on CT's panel, and I'm pretty sure you were in the chat when I dog walked her. Yes, it was that chick. I think she was like Lebanese or whatever. She never told me where she was from, so that way she could get triggered when I made an assumption about where she was from. And like literally, she would have been better off if she was from Jamaica, because she was actually from a shittier country. Like, Jamaica's not bad. Like, everywhere else in that diaspora where you have that accent, it sucks. Jamaica's cool. People like going there. Like,
yeah, but Jamaicans are hard friggin' workers, man. I don't care what anybody says.
They are. Well, you know what? Jamaicans don't make up random things like slave ships and deserts either.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. They have a good history course. Like, they value education.
But she's from, someone who doesn't know the United States geographically and just put shit out there. You know what I'm saying?
Dude. I was like, yeah, there's also slave ships in fucking Antarctica too. Like, what, dude? Like, we're just placing them places now. Racism. That continent's white. Like, fuck it. The polarized.
I almost wish I could fast forward like 50 to 100 years when everybody's just going to be a mix and we don't have to worry about all this fucking bullshit.
Facts. The only thing that's different is the hair, and they're going to argue about that.
But I'm just saying, it's like we just need to get past this shit already. It's like, you know.
I mean, I think it's all by design. If we're about to like, when I heard that stuff about the southern border, bro, I was like, we are literally about to get rolled up on in this country. Like, this could actually get real. Like, depending on,
I almost want it to happen. I know that sounds bad, but I just want to get it over with. I'm like, yo, I don't care if you want to send a nuke, you want to send an EMP, you want to cripple our financial system. Let's just do this already.
Yeah, let's get it going. Because
I hate anticipation, bro.
Well, what if what if the game is to just continue making everything like progressively worse and like progressively more woke until like all the logical males that are a fighting age get so upset that we off ourselves. like maybe they're just trying to annoy us.
I'm gonna sit on my property with my guns and I'm gonna wait.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like this whole scenario is interesting. But Murda did give us the heads up that we're almost at the 6-hour mark. We haven't done a 6-hour show in a minute, Mike.
Oh,
He got me talking. So this is the reason I like Murda. I mean, actually, you know what? Hold up. Hold on, Murda. We're gonna get you a wrench. Where are you watching from? I gotta get Murda a wrench. Murda, you got forever wrenches anywhere that I'm in control.
Murda, I don't even have a wrench.
I think you do. You have a wrench on my channel, don't you?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know fucking Snowman's, but he don't like me anyway.
Hold up. Wait a second. No, hold on. Let me check.
I'm just
no, screw you, because you should have a wrench. Like,
I'm about
to be super upset. Hold on. Let me scroll to the top. You don't have a wrench. Jesus Christ. Hold on. Wait a second. You're getting upgraded too.
Oh shit! I got an upgrade.
Bam. There we go. You're important. But so as we're winding down the show, and Murda, you got a wrench over there. You an official, because you keeping us time wise. You gave me that heads up, and I appreciate it. So
I give him props for sticking with us the whole time.
Dude, he literally, since like I'll be on stream with like 2 people, and if he's on the channel, he'll stay the whole time and he'll just ask questions. Like I'm dead ass. I've been on here and it's just been me and him, and he just asks questions and I answer them. I'm like, cool, whatever you need, bro. What do you want to know about?
It's good though. That's Die Hard. He stayed for 6 friggin' hours. Jesus,
dude, he's a real one, and types hard the whole time. I'm just like, I don't like, dude. I listen to live streams for 6 hours, and I'm not this active in a chat ever.
Dude, I don't even know where the time goes. Like, Jesus,
it's because that's what happens. It's like we're having fun, and in all honesty, like when you're having these types of conversations, it's not even work. Like I literally. The content that we were talking about and like the way that it flowed, I actually became re-energized about the conversation, because I'm like, yeah, I'm getting my brain going. I'm getting hype about this. Like,
well, I like coming on your show because you come on early, not like Snowman at 2:00 in the morning. But you come on early, but now it's 1:30. Snowman is like, okay, it'll be 1:00 in the morning. I'll be like, Snowman's on. And then I'll listen while I'm laying in bed. I'm like, fuck, it's a good conversation. I got to jump on.
Bro, yeah, dude, Snowman. Bro, Murda said he types with 1 finger, bro. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. If you're typing with 1 finger that fast, that is ridiculous. That's facts. I was like, Murda is an X-Man if he's typing with 1 finger and like lighting the chat up like this. Okay, so as the show winds down, do we have any last words for humanity? I'll let you go, and then I'm gonna close it out.
Any last words from humanity? Oh,
yeah,
shit.
just like closing statement.
Tuck your head between your legs and kiss your ass goodbye.
Oh, good God. Okay.
It's getting late.
Bro, you got to get up out of here with that. He said there's no hope. Go to sleep. Oh, man. Okay, so in closing, recapping on all the points touched by our amazing panelists tonight. Mike stuck it out, dude.
Always, bro.
Uh-oh. Hold up. My mic, am I unmuted now? I'm unmuted now. I don't understand what just happened. Dude, we're roasting tonight. So what I would say is, in regards to my last words for humanity, is it's important to be striving towards or constantly moving towards being the best version of yourself and being self-sustainable. we are in trying times. It's okay to have standards. It's okay to speak out. Me being the most adamant in believing that people can do whatever they want at their house. I do not share the belief that you get to bring what you do in your house into my house. And that's okay. You can rock how you rock, and I'm going to rock how I rock. I don't have to co-sign every single thing that everybody does. I don't have to co-sign every single opinion that everyone has. I don't have to implicitly agree with every bullet point of whatever your manifesto is to respect you as a human. And I also do not believe that it is okay for people to force people into doing that. Now, I'm telling you, in a couple of more shows, we're gonna definitely do some conversations on some of these movements and the ideologies behind them, because I don't believe that a lot of them are intent on the improvement of society or people in general. I think they're just made to tear things down. And if all we're doing is tearing things down, then like this doesn't work. But I think that people have to be perspicacious. I think you have to be able-bodied. I think you have to have a mind and a body that are working in unison in order to get any type of forward motion. You can't just be a pontificator. You have to be able to get your hands dirty if needed. And these things are all important aspects of being a complete male, in my opinion, or a man. So my last words to humanity for tonight are, it's never too late to start on this path. We are all constantly we're all works in progress. You should always be improving. If you are not improving, you are dying. And you should start improving as soon as possible, because it's going to matter sooner rather than later. And I think we're gonna close it out on that. I'm gonna throw on a special tribute to the chat and the panel and everyone in our last moments here. So I'm gonna play this for you guys, and this is for everybody who taps in. This is for all of us who are here. It's cheesy, but it's meaningful. So you guys enjoy. It's your boy Reckless Ray De Niro, and I'm signing out.
Toast.
Toast.
Money will come and go. We know that. But the most important thing in life will always be the people in this room. Right here. Right now. Salute, mi familia.
Salute.